Not quite. Alright, now, can anybody hear me? Is the important part. Because if I can't get on. Alright, let me get down to this. Well, good evening, everybody. If I'm able to get out, that'll be a miracle. And I'm not getting anything on here. Settings. Audio. Now let's see what happens. Let me bring this down here. All right. Okay, you can hear me on the mic now? Because I'm not getting any monitor, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because usually I get stuff up here on the mixing board, and I'm not. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Because my audio mixer's not coming up. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Alright, this is weird. I'm not getting anything on my audio mixer. I wonder what the heck's going on here. Alright, well, as long as you guys can hear me, that's all that matters. I don't know why it's not going through my production panel, but we'll live with it. So, how's everybody doing tonight? I'm going to do something real quick here, so I hope I don't screw up. This way I can hear myself talk if I have to. Oh, my God. Yeah, I got to get the details worked out here. So Perk Pendergrass is having fun night. Well, his fun's not going to last very long, believe me. Over the next month or so, I'm going to work on this system a little more so I can get it to where it's acting like it's supposed to. Now that I got this thing up and running, so I hope anybody hears me, I try this again. Anyway, as you all know, there are pictures of the child out there. And unfortunately, I don't. Yeah. There's been a lot of back and forth about who the child is, and then he's been identified as definitely his son, sadly enough. I don't know. It's this whole thing bothers me. But from what I understand from talking to different sources, is the mother does not know these pictures exist. Uh, Thank you, Wolf Hoss. Appreciate that. Uh, the incident took place, I think, when Hoff was about 7, 8 years old. He's a freshman in high school now. This would have taken place somewhere around 2000. It had to have taken place sometime around when the custody battle was going on. Also, from what I understand, because Agent 19 put the images up, the source that sent me the original images said it was not him that put it up. Apparently, the images have been out there quite some time. There's at least 10 or 15 people that have copies of these images, so they've basically been trafficked. Which, it's kind of strange why someone will be distributing pictures of a child. Hello, Trippy. Welcome to the webcast. So I don't know. It would bother me to know that images of my child are running all over the internet by people that don't know I put them there, and it was strange that they allowed themselves to be put in that situation in the first place. If you're going to take pictures like that, keep them private. Don't let them out. He let them out. Now another part, because when I came up with the in the hands of strangers, I was not only talking about Tim Holmseth, but I was talking about Phil McConnell. And as far as Phil McConnell is he's in the hand of strangers, or people that more or less are stranger. Howdy, Kingfish. Because what we have here are at least two people. It's alleged that Tim Holmseth and Kirk Pendergrass are living in that house rent-free, eating their food, using their bathroom, taking showers, using the laundry, all that, free. Kirk Pendergrass is basically taking the show over. I don't know if he's getting money for it, or if they really are getting the money for Phil McConnell. But, the problem is, I don't see how Bill McConnell's going to get anything. Hello, Carol. As long as I got audio here, this is going to be a miracle. But, let's see what I can do here. Browser. Okay, I'm going to put up. What I'm going to do is I'm trying to put up. At the very least, I'd be able to do that. Timothy Holmes's daughter was a teenager. Now she's now an adult with 2 children. Wow, she's 21. She got those kids. That would put her. She'd have to be at least 13 years old to be a teenager. So she might be a little older than 21. I don't know when she was born. John, Kirk is most definitely wrong. Phil McConnell will be coming to Florida. So I don't know where Kirk Pendergrass thinks he's doing anything constructive, because he is, for unless recent developments that have come my way, but I'm not free to talk about right now. She is going to be, or I mean, Field will be coming to Florida probably around the end of February. Now, I don't know if this is going to work the way I want it to, but we're going to try it. Oh, and there's... Yep, it does. It goes right into the thing. Alright. Well, what I'm going to do is, let's see what's on scene 2. Alright, I'm still on the air. I'm just going to do a standby. Well, that's... See, that's not going to allow me to do what I want, so I'm going to go back down to scene 8. 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, C. There we are. This is weird. Well, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to... Alright, that's not going to allow me to do what I want to do, so I'm going to break out of that. Alright, let's go up to scene 5. Put that up there for the time being. That's right, Leanne. It was taken around that time. And we've been trying to figure out if it was... Okay. Yeah, you're right, Leanne. I was reading your comment over on my YouTube. He lost custody of the child. I think he has visitation. When he reaches a certain age, he can decide on his own how often he wants to see his father. John, what I don't know about Phil McConnell's house, or I mean Kirk Pendergrass's house, is if he still is renting it. I haven't. You can look up property for rent, check Zillow, and see if what the status of the property is, because he does not own the house; he rents it. Um, so okay, so if she conceived the daughter between 15 and 16, that would make her 26, 27 years old, which is about right, because she has 2 children now. It would help to know her date of birth. I have the court records on a different computer. I would have to look that up. Um, Trying to figure out, this is a very sloppy production. I'm trying to figure out how... Okay, let me try this. Ooh, that looks tricky. Let me bring this over here. No, that didn't work. Kind of like doing this on the fly. Um, Ruby, link on Twitter, or link on trying to figure out what you want me to link to. Well, okay. Boy, I'm really messing this up. Sorry about that, folks. Because what it is OBS has a lot of abilities, but the problem I'm having is not being able to display it on display it on here. I thought I had the bugs worked out, but I guess not. Okay, it's saying there's a small amount of activity going on here. What I want to do Leanne, I would like your permission to play, if I can find it. I'm trying to, here. No, that's sure. Alright, where'd it go? Oh, I know how I can find it. Okay, as long as I'm being heard, that's half the battle. Because what I'm doing is, and this is going to be a kind of a crash and burn thing for a few weeks until I get this worked out. I'm on a learning curve. I used to use a different kind of software, and for whatever reason, why am I not? Okay, I want to test something here. I'm going to play an audio, and I want to, if anybody hears it, that'll help. This is so. Alright, here we go, and I'm not getting audio. We'll see what happens. Oh, boy. Alright, let me see what's going on here. Settings. Audio. Oh. Audio. Oh, does that give me a change? Alright, let me see. He deleted the meme. Okay. Okay, 1995. Let me do a little bit of math here. Alright, if I do my math right, she's 24 years old. And that means that she was 13, 14 years old when that picture was taken. And that would be about right, because the full picture of the child shows him in a dress that would be, not a full-grown adult, but somebody that was, at 13, 14 years old, the daughter would have been pretty close to her adult height. Maybe not the adult build. But she is, right now, she's 24 years old. And yeah, 2009 plus 15 is 24. All right. Yeah. Yeah, she's 24 years old, so 2009, she'd be 15, between 14 and 15 years old, depending on her birthday. And generally, most people, when they're 14, 15 years old, depending on their hormones and such, are starting a growth spurt, getting into that. Uh, I'm having a brain fart. The getting into maturity, your voice changes, all that happy stuff. Um, no, where the pants are is if you've ever seen to if you've ever seen the picture of Tim Holmseth behind the desk, he's got a poster in the back. That's his office. And apparently, what he did is he set aside one corner of the room for where he has his desk, is his computer, because the picture I can't show you has the computer in the background. Because in order to show you the picture, I'd have to show you the picture of the child, and I can't do that. Um, so that's where that comes into play. Um, Now, what I'm trying to do, I'm jumping around here like a cricket. I'm trying to figure out why I don't have audio coming out of the desktop, because I'm capable of playing audio, because that's what I just did, and now I'm not able to do it because I'm trying to do something. Okay, we get speaker, audio 2, mic. Okay, let me go up here. Alright, now let's see if that'll work. Oh, you're kidding. Hey, Monograph, welcome. I've been banging back and forth on here trying to figure out why the stupid thing isn't working. And you just saw you came in. Welcome, welcome. The shoes and then dress, I believe, are the daughters. And the theory is that he dressed the daughter up to look like JonBenét Ramsey.
I gave you a little information about
this is weird.
Senator Grassley and Senator Johnson
I'm trying to
and
get the audio
whistleblowers being denied
on the
everything.
desktop to play. I don't know why I'm not
Is
doing
there any
it.
reason for me to come back, or do you know how long you two will be on today?
I'll tell you what, Field. I'm going to end the show, and why don't you phone me back, okay?
This is
You want me to phone
kind of
you back
disappointed.
right
This
now,
is
or
like an
20 minutes
episode.
from
Yep,
now?
phone me back right now.
Because I'm in settings,
Okay,
trying
I
to
will.
figure
Bye-bye.
out
Thanks, bye.
what's going on with this thing. Shoot, I had this all set up.
Okay, so,
I'm going to try something
lot of people
real
don't
quick
fully
here.
comprehend.
I'm gonna unplug this.
hiring a member
You're
of
going to lose
the
audio for a
what
minute.
that actually does.
What do we have here? Micro. Well, I thought I had it. Let's see. Go back to settings. Okay, we still are not getting a meter. Okay, no, I turned Kirk off. I want to know if you can hear me, is what it is. Alright, now, I'm going to try something and see if this works.
In other words, the information that getting to me is very, very poor in terms of volume or timeliness, and I would think that there would be some better way to communicate with me to keep me informed of what's happening to my life and what's happening to my wife and what's happening to my property. But having said that, Eager, would you like me to come back in a while, or do you know how long you two will be on?
That's solely up to you, Field. If you'd like to come back, we can have you on for sure.
Okay, I'm getting lag, so it's a little bit of time between the time that I talk and I catch up to the stream. If you can hear Field and then can hear me, then I've got the other problem fixed. That's what I need to know. Because there's a reason I'm trying to do this. So that's what I need to know. I need to know if you can hear me. Well, I had that figured out too, and then all of a sudden, see, I want to be able to. I want you to be able to hear me and also hear any audio that I feed through from the internet. There's a reason I'm doing that. Very good, very good. That's what I was trying to do. Leanne, I'm trying to find that one clip of you, and I need your permission to play it. Let me see if I can find the darn thing. Okay, let me... Okay, what it is, Leanne, that audio you made on the 19th, I need to know if it's okay to play that into the room. Okay. What this is, folks, this is a statement that Leanne Kruger made on the 19th having to do with Timothy Holmseth. It's about 45 seconds long. Here we go.
And I got to process it before I speak any further. I didn't really want to get involved in this at all, but since my Facebook got hacked and I can't get in, I guess this is all I can upload at this moment. So I don't know if I'm going to keep talking, but I just wanted to make people aware that I'm really devastated over this information. So let the word out, you know. I mean, I'm glad the child's with his mother, and I hope this child is safe and is in counseling and getting the help he needs. Bye.
Okay, basically what had happened is she had her Facebook page hacked by someone called Divine Intervention, and as far as I know, she's unable to get in there. She's, excuse me, she's on a cell phone right now. She can't get into a computer to try and figure out what's wrong. I'm trying to figure out if, let me go up here to the original video that she had. Okay, I've got to go up here to media. Because she had, nope. Alright, you don't have a heck of a lot on your Twitter page. But anyway, Leanne had put out a statement, and I had put it up in my video, of course, because Tim Holmseth had misrepresented a tape that she had made. Who we're talking about, John, is the woman's name is right above yours on the chat. Her name is Leanne May Kruger. She was more or less involved in the Haley Cummings case early on. And Cobra, who is a bondsman slash bounty hunter, somehow got her on a recording talking with, and she has also talked to Kim on a number of occasions, and Tim has tampered with the recording. Now, because this all went to court, I was able to get the unedited recordings, and they're entirely different. My problem right now is they're on another computer, and I haven't got access to it. Moderate, I can assure you that Timothy Holmseth is going to have a really unexpected Christmas present, and it's worse than a bag of coal. I really can't talk about it too much. I was made aware of this situation a couple of days ago, and Holmseth is not going to be in a very good position at the first of the year if all goes the way I've been told. There are federal investigations going on. There are state investigations going on all over the country with all these players. And as everybody knows, the 23rd of December, we have the situation with the House coming up. So the bank will make a decision on the 23rd as to what the next step is, which is usually foreclosure. And paperwork will be filed. The sheriff will go out there and tell everybody to go bye-bye. I don't know what Randy Q, the tax judge, thinks he's going to be able to do, because the municipal tax judge usually does not have anything to do with foreclosures. So, that's not going to work. Well, they are going to have a breakdown because they have no idea what's coming. It's going to be really a surprise to everybody when some of the stuff starts going down. And I certainly would suggest that people start getting themselves really, really lawyers, because it's a situation where they're not going to be able to stay in that house much longer. The bank owns the house legally right now, because it's chattel. The Internal Revenue Service wants when they want their money. So it's bad news is a coming, as they say. Trying to find something here. Yeah, I'll put this one up. What the hell? Alright, that didn't work. Kind of playing with this on the fly. Oh, good evening, Alex. My former arch enemy is in there. It's funny how people that could be intense enemies suddenly become friends, but that's a story for a different time. I'm certainly glad to see Alex is in here um, because she's somebody you don't want to get on the bad side of. Alex will have you for lunch if you cross her path. Believe me. Her and I have probably the strangest history on the internet when it comes to two people. But, that's the nature of the internet. Well, as far as Danny Boy, I think if anybody gets Danny Boy for a cellmate, uh, Danny Boy's going to be tamed like a puppy. I would suspect that. Hi, Alex. I would suspect that it is starting to sink in that Kirk Pendergrass is not doing Field any favors. I think Field is sitting there in his jail cell right now trying to figure out just what the hell is going on. Has he called in to the show after, let's see, that would have been the 16th, so on the 17th and the 18th? Last letters for that, A19. Okay, I'm not understanding that. That's correct, Sharp. And another thing that was not very well known is that the mother of Hoff, the child, is a psychiatrist in her own right. So, she basically knows how to spot that kind of behavior. So, if we get any bad actors in here, I'm not sure how to delete texting, so I guess I'm just going to have to let it play. I'm not really into censorship unless it gets really bad. I have a feeling that we're not going to see any field reports from here on out. I know he called in the 19th, but yes, I did. Matter of fact, that was the audio I was playing. So it's been kind of, as far as I know, Tim never married either mother of either child. One was a one night stand, which I think was the male child. I'm not sure this story is behind the daughter. Yeah, you're getting the same information. See, sunshine and flowers. Apparently, you don't understand what's going on because it's Sarah, Randy, Tim. Field's already been visited, I think. But people are going to start getting visited by men with badges. Now, if you want to believe that we are going to be visited by the FBI, that's fine with me because I've already talked to at least 5 agents in the last month. And unlike Tim Holmseth, I don't hide in a basement. I'm right here in my living room in my little studio here. And they know my number, they know my address. I'm about 10 minutes from the closest sheriff's office, so they're more than welcome to come down and say hi. I know half the deputies in Orange County anyway. So that's fine with me. They're welcome to show up. Well, see, the problem here is sunshine and sunflowers. You can say anything you want on this chat or on the internet. You can claim all sorts of things. But when it comes to proving it, that's something else. You know, people can claim anything. Right now, Timothy Holmseth is claiming to be a high ranking, whatever it is, in this new chat or new task force. The one that is no longer the pedophile task force. It's now just the good old task force. Super, super secret and all that. So, what happened? Yeah, you know, feel free to make whatever threats or claims that you want to make. But we'll see what happens, you know. Let's see, what was it? What was supposed to happen on November 20th that didn't happen? Sunshine, you remember? There was supposed to be something real important that was supposed to happen on the 20th of November, the anniversary of the founding of the United States Marine Corps. Remember that? Guess what did not happen? Guess who still has her bar license? Guess who is practicing law right now? Down there in sunny Florida, enjoying life with her kids. She lives right next to a coin. So I don't know. We had, you know, I wish there was a way for you to get your Facebook page back. I don't know why people insist on going in and hacking. It's the seems to be a way of taking away people's First Amendment rights. Correct, Alex. The evaluation of Timothy Holmseth was to determine his ability to stand trial. If there's a question about competency, the prosecuting or the defense will do that. It would have been in Holmseth's best interest if he had not been able to stand trial. He'd still be walking free, or at the very least, hello, Deuce. At the very least, he would have been in some kind of an institution, comfortable, about as comfortable he is now, but he would not have a warrant out for his arrest. And he would have visitation, he might have phone rights, he might even be able to have a computer. He wouldn't be stuck in a county jail. So, here we go. Now, this is the 20th. It'll be the 21st in a couple hours here on the East Coast. And it'll be kind of interesting to see what's going to happen, number one, with Fields' house. Number two, there was a number of predictions made that Field was going to be released from prison. That's not going to happen. Now, I had heard Kirk Pendergrass say that the extradition order had not been signed. Well, it has. Governor DeSantis has granted, or has formally submitted the request to the state of Wisconsin to have Field McConnell extradited to the state of Florida. The state of Florida was granted 60 days from the 4th of December to argue their probable cause as to why Field McConnell should be extradited to the state of Florida. As of right now, and I'm going to check as I'm streaming, there is no lawyer listed on the docket in Wisconsin as Field McConnell's representative. But we're going to find out just right now. Because what I'm going to do, so I'm going into the, whoops. Okay. Type in Wisconsin courts. Case search Wisconsin courts. Anybody can do this. It's real easy to do once you learn the system. And the court records are generally 24 hours behind. This county is a little bit slow. So we go McConnell. And we go field. And we search. Case details. We come down here. Okay. Okay, we have responsible official Joseph D. Doles. He is the district attorney. Prosecuting agency attorney is Olson David S. We come down to Field McConnell. No attorney. And the only thing that has happened so far is that on the 19th of December, there's a receipt for $8.75. Now, what that generally means is somebody has made a records request, and the $8.75 is the cost of those records, and that would probably be everything up to that date. So somebody out there, and it wasn't me, has requested the records to date. And on the 2nd, somebody did the same thing for $2.50. The 11th of, or the 27th of, and see, done, there's a lot of receipt. So the court's making a little bit of money on all these requests. And so that's the only thing that's been done. Now, if you go back, I'm going back one page because I should be able to get to, yeah, go back one more. I'm going to go down to the foreclosure. And I go back down again. And on December 23rd, 2019, Central Time, there's going to be a hearing at the Pierce County Courthouse in regards to the case. Now, there's a new entry that I hadn't seen before. On December 20th, somebody has filed for a durable power of attorney. So I wonder who the hell that is. But for whatever reason, somebody is now a power of attorney for someone on this case. So, looks like I'll be, this is Friday, it'll be Monday. I'm going to have to find out who the power of attorney is. But somebody's been appointed a durable power of attorney in regards to this case. Now, this is probably the Internal Revenue Service because they've got lien on the property. It might even be the bank or a combination, but someone has come in as a power of attorney. It doesn't get into specifics as to why this is a power of attorney or why they have not listed the power of attorney on the court records. Okay, and the case name, McConnell Jane Doe. There's been some changes on this that I had noticed before. Well, now, we have as a guardian ad litem, Ben/Zikri Adam Y as a guardian ad litem. But this was back in June. I never noticed this before. So I wonder whose attorney he is. Not on, I don't know. But this, somebody just became power of attorney today. Because this is the 20th. So somebody filed this morning as power of attorney as far as the mortgage is concerned. This is breaking news, guys. Because I hadn't been checking the mortgage that close. So I have a feeling I know who the power of attorney is, but I'm not going to say. But it could, because we have now, you see, we got the plaintiff is a bank that I'm not even going to try and pronounce. And there are four defendants. Defendants. Field McConnell is a defendant. The United States of America, the Internal Revenue Service is a defendant. The State of Wisconsin Department of Revenue is a defendant. And Denise McConnell is a defendant. So, yeah, this is Sabrina. This is for the mortgage. This has nothing to do with the criminal case. This is strictly the mortgage. Now, since we have four defendants in here, this attorney could be for anyone on the defendant list. Or even the plaintiff for that matter. The plaintiff's already got an attorney, so there wouldn't be a need. But I'm a little surprised to see at this late date that there's been a, let me go back to that entry, where is it? That we have somebody coming in as a durable power of attorney. Now, a power of attorney is limited as to what they're able to do. Yeah, it's for defendants. So this could be that someone has been authorized to sign on the behalf of a second party. This may be for Mrs. McConnell since she is out of the country. You know, there had to be someone to sign on her behalf, and maybe this is a way that she would not have to go out and hire a bar attorney. She could just have someone do a DOP and sign some of these paperwork. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Sharp, is it's for Denise because she's out of the country. Apparently she did not hire a bar attorney, or else this, Ben Zirkian is, because it's down as a guardian ad litem. I'm a little confused as to why they'd have that. I'm going to have to, the 1st of November, a judgment was put through, property order for judgment, by Joseph Bowles, and property findings of fact, conclusion of law, judgment. So the judge has already made a ruling as far as that, saying that I'm kind of thinking here, but that would, yeah. On Kirk's end, that part's been done. That, since this is joint ownership between Denise McConnell and the Internal Revenue Service, there has to be a parsing of how those are going to be handled, because the IRS is going to want a piece of the action here. The house has to be sold and some of the proceeds given over to the IRS. And I'm keeping a close eye on how that's going to work out. Thank you. So, oh, Chad, welcome to the chat. Pleasant surprise. I don't know if Field is still in here. He kind of zoomed in for a minute. Kirk Pendergrass, I don't see what he would be doing on the mortgage. I have a feeling there's a number of possibilities, but the one individual, I don't know why she would be a power of attorney on a mortgage that's already gotten to where it is. Yeah, I think Agent 19 pretty well explained what share law is. And we certainly are not operating under share law. Pendergrass throws these damn things around. like, just to think like he's got a big head and knows it all, and he knows absolutely nothing. I get. Oh, hello, Amber. Um, it's kind of interesting to listen to these people and to see just exactly how little they know about the law. Uh, all this admiralty law and comment, all these terms they throw about. Yeah, what I was doing, Chad, I was bouncing around between the two cases.
Where's your plate?
See if it's over there. I don't know if okay, Alex, that might explain it. It's either going to be Field or it could be Denise, since she's out of the country. So it would have to be one of those two, or maybe even both, as far as Oh, geez, I thought I was. All right. So am I able to be heard or not? All right, now usually on OBS, these meters come up and let you know that everything's working, and I'm not getting anything. That's why I'm trying to figure out if I'm still on the air. I've been babbling away here for the. Okay, I want to make sure that I'm not babbling into thin air. All right, that's good. I thought I was being heard. Not sure what's going on. I still have to troubleshoot this. I had this thing working just before I went on the air, and I even had my Skype up and running, and then all of a sudden I switched over to my desk mic and everything went flat, and I had to go plug my headset back in. Because with my desk mic and the headphones on the desk mic, I can get audio off the computer to where I can hear it. But now I can hear both out of the headset. I just can't hear myself talk. So, it's half the battle. At least I can babble and listen to the chat. As far as trying to get images up on this piece of crap, that's a different story altogether. Of course, that's my Amber growling in the background. When she scratches, she goes, that's Sherry. She's my domestic partner. Trying to figure out. Movie. Okay, that's not gonna. Gonna try. I'm gonna take that display capture out because it's not doing any good. Okay, I won't play any clips of the E-Clowns. Well, that's interesting. It does it in real time. Huh. That I didn't expect. I thought this previewed and then transitioned over. I guess it's. Alright, what's going on here? That's a good idea, Chad. Matter of fact, I gotta do something real quick since that subject came up. Okay, I'm gonna. Alex, I sent you a personal over on Twitter, so if you could check your account. Well, he is a psycho. Surprised this is doing this live. I thought when you add images to these things, it waited until. Interesting. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm in PM for a minute here. All right, I'm dealing with a personal message. Okay. All right, all right, I'll deal with that. Sounds like a plan. All right. Just I'm doing about 2 or 3 things at the same time, folks, so bear with me. I am looking at the chat from time to time. We have a relatively low number of people in here, so it kind of helps. Of course, we had so many people in here, and then last time I couldn't keep track of the darn. Okay, let me go over here. Oh, I'm in the wrong. That ain't gonna work. How the hell did I go into that one? All right, let's try this again. Ah, darn it. Oh, I know why. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it this way. Keep forgetting I'm not on my laptop. I'm on my new computer. So I'm going back into Twitter because I can't get where I want to go on the computer. So let me try. See if hopefully I can get on. Last I heard, his parents still support him. Why, I don't know. Oops, wrong one. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Okay. Yep, just had to run an errand here, folks. Let's see what's been going on. Okay, I'm just catching up with the chat here a little bit. Robin is actually both. He is both a victim and not a victim. Um, somebody has taken advantage of a 73-year-old man who's not exactly got it all together, and because of what might be an issue, um, that's exploitation of an elderly person. So somebody's
You what? No. Back in there.
yeah. Let's see. Well, thank you, Tom. I actually can thank both Monty and John Goodman for that, because ever since I, excuse me, have had those two on the air, my numbers have come up, which is nice, because this way we're getting the message out to everyone. Uh, and since I've got 68 people in here, I want to state that I am going to be making an announcement on the 31st, of what's going to be going on after the first of the year. Um, so stay tuned. I will be putting up the information uh, sometime on the 31st. I've got a matter of fact, I'm going to bring up calendar. Um, yeah, I agree with that. I just read something funny, and I got my Twitter message up on one side of my screen here, uh, and got kind of a funny message. Uh, while I'm on Twitter, I'm going to take a look and see if any. Well, I just wound up back. Yeah, let me go on Twitter again. Political. Well, I'm going to retweet this. Okay. All right, not much going on the. Oh, here. Nope. Just looks like the usual crap. Um. Well, Meg. Let's see who said that. Kingfish. I'm gonna try and do more of these lives. What is funny, if I can get over 1,000 subscribers to my channel, YouTube will let me live stream from my smartphone. And as Alex knows and could tell you, I used to do this back in 2008, 2009, and into 2010. Um, I had a live truck. I would go around the city of Orlando, and I covered the Casey Anthony case. Kind of made some weird mistakes in that, and people like Alex called me out for it, but I've kind of modified my behavior over the years, learned a few things, and I'm going to start live streaming again. But that's not what the announcement's about. That's something completely different. But one of the things I'm doing is I've got a Facebook page called From the Desk of Mert Witness One Live, and it's latent right now, but it's going to be used more often. So any of you that got Facebook, you can go over and check that out. I also have a kind of sort of chat page over there, or a page that I put stuff in as well. It's a totally different page. And so, well, I'll be making announcements about that as time goes on. I'm going to try and grow the system. But again, if I can get 1,000 people in here as subscribers, when I go down to Fort Lauderdale to cover Field McConnell's trial, I will be live streaming mobile. If I can't get enough subscribers by then, or YouTube changes its rules again, then I will have alternative streaming sites in place. I am capable of transmitting mobile live to Periscope on Twitter. I can do live streaming to Facebook, and there are other live streaming services that I can go to. Some of them charge money, and if I have to go to those commercial services, I may have to set up a patron to try and defer the cost. I have been avoiding taking that step, but with the expenses that are going to be coming up, and with the cost of going back and forth to Fort Lauderdale, and the fact that I'm on Social Security, I may have to set up something for anybody that wants to volunteer to help. Okay, Shannon, have you got all your Christmas shopping wrapped up, or have you still got more to go? I have a feeling it's probably a lot of people are going to be going out at the last minute. We're getting pretty close to the deadline. You only got 5 days. Well, actually, it'll be 4.5 depending on your time zone. Eastern time zone here, it's 10:30, so Yeah, we're going to get a lot of Christmas cards, aren't we, Alex? Kind of Christmas present. Boy, there's going to be a lot of people in for a big surprise. That's correct, Marcia. I have been told by several people that there are at least a dozen photographs of the one child. There may be photographs of the female, but most of the photographs seem to be of the male child. And they are of a nature that I have told the people involved that they need to send these photographs directly to law enforcement. They need to get them out of their possession as soon as possible, because they could be considered child pornography, and that's not wise for someone to have them in their possession regardless of the circumstances, because it's not their child. Um, I would suspect that Randy might be getting some unexpected company within the next 2 or 3 weeks. Um, Even though she's in Florida, I mean, there's people down in Florida that can come say hello. Um, they have these little gold badges, some in the state versus star, the others kind of like the old Dragnet show. So she may have a lot of questions to answer. And she better answer the right way. I know a guy out in Kentucky that went to jail for lying to the FBI. And Alex, you know who I'm talking about, don't you? That our little uh, anonymous dude that decided he wanted to go break into somebody's domain, and he went and got himself put in jail for doing that. So that's, you know, you fool around with the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, you're gonna be getting you get yourself a free cot and 3 squares. I mangled that expression up, but it's the way it is. Matter of fact, I wonder how our young friend is doing. I haven't checked to see what his status is. I know what he's supposed to be not on the internet. So that'd be kind of interesting. I may do a follow-up on that someday. So kind of old news now. Yeah, he's going to be in for an interesting experience because if he gets, Florida's got a funny system down here. If he gets convicted of the charges lodged against him, he will be serving it in a Florida state prison, not a county jail, and that could be anywhere in the state of Florida. Could be down in Homestead, could be up here in Melbourne, could be anywhere. It depends on how much room they're going to have. And Florida has a nasty habit of transferring people around, so he may be bouncing all over the state of Florida. Well, Tom, the only thing that I am neutral with anything that uh, he says politically. He and I discussed the mutual problem we had of being sued by the same lawyer that sued Kim and me. So we just kind of talked over that situation. Yeah, that's Lady Blue. That is threatening violence, and that's one of the reasons that when they arrested Field, they had like half the county police force over there because he has made threats on the internet that he was going to resist arrest. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about with a test of heart. It's kind of an interesting thing. I think that test of heart business would be all over the country in one form or another. Uh, the Federal Trade Commission is going to be doing a lot of looking around and asking questions because the Federal Trade Commission deals with commerce. And, you know, you're getting into the uh, wire fraud area, and that's one of the things that the Federal Trade Commission deals in. Is when they get complaints about wire fraud, they turn it over to like the FBI and so on because it's an interstate commerce issue. So because they're over the state lines. It's a company that's registered in the state of Florida, that's in the state of Wisconsin, broadcasting out, seeking funds for this legal advice and everything else. And so that's. Yeah, Tom. Fortunately, John was good with me. knew of his reputation, was kind of worried. And I asked around if I should have even gotten involved, and I was told it will be fine, and it turned out to be fine. Him and I understand that we disagree with politically on a number of issues, but we agree on the one situation that has to do with Field McConnell and Timothy Homestead. I'm going to check out the YouTube channels on that. Another trick for the old dog to learn about. Sunshine reported what? I've been bouncing all around the computer and I have missed about half the interloper. Welcome to the chat. I'm sorry if I mangled your call sign there. Yeah, Florida's an interesting state. I'm not sure what the law Kirk knows, but it ain't our law. I think it's the law of his head. Thank you, Marilyn Mike. I'm trying my best. I'm just another grain in the sand here. Nothing special. I babble around on this thing as a hobby. Marcia, I have been told by quite a few sources that Randy is the treasurer of this little enterprise. Uh, why she would blow her money on somebody like Tim is beyond me, but people spend money on strange things. I spent a fortune on a monitor that's about half the size of a TV set, but it's 46 inches wide, so, weird, but it works. I can put up about 6 different things at the same time on this screen, so there's that. Let's refresh Twitter and see if anything's new. Political. What the hell is that about? Extreme paranoia. Yeah, never mind. Trump Jr. Trump. Well, I'm not going to repeat that one. That's interesting. Bombshell, whatever that is. Civil War. Trump. Oh. The cow guy. Politician that's suing an online cow because his fifis got hurt. Okay. All one word, I agree. It's kind of getting a return on the investment. I mean, you spend a couple $100 here and there, you rack in 1,000, 2,000. I mean, she's in real estate. She knows how that works. You do a little bit of investment here, you turn around and get some extra money. And then what's going to happen, though, is when Tim is no longer a money tree, he's going to get cut down and burned as firewood. Yep, 10-4 on that, moderate. Uh, Actually, my original call sign was Trader Mert because I used to do a lot of bartering. I'd go, I just do a lot of horse trading, usually a CB radio and ham radio gear. I used to get on the CB and they'd be talking, and I had a network of people on my different routes, and we'd sit there and horse trade. Uh, just for something to do. Trade microphones for linear amplifiers and linear amps and that sort of thing. Upgrade CB radios. All kinds of weird stuff I used to do when I was a driver. And I did a lot of trading of cars too before I became a commercial car dealer. I used to go around and buy old cars from the time I was a teenager, and I'd fix them up and put them back up for sale again. Back in the 50s and 60s, it was easy to fix cars. Nowadays, you have to be a computer scientist to fix the damn things. That's probably why Kirk isn't fixing cars anymore, because he didn't know his ass in the hole in the ground. Because what's funny is, this is the thing I don't understand about all these people. And Phil McConnell claims to be a good mechanic. And you get somebody if he went out and got himself SAE certified mechanic, he'd make a lot more money than he would playing around on the internet. So there's something up with that. I don't understand that. I mean, I was paying my mechanic at the dealership $25 an hour because he was an SAE certified mechanic, or ASE, Automotive Service Excellence Mechanic. Got my euphemisms all messed up. Yeah, if you're certified in your field, you can make a lot of money. So why he's doing BS and people on the microphone and not out there fixing cars, I guess he's not as good as he cracked up to be. Once you get beyond, probably 1985, 1990, it starts to get a little complicated. So it probably got over Kirk's head, and he decided he had to find another line of work.
leave because I go berserk? Well, you left me anyhow, and then the days got worse and worse, and now you see I've gone completely out of my mind. And they're coming to take me away, ha-ha, they're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats, and they're coming to take me away, ha-ha! You thought it was a joke, and so you laughed. You laughed when I had said that losing you would make me flip my lid. Right? You know you laughed. I heard you laugh. You laughed and then you left. But now you know I'm utterly mad. And they're coming to take me away, ha-ha. They're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha. To the happy home with trees and flowers and chirping birds and basket weavers who sit and smile and twiddle their thumbs and toes, and they're coming to take me away, ha-ha. I cooked your food, I cleaned your house, and this is how you pay me back for all my kind, unselfish, loving deeds. Ha? Well, you just wait, they'll find you yet, and when they do, they'll put you in the ASPCA, you mangy mutt. And they're coming to take me away, ha-ha, they're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats, and they're coming to take me away, ha-ha, to the happy home with trees and flowers and chirping birds and basket weavers who sit and smile and twiddle their thumbs and toes, and they're coming to take me away, ha-ha, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats, and they're coming to take me away.
Remember
And there we go. I finally got the meter to work, so maybe now I've got both audio on both. Sheesh. I wish I'd been able to figure this out before, so at least now we got that working. Good almighty. Oh, really? Because I got audio on my meter here. He's got 19. Okay. I keep forgetting about he has 19 cars, I did an appraisal on the ones that I was able to see from a video that John did, and he's got somewhere between 500,000 and $1 million worth of cars. There's one car alone that's worth almost $500,000. Yeah, it could be YouTube, but I think it's me because I've got two different microphones hooked up, and I'm trying to get it set up so that everything is um, go through. I can have audio from the internet, video, and audio eventually. Um, yeah, Randy is in Minnesota. Right now, she's in Florida. She's over Vero Beach, I believe. No, maybe not. Well, maybe Vero Beach. But anyway, she's over on the west coast of Florida around St. Petersburg somewhere. Well, she's going to find out it's not a good idea to be in Florida right now. Jason Goodman, I probably got. He does that truth thing. No, they're not all Studebakers. He's got a Chrysler Imperial convertible, 66, I believe. When I did the appraisal on that, it's coming in at 25,500 somewhere in there is the current value. They go up and down. They're just like money. They go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. And right now, they're starting to go up. All the cars are in a great big metal barn. Basically he's got a farm. Yeah, you're right, Sharp. He did declare himself as a sovereign. He's no longer a citizen of the United States. Kind of a boneheaded move, but they all do that. But the he's got a hearse. He's got a limousine. He's got a Cadillac CTX, which I guess is his everyday car, and that's the one that Jason Goodman filmed the cars. He was actually at the house, and there's a woman in there that I recognize that I've seen over on Timothy Homeseth's support page, and she's argued with me. Can't remember her name. Not all the cars. There's actually cars that are not in the court papers, which surprised me because there's a total of 18 cars. And there's farm equipment, there's an auto transporter, there's what we call a Wallymo, which a trailer itself is worth about probably $8,000 to $10,000. So he's got a lot of money tied up in vehicles. Plus he's got his farming equipment, which consists of a tractor with a front end loader, a brush hog, probably harvesting equipment. He's got a bunch of corn, which is a crop. Not getting good money for orange or for apples on the Chicago Exchange, but he's got a money crop there. I believe he had goats or some kind of livestock. Don't know if he still has them, but he's got a pretty big place there, so I wonder who the hell's taking care of all that. Because none of those guys look to me like they're farmers. Yeah, I'm checking into that to see exactly what's on the records. I'm working with somebody that's an IRS auctioneer in Wisconsin to find out when the IRS is going to auction the property off, because they usually go in and they're going to start inventorying the house. They'll go through and anything from garbage cans right up to the cars are going to be listed on the IRS to be sold, and that'll be after the first of the year. And if the house is foreclosed and the IRS and the bank can work the details out, then everything that Field owns will be removed from the property and stored until the Treasury auction. It would probably be taken over to Minneapolis, or even up to Oh, shoot. I can't think where in Wisconsin that stuff would be taken to. Probably Milwaukee. I don't think it'll go as far as Milwaukee. I'm trying to think of the damn town over there, but I'll have to check that out. I'm going to pull up the address of the auctioneer. Come on, where's that damn auctioneer? Okay. Boy, this is a funny state. Because it's, the auction would go to La Crosse. Wow. Oh, well. Because that's the address of the auctioneer is in La Crosse. Huh, interesting. Well, that'll be something to... I need to call that guy Monday. Because the guy he's got offices in Minneapolis, and that's the nearest big city. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes over there. Field has a habit of doing some weird things. I don't know if I ever saw him eating food. I mean, I saw him dancing around in a wig, and then he puts on pink panties or pink underwear. I couldn't believe it when he did that on camera. If I did something like that on camera, I'd be crucified. I do not know for certain where the kids are. I don't know how many he has. How old I've been told there's at least one son. I believe it's probably from the first marriage. So. Okay, sneeze alert. Excuse me, folks. Had to get that out. Probably should have muted the mic, but if I screw with this mic, it's got a real sensitive mute switch, so I don't want to knock myself off the air again. Talk to myself enough as it is. Hello, Julie Trimp. Somebody got busy. It's funny. Phil McConnell on his channel, thanks for the blushies, has 44,000 subscribers. Now, if he got $1 a piece a month from those subscribers, that's $44,000 a month. That's just for $1 a month. That's a hell of a lot of money. And I think that's why Kirk wants to get his hands on that channel. You got 44,000 people out there, and some of them may not be sending him money, but there's a bunch that may be sending like $5, $10. So you're looking, I would say he's knocking down a minimum of $20,000 a month on that channel. And That's a hell of a living. Yeah, that's more than a pilot. Pilots, the high end on the airline pilots, a little over $100,000 a year. So if he's knocking down $20,000 a month, that's a little over $200,000. Yeah, that's nice to get paid $20,000 to say that JFK Jr. is alive and going to be vice president. I mean, damn. Yeah, some of the things these people get paid for out there. Wow. Anything for money, Chad. It's a thing you've got to keep people believing. And if they believe, they're going to send you money. All one word. I saw that and I almost died. $1,000 for that clown? Holy crap. Who are these people? I mean, geez. I'm not worth $1,000. Why the hell would Preacher Dan be worth $1,000? Good God Almighty. Yeah, that's just, there are some extremely gullible people out there to be paying this kind of money for that crap. I don't understand people. I really don't. I'd pay money to get that guy off the air. Well, it could be. It's hard to say where it came from. Preacher Dan, his name is Daniel something Lee, or David Lee or whatever. He's a guy from Alaska. He has a red beard. You used to call him Redbeard. And this guy screams into the camera, tells everybody if they don't believe in his particular religion, they're all going to die and go to hell and all this stuff. He runs around the country on these tours and just goes out to college campuses and makes an ass of himself. It's unbelievable. $150 patrons a month. That is a pretty damn nice piece of change. I wonder if I could get 150 patrons a month. That'd be neat. I could be flying all over the country to cover these clowns if I could come up with a way to do it. Because, see, that's what I do. I cover court cases. And I'll be going to Fort Lauderdale to cover the case there. If I had the funds, I would be up in Plum City for that hearing on the 23rd. But I don't have that kind of money, so I can't do it. I'd be there with my smartphone in hand, my camera in hand, live streaming to everybody live from the Plum City Courthouse. Because I did it. There was, if Alex is still around, she could tell you that I live streamed a trial up in Kentucky when a computer hacker was put on trial. I was there live when he went in and out of the courtroom. It was a federal courtroom, so I couldn't stream live. I'm thinking about doing that all word, but the thing is that I don't want people thinking I'm just doing this for money. I would need it for expenses, but I don't want to have the reputation for going around setting this stuff up just to be sucking in money from people. That's not my mission. But in order to do what I want to do, I've got to have some way of bringing money in. I'm no longer a car dealer. So that I can't do that. That's what used to finance my live streams, is I would use the fund profits, part of the profits from my car dealership to pay my expenses. But now it's going to have to be all out of pocket. So I'm probably going to have to get advice on how to do it. I'm thinking very seriously about setting up a Patreon. And it'll be just, if you feel like sending, you're more than welcome to. I do have a PayPal. It's a personal one. And strangely enough, it was set up during the Casey Anthony case. Well, it has to be worth their hard-earned money. People work hard for their money, and I want to make it worth their while. I'm not going to go out there and just say, okay, send me a few bucks. I want to make it worth their while. And you know, my mission has always been to live stream live from an event. I did it when they had the inflatable baby Trump down here in Orlando. I live streamed it over on Twitter using their thing over there. Twitter, I can broadcast. Well, nobody can, Alex. It takes this equipment's expensive. The monitor alone is $1,500 that I just dropped down for because I need it for what I do. My production software is several $100s, and microphones, headphones. The headphone I got in, I just plopped down a couple $100 for that. When you're on Social Security, it's kind of tough. So. Yeah, I'm very seriously thinking about it. What I want to do is I want to get the bugs out of the system, so I'm offering a quality product. I don't want to be sitting here looking like an idiot every time I live stream. So I've got to, I'll be live streaming again on Saturday for a little while, and by that time I want to see if I can get the bugs out of the system. So I can find out what going on there. And I will be calling down to Fort Lauderdale after the first of the year to get credentialed and to find out if they have the equipment that they have up here in Orange County, where I can live stream from the court or from this. It's like a little room, and anybody that knows what XLR is, it has an XLR plug that I put into a mixer, and then you put the audio in through a BNC connector and through a capture. I use something called a Dazzle, and that puts everything up on the internet. I did this for the Casey Anthony trial. And I'm going to be doing some sneak previews. I'm going to go down to the Orange County Courthouse, and I'm going to stream live from the court to show everybody how this works. I did it a couple times. I did it for the Casey Anthony trial until I got in with one of the locals, and I could live stream from my house going through the feed from the network. They gave me permission to come into their internet live stream and do it that way. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the messages. I would just be happy if I could get my expenses covered, because I want to be able to go all over the country and cover different things that people might be interested in. And it's what I'm working on. I had a bad experience before with people accusing me of seeking out donations and doing things for money, and it kind of scared me away from trying to earn a living on the internet. But I think it's become more acceptable now, so if there's something worthwhile I can offer, I'm going to give it a shot. And it's not going to be something that I'm going to charge people for. It's going to be, I'll put it up there, and if you like it, you can, send me money or not. What's funny about that, I don't know if any of you guys remember, but a while back there were some music groups that would play music, and if you liked their music, you could donate to them. And they did pretty good. They didn't copyright their music or anything. They just played their music, put it up on the internet, and you send them money if you like their music. And it worked for a long time, and I don't know whatever became of them. I haven't heard any. This was years ago. So that's kind of an interesting way to do it, because I don't want to get into a situation where I'm making a private room and the only way you can see stuff is to come in and pay money for it. I don't think that's... No, Sabrina, I don't have a naughty corner. I try not to... There's actually two reasons for it. First of all, I don't believe in censorship. I mean, if people want to come in here and abuse the chat, people are going to know they're abusing the chat, and it's not going to make them look good. And second of all, I don't know how to do it. Because I watch Monty, and I guess Sparkles is moderator over there, and if somebody does something that's out of bounds, she hits the delete button. But unless somebody gets extremely abusive, I don't want to censor them, because I don't want to get into a thing where everybody's coming in here and the rule is you have to agree with everything I say. If somebody disagrees with me, I want them to say, hey, I don't believe in what you say. This is why. Correct me when I'm wrong, and this sort of thing. That's the way it should happen. That's a good way to have a debate. You sit here and we bounce ideas around. If we can't come to an agreement, we say, okay, we're going to agree to disagree and move on to the next subject. But, people, sometimes get just a little carried away, and then they start really getting trollish, and, some of Timmy's people are going to do it, and other people might do it, and that's just the way it is. Now, when Chad was on here, someone came in who was probably Randy and gave Chad a warning and all this stuff. I did not block her. She said her piece and then she disappeared. I don't think I heard from her the rest of the night. The truth comes out no matter what. Alex can vouch for that. I mean, we fought like cats for 2 years, only to find out that it was a third party that was playing us against each other for her amusement. And, between Kim, Alex, and a few other people, we worked on telling this individual they need to knock it off or else, and that individual is no longer on the internet. She just basically disappeared, and I now own her username. It's not the username, it's one similar to it, and it just sits there. So, eventually, truth comes out in the end. You can't avoid it. There's a young man in Kentucky that found that out the hard way. There's a guy in Canada that found that out the hard way. And I think a few other people are out there feel that way. Yeah, Tom, I think the 2020 is going to be the year of truth. And there's going to be a lot of truth that's going to be bounced around in 2020. And, I think people are starting to wise up that they have not been told the truth, and they're finding out the truth. And when people find out the truth and find out that they've been lied to, they get mad. And when people get mad, you never know what's going to happen. So that, Field McConnell put his life in the hands of strangers, and I think it was a big mistake on his part, and he's going to pay the price for it, and these other people are going to pay the price for it. Because, you can only lie for so long, and then people get wind of your lies, and they turn on you. And they can turn on you for something simple, or they can turn on you for the big lie. There was a woman on the internet. She used to travel around Europe, and she'd take pictures, stream from like the Eiffel Tower and this place and that place. And somebody caught her, and what she was doing is she was chrome keying, and she would put herself in front of a picture, and she made a mistake. I think she put up a still, and the pigeons were kind of suspended in midair or something like that in front of a fountain. She got caught. And that kid that got in trouble out in California, he did a couple shots that said he was someplace, and it turned out he was on his patio. Well, yeah, Q-Who, that's what's the problem with Phil McConnell is there's people out there that'll shoot you if they get mad enough. And so him running around threatening the life of the lawyer down in Florida is actually a death threat. Because there's all kinds of wackos running around. You know, there was the guy with the rifle or assault gun rifle that was running around Washington because of Pizzagate. And so, you know, it's there's a lot that's going to be happening in 2020 on a lot of issues. And it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Well, we have stand your ground here in Florida, Q-Hugh, so I can imagine what you might do. Yeah, terroristic threatening is basically what Field is looking at. Um, and there's a lot of foundational evidence against him. And Florida does not take kindly to that sort of thing. We've had a lot of problems down here with people making threats on the internet and making threats, period. And so, and the fact that Field McConnell is a sovereign citizen coming into a fairly liberal part of Florida is not going to work in his favor. Yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to the UK politics because I feel it's butting into their affairs, but Boris is a character. I mean, is that guy ever going to learn how to comb his hair? My God. You know, it's getting to be that, you know, you're gonna look like Tim Holmseth in a mugshot and be prime minister of a major country. Really interesting. Yeah, I remember that, Lady Blue. The preacher that made that video was up here just north of Orlando in Gainesville. And I guess the basis for that is they said the guy enraged the Al Qaeda in 9/11 was a payback. And I think that it was basically Al Qaeda has hated our country for years for getting involved in their business. You know, we went over there and kind of messed things up. We should have stayed the hell out of there. And 9/11 was something of a payback for there because they tried even when Clinton was president, they tried it and failed. Um, so you know that's we gotta stop minding everybody else's business and mind our own. Um, there's times when you get involved and times when you don't, and this business of regime change and trying to force our way of governing on other people that simply don't want it is not a wise thing to be doing. I mean, we have a good system. Let's just use our system. And if people want to use another system, let's just let them use it and mind our own damn business. That's probably the easiest thing you can do. You can try and talk them into democracy, but don't force it on them because it's going to bite you in the ass in the end. Yeah, he does have grandchildren. She's got two children. The daughter has two children. He went down to the fake Noah's Ark and visited him down there. He's got a picture on one of his websites of the forum down there. His son did not go down, so he went down alone. And I think that's the farthest Tim's ever been, is Tennessee. He certainly has not been to Florida. Now it was Al Qaeda or whatever the hell Bin Laden was that did 9/11. So okay, I missed. All right, I missed what Alex said. This thing is not slowing too fast. Um, Phil has published the license plate of one of his cars, and I think a number of people haven't. So if they're driving the one Cadillac, um, they can report a D and they can report erratic driving on that. And it's a fairly small county, so the county wouldn't have much trouble tracking them down. I understand they're driving the cars around town, and it's mainly the Cadillac, because Kirk Pendergrass has got a pickup truck, and it's not the most reliable thing in the world. So he's probably running around in the Cadillac. He could be running around in the hearse for all I know, because Field has a mid '80s hearse, and he's also got a mid '80s stretch limo. It's a '70 series Cadillac. There, he probably got both cars from a funeral home, because that's the Cadillac '70 series is used for mainly for passenger transport. They don't have the bars or anything in them. All right, you've got my curiosity now. Let's see. Oops. Well, I'm gonna go on. Okay. Do something different here. Okay. Resources, let's see. Okay, we go 401. Okay, what I see is an old brick building, which would make sense because they must have taken that picture of Field and Tim in front of this building. So what I'm gonna do Okay. Yeah. Come over here. Alrighty. Let me get this piece of crap out of the way. Alright, there we go. 408 Main Street, or 401 Main Street. Alright, and let's see what I missed out on here. Well, Q, Hugh, the truth is what I'm trying to get out, along with Monty, Agent 19, Alexander Goddard, and a bunch of other people. And we are all interested in the truth and nothing but. You know, that's it in a nutshell. You know, if Tim Holmseth, Bill McConnell, and all these other clowns were telling the truth, we'd be boring because the truth is out there, you know, but they're not telling the truth. Okay, say hi to Monty for me. Matter of fact, I'm going to do something interesting here. This is something I've been wanting to try.
You can see is confirming that it's not a lie, man.
Okay, I don't want to get a copyright strike, so I'm going to zip his audio. But I'm gonna keep an eye on now I can see Monty look at his chat and do mine at the same time. I really didn't want to bump over and knock into his territory, so if anybody wants to go and talk to Monty, I'm basically looking at his. He's got more than me. He's got 71 people over there right now. And he just started up. Let's click. Let's see, Agent 19 has put up a link again. I wonder if that's the one he already did. So this will be interesting. I can sit here and talk to Monty through the chat over there. But rather than, well, somebody ask him if I can simulcast his chat. I can do the audio portion of it. That would be interesting. Monty and I would be simulcasting. The prison ripe train. Okay, that'll work. Yeah. Yeah, Monty's, he's been on the air for, where'd it go? Well, it's not showing when he came on, but damn, that guy's got almost 50,000 subscribers. Holy crap. Man, what I would give to have that many people paying attention to me. I'm lucky I've got 47 paying attention to me, let alone that many. Holy lordy. He's a big shot. Q, they can be merged. It's just that I can't do it with Monty because I don't want to impose on his copyright. He is, you start bumping into somebody else's turf. It's without asking. It's not a polite thing to do. It's one thing to sit here and watch it and talk about it, but you don't want to go simulcasting somebody's feed without their permission. But I used to do it a long time ago. I had like 6 different people simulcasting. We did it just to see if it can be done. And it's not that hard to do. No, he doesn't, which is why I don't I can't put his audio on, so what I'm doing is I'm just reading the chat, seeing what they're discussing about. So this way I don't want to step on his toes. But man, look at his numbers are climbing big time. He's up to 109 people. Wow. Yeah, patriotic. What have I missed? Because I missed too, because I haven't been over on Monty's channel. Yeah, they're discussing the Kirk Pendergrass, and Kirk Pendergrass is not authorized to practice law. He's not authorized to give out legal advice. Sorry, Q. I'm doing the same. I'm running around. I'm reading his chat and my chat at the same time. It's kind of. I'm gonna move him around a little bit because since I can't hear him. I gotta do it this way because I gotta overlap. Because I don't see Monty, but I can read his chat because I moved the screen over. When I get my camera hooked up, you guys are gonna see this monitor and see how I'm doing this. Let's see where we. Sabrina, you know what's funny is Kevin is my middle name. It's William Kevin Murtaugh. So, I guess we can start a Kevin club. Well, I agree with Agent 19 on that one. You know, this kind of crap that Kirk Pendergrass is putting out there is garbage. As Monty would be fond of saying, garbage. It's all a bunch of garbage. Oh, God. Tim Homseth got on the reptile people, which is kind of funny. I don't particularly believe in reptile people or fish people. Well, that's why I go by Mert Witness 1. That way, because my name is William, so that if there's somebody out there named William, and then Kevin, seems to me I'm bumping into a lot of Kevins lately, and so Mert Witness 1, because there's a lot of Merts. I was gonna get Mert for my Florida tag, and I can't because somebody else is a Mert. Some guy from up in Tallahassee. So I said, well, that ain't gonna work. Too many Merts. There's Murtaughs. I'm surprised. There's a place in Idaho called Murtaugh, Idaho, of all things. I wonder how the hell that town got its name. Some guy by the name of Murtaugh must have put down a cabin or something out there. All right. Yeah, they're saying that Preacher Dan has a soft hot dog. Kind of mushy meat. Be lucky if he could even find it under all that fat. I mean, I don't care what that guy believes in. He is one strange dude. He is. That guy is scary. Yeah, they're talking about Field and Dr. Good. I don't think Dr. Good Vibes has to balls to do anything. Yeah, we don't want speculation, Ruby. We want truth. My tea does pretty good on that. I'm the one that runs over. My one chat that I did, I went 3 hours and 21 minutes. I'm used to marathon chats, and it did record. I was surprised the hell of it. I went back and checked, and the damn thing recorded. So I don't know how this 2 hour rule works, unless if it's under 2 hours, it can be kept private, and then he could trim it the way he sees fit. That's probably why he does that. But I checked, and I don't know who the hell watched a stream that's 3 hours and 20 minutes long, but I got a decent number of viewers on there. Surprised the snot out of me. Well, I don't believe the Q stuff, which is probably going to get me mad with some people, but I just can't do it. Thank you, Sabrina. I appreciate that. I tend to have a big mouth, so what can I say? But back in Casey Anthony, I did live streams, and I would go through the entire day mobile, because I'd be bouncing around. I'd be over at the grandparents' house. I would be over at the courthouse. I'd be running all over Orlando, transmitting live. And then I would get home, take a brief break, and get on the computer, which was streaming anyway. And my moderators would, switch it over to me. And so I'd keep right on going until I got tired and went to bed. But I averaged 15 to 20 hours a day on the air for 2 weeks straight. And then I cut back and, because I had to get back to doing my business, so I went back to my business and I would broadcast, 5 or 6, maybe 8 hours a night that I would come in the room, and then the chat would stay open so people could chat all night long on the chat. And I'm doing that with my Skype. My Skype, I'm going to leave open so that if people want to leave comments on my chat, on my Skype account, they can do it. And I do have a call-in number, and that's some of the things I'm going to be doing next year. But right now, good night, Alex. Get some sleep, pet the dog, say hi to the birds, all that. But, the thing is, Q, who, you check into it, watch them, then if you start to see where it just doesn't make any sense, then you say, no, that's not my cup of tea, and you go away. Yeah, about 95% of that stuff is fake, and it's easy. Tim Holmset did that, and I don't know how he managed to do that, but he's good at Photoshop. He's done some creative crap, which I've stated 100 times that if Tim Holmset were to straighten up his act, he could do well with social media if he just tell the damn truth, because he does have talent. That's what makes him dangerous. He's very good at manipulating audio and video. Good night, Tom. You have a good night. Yeah, people are starting to drop out. I may close down here in a little bit. I will be back Saturday, probably around 10 o'clock. Well, the people say a lot of things on the internet. They claim a lot of things, and you have to pick and choose what you want to believe in. It's best if you check the facts to make sure what they're saying is Well, Route Irish, what they did, uh, people would stand out on the sidewalk in front of the Anthonys, and they actually yelled at them because they would call them child killers. Uh, George Anthony came out once, and he actually almost started a fight with a guy and chased him off the property, and then it went to court, and as long as people stayed on the sidewalk and didn't go on his property, they could be there all they wanted because it's a public place. But Channel 35, a local station, actually had a webcam, and they would stream the house day and night. And they actually put this humongous spotlight looking at the house. And it went like that for quite a while. Okay, the Montauk Project I am not familiar with. Yeah, I have 2 copies of the book, and it is nuts. Uh, he basically just went off on one person only, and that's Kim Bacasio. It is, he's accused Levi of murdering a child. He's accused me of murdering a child. So far, I have killed Trenton Duckett, had something to do with the death of Casey Anthony. I'm a media spokesperson for Kim Bacasio, and I'm part of this pedophile task force. He's called my live truck a pedo van. And I'm supposed to be turned into the pedophile task force by Diana Napolis, who is a woman I haven't talked around in over a decade. It's just, I'm a real badass. I've done all these bad things for the last 12 years, and I'm still sitting here shooting my mouth off on my computer. That must be the press spokesman for Vice President Pence or something, so I'm able to get away with all this stuff. Crazy world out there, isn't it, Levi? Chad, that is the theory that we're working with, that somebody knew where Holmseth was when he missed the court date. And it was all pre-planned. They knew quite a while in advance that they were going to not show up in court. And my theory is that it's probably Randy, the real estate broker, because she's seen her name is popping up all over the place. Well, enjoy your walk with the dog. Yeah, he probably has to go out and sniff around a little bit and get a little exercise and all that. So enjoy the dog. I was a little surprised to see Levi in here. That's quite an honor. For all of you who don't know, Levi Page is a very well-known true crime podcaster. If you go over to his Facebook page, and you'll see where you can listen to his true crime sequences. He does a lot of research. He's very well known in circles, HLN especially. He has Nancy Grace on quite a bit. He has Teresa Griffith from Web Sleuths, which is probably one of the largest true crime forums on the internet. He's been on television I don't know how many times. And he's young. He's just getting started in the media industry. Levi has a lot of connections. And you can be pretty sure that if Levi says something, it's true, because he does his homework. He's been researching Timothy Holmseth for years. He's actually a good friend of Kim Bacasio. He's a good friend of Nancy Grace over at HLN. So, Yeah, he was told not to show up to court, so this was planned. Um, and it's basically been admitted. And when I saw that Timothy was not at his celebration party, I began to get a feeling that something was up because Tim is not one to miss a party where he's the center of attraction. So that at that point, I had a feeling that something was not right, but I couldn't pin on it. I never expected him to bolt like this, but I should have because he's a coward. Yeah, I think, Sabrina, I think I remember Timmy saying something about being at the hotel. But at some point, he left before court. And the information is he left before or after, before the party. Because he had to get out of Dodge. That's up to Levi. Because I would have to, the way my audio's been going on here, I don't know if my Skype would work. And that's in Levi's court, what he wants to do. Levi, I think Randy even admitted it at one point, and I think Tim may, because Randy, the way she was talking about the cars being out in front of the house and everything, I think she had an idea that they knew Tim was there. And for whatever reason, the law enforcement couldn't come in to get him. Tom, you're right. I believe that it was always the plan that they probably had planned this a long time ago. Timothy would have had to have gotten everything out of Chad's place well in advance so that it could be relocated to wherever he was. I don't know the nature of the property that Tim had. Um, may not have been a lot, but he had property, and of course he had his automobile. Um, so that stuff all had to be gotten out of there, and it would have had to been done well before the court date, because there was always a possibility that the sheriff was watching the apartment to make sure that he didn't bolt. Richard, if there is a video out there, I would love to get my hands on it. Uh, I had no idea there was a video. Why in hell would somebody be oohing and ahhing over a hearse? That's weird. And that's kind of strange when you think about it. Here's a guy that's supposed to be an advocate for missing and exploited children, and he's driving around in a hearse. That's kind of a bad image, especially with the placards that are on that car. I don't know, Julie. Randy has enough money to have a $150,000 condo in Florida, which is where she's at right now, or at least was recently. Randy Q. Erickson. She is from the area. She's this tax judge that allegedly had something to do with Tim being a fugitive from justice right now. She's real big on this sovereign court business. I will be right back, guys. I have to 10-100. Oh, what a relief it is. All right, I'm back. What did I miss? All right, Richard. I would hope we're not going to... What in the hell is all this? Oh, he's putting up Kirk's Zoom page. Ugh. 10-100 is number 1. 10-200 is number 2. Yeah, when you get old, you have to do these things more often. It's like that 14 flushes that Trump talks about. I think I've got that pretty well set. Trump must have been talking about me when he did that. Tim lies about everything. You can't take Tim's word for anything. You can't. If he said his name was Timothy Charles Holmseth, he'd be lying because that's not his birth name. He changed his name when he was adopted, and his son's first name is Tim's birth name. I can't remember what his last name is, but Tim Holmseth once stated his adopted name, and it began with Hoff. That would make sense. He probably lived with Randy at the start for however long, and then somehow he wound up in Plum City. Because I have gotten in touch with the builder of the house, and the pictures I've seen of the model of that particular style of house and the one that Phil McConnell owns are exactly the same. There's all kinds of oak trim around those windows, and that matches up. Chad, I'll leave that up to Levi as to what he wants to do. I don't want to force him into a situation. I know you have said that you and I have talked about this, and that you have stated that you did not tell Kim Bacasio where Tim was. Kim Bacasio has verified that information. She said you did not tell her where Randy was because Kim already knew that Tim was likely with Randy. She had gotten information through her own resources. She wanted to confront Field over his stance on the situation and try to explain her side, and Kirk would have none of it. Well, the important thing is, Levi, is that Chad and I talked quite a bit about this, and he said that he did not tell Kim the location of Tim Homseth, and Kim pretty well agreed with it. You may want to talk to her about it because she went to the hotel and with Alex, and she did sit for quite a while and talk to Chad, but Chad at no time gave any information about Tim because he didn't know for certain where he was. Could have been pure speculation, but according to Chad, he did not say anything about the location of Tim Homseth because he simply didn't know for certain. Everybody was guessing, including, and Kim said she had reliable information that Tim was in Randy's, but for whatever reason they didn't arrest him down there. There were cars down there keeping an eye on the place, and that's the extent of it. The important thing to realize here is Timmy went along with the plan not to be in court. So he himself committed contempt of court. The rest of them just encouraged him to go through with it and helped him plan it. So they're accessories in the obstruction of justice. That might be true, Levi, but the thing of it is who knew and who didn't know what Tim had planned. I've discussed it with Kim, and my memory's not the best in the world, but this was something they had planned to do from the onset. Maybe Field McConnell put the idea in his head, maybe. Okay, Richard, I don't know. Oh yeah, I can do it. Let me go up and see if I can find the video. I forgot that I could scroll through this thing. How far up did you put it? You guys argue with each other for a minute and I'll see if I can find this. Okay, let's see. Okay, I went up as far as Alex. Alright, I'm going to have to do it again. Would you mind putting that up again because I'm not finding it? The video is called Pedophile Task Force Going After Who? ? Now, who's trying to find the link? And I'm going to be live streaming again tomorrow. So, we can always, it's going to be basically open line Saturday where we discuss anything people feel like, which is basically what's happened tonight, because we're more or less on the subject of In the Hands of Strangers. And DNA. Who is that? Okay, I'm scrolling backwards through the chat trying to find that link, and I'm not seeing it. So if you can, go ahead and put that up again. And let me know when you do it so I know where to look for it. Pedophile task force going after you. All right, let me try it this way. I'll play the damn audio of the thing. Alright, let's try this. Okay, let me move this over because... well, I'm going to give out a... they're putting a whole boatload of pandas over on Monty's channel. I'll probably learn how to use that thing. Alright, let's see what I come up with on the... okay. This is 3 months ago. 16,000 people. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's see if we get... God, this thing's a half an hour long. And of course we're getting no oil. Alright.
Pedophiles.
That's a good word. Alright, here comes the audio. Let me know if it's getting through.
I'm one of the Marines that are helping Donald Trump expose pedophiles. Timothy Charles Homseth wrote this book, I think in 2010. It's the first one he signed. And this book, with his signature, it's already noted as #1.
I think I've seen this
and
one.
24 others will be numbered, and they will go to the highest bidder.
Yep.
Because the 4 of us are working to protect children, like my grandson Dario. Denise and I were at Dario's first birthday recently, and my granddaughter Mila. So I'm not just doing this for Mila and Dario.
The video was
because
put
I
up on
started
September
doing
3rd
this
of this year.
long before their parents were even married. So what I think I should do, I'm going to read this, and then even though I didn't mention Kim Picassio's name, I will be sending her this radio show. She's been pestering me to talk, but I'm being responsible to God. I'm being responsible.
All right, let me go ahead
children
and
of the
put this
world.
ahead. Let's see, that'd be one. Trying to think if it's 32 minutes in. All right, let's go. Cue this up at... I'm going to cue it up at 30 minutes. Ryan Yin.
In December, we give our gifts, wishing well to our world. Peace on earth to everyone. A time to be joyful when all is calm and all is bright. But why does it change with the seasons? And why can't we just hold on? Silent nights, holy nights, and angels singing lullabies, and heaven and nature singing goodwill to all, to all. There are times I can remember with family and friends. The light of Christmas radiates, lights up my memories, the magic of love we made time, but why does it change with the seasons? And why can't we just hold on to silent nights, holy nights, and angels singing lullabies, and heaven and nature singing goodwill to all, to all. Oh, come let us
All right, I'll back it up.
adore.
Okay, I'm going to cue it at 15 minutes.
None of the specifics will be discussed at that time.
Well, okay, I'm totally lost. So is it okay? So if you put a note, you created this hearing, correct?
I set the hearings, yes.
Okay, so this hearing was set by you and not by somebody else.
It was set by the judge, and I entered it into the system to be set.
Okay, so Judge Rasmussen entered the hearing, and then so you sent out notices for this hearing.
I sent out the notices for the hearing, and they're just tracking along with the jury.
Okay, so anytime you set a hearing, unless it's an emergency ex parte hearing, they have 21 days to respond to this hearing. So that's why the questions are coming out to you regarding this hearing. So is this an emergency ex parte hearing by the judge?
I'm sorry, all I can say is that these hearings are being set to track along. It's a way of keeping track of the other two cases. And
Okay.
that's just what the hearings are set for.
But sir, my name's Timothy Homestead. If a hearing is going to be scheduled like that, there's rules of procedure under due process that says that there's like 21 days it's supposed to take. I'm supposed to have a chance to respond. I'm supposed to know what the hearing is for. This is violating due process.
So Connor, you're putting us on a spot here. So I'm working with Tim, trying to make sure that he's getting that. And and I've talked to you about this having oversight into this case, because this process is throwing me totally for a loop.
They have to tell me what kind of hearing it is.
They will. He's going to send me a copy. Can I talk to Connor again?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
Can I talk to Connor?
Connor, actually he's in court right now. Would you like to leave a message?
How about Bob?
Bob?
Yes.
He is on the phone. Not having very much luck.
Okay, maybe you can help me out. I just ordered a document online from Bob, but I didn't get everything I needed. I'm looking for proof of service. So if I give you the court file number, can you look and see if there's any proof of service in there for this hearing?
Oh, Bob just got off the phone here. Just a minute.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Bob. How can I help you?
Oh, hey, Bob, it's just Randy again. I got your documents. I got the one document, but I was also looking for proof of service on this notice of hearing.
On the same file?
Yes.
Proof of service?
Proof of service that they served Tim, the notice. It's called proof of service.
Okay.
That they put it in the mail to him? Okay.
Proof of service you're referring to, is it is it for the last hearing?
It's for this hearing coming up, that they served Tim, that this hearing is coming up on the 26th at 8:30. The only thing he was served was a jury trial at 9 o'clock. So somebody whoever created this, whoever put this together and put this out, has to do a service to the parties. They just can't CC and say that's good enough, because Tim never got this. So I need somebody who swore.
What happens is,
Go ahead.
okay, what happens is when we send those out, we create an event in the file, and then we generate a notice of hearing, which is mailed through regular mail.
Right, but somebody had to put it in the mail, and I'm looking for that person who's swearing they put it in the mail because Tim never got it. And then if you do have a notice of hearing, it doesn't say what the hearing is for, or it doesn't say anything here. You just can't call a hearing and not tell me what it's for. And then it tells them to be prepared. Prepared for what? What are we preparing for? That's what I need to know. What am I preparing here for?
Okay, just 1 second.
Okay.
They never mailed that to me.
Mm-mm. I have to have proof of what she wants for you to be prepared for. I don't know what you're being prepared for here.
Okay, Randy, the event we create, it basically tells you what's on the paper that I sent you. It says the date we generated it and your notice of hearing, and this hearing is basically linked to your other jury trial that's coming up.
Yeah, but honey, the jury trial was on this one, and she now is calling for a hearing. But you have to tell me what the hearing is for.
It says be prepared. I need to know what to be prepared for.
What is this new hearing for? Because you don't have hearings before a jury trial. And then no time to respond to whatever she's going to bring up in the hearing, because we have no idea what she's bringing up. So why is Tim being summoned there at 8:30 in the morning versus 9 in the morning? I need to know what she wants. Unless she's calling for an emergency ex parte hearing, Tim is entitled to 21 days to respond to anything she says. But right now, I don't even know what she wants. By what he was what you are telling me he served. Just because it says CC doesn't mean it is. You have to serve him on any hearing.
Miss, after the mail gets deposited, there is no way for us to keep track of. It goes to a processing facility and then it gets dispatched.
But you have to have somebody who swears that they served him. I don't care if you serve him by mail. I don't care if you serve him by personal service. I don't care how they serve it in your process center. But somebody needs to swear that they served him this. He's telling me he did not get any notice of this.
Right, all the notices that we send out, they get placed in the outgoing mail bin.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, they get mailed.
Okay, so it was mailed August 13th. Today is the 19th at 11 o'clock. And nobody has received this. Tim has not received this. So I don't know what address you sent it to. I don't know what day they sent it. I have no idea of any of it. And I don't even know what it is for. Because there's no clarity into this notice, what it is for. You need to tell me what the service or this hearing is for. I don't care what you guys want to call it, linking a case. I don't care. Put it in writing, on the record. You just can't send out a blank hearing.
It was mailed to P.O. Box 83, Middle River, Minnesota, 56737.
On what day and who did it?
August 13th.
And who put it in the mail?
The mail, we have a mail room. That's where all the mail goes. They print postage on it and dispatch it.
Why is there no clarity on here what the hearing is for?
Miss, this hearing is linked to another file.
Why does it not say it? I know, but why does it not? It only refers to one case, not all the cases. It says one case. So if you're going to tell me that there's a hearing on this case, I need to know why we are coming earlier and what's it for. If you're going to say it's a linking, I have no idea what that means. And the average person who's getting this in the mail has no idea what you're talking about. Nobody knows what you're talking about. Linking a case. Nobody knows, not even me, knows what you're talking about. So if you don't put it in the notice of hearing, what you're talking about and why is Judge Rasmussen summoning him early? Because that's what this is. It's a summons. It's not a hearing. She's actually summoning him, but not calling it that by this document. It's actually a summons. and telling Tim to be there a half hour earlier
And be
with
prepared.
and be prepared for whatever she's going to do. It makes no sense. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Is he there? He's talking.
18439 for a jury trial.
Yes, I understand that, but this notice.
So if you have multiple files, they do this to keep track of all files for the same person.
Okay, if it's an internal thing, then Tim needs not to show up. If that's what you're telling me, it makes no sense to Tim to show up and be prepared. Because if you're just linking them and tracking them, there's no reason for Tim to show up. Why are you serving him? With no direction whatsoever what this is about. I'm calling out your document because it looks like a summons and not a notice of hearing.
God, this woman is stupid.
You should ask
When we generate this, we can't change the language on it. That's how it prints from the system.
Okay, but I don't care how your system
The jury
works.
trial schedule, so since both files are for the same person, they do it to keep track of all the files, or just to keep them together.
Has to talk to the head clerk.
It doesn't say that in this notice. Are you understanding that? It does not have any kind of thing. So she can pull something.
But the reason for this is he has multiple files. So
Okay, but listen to me. Listen to me. It does not state anything in here what this hearing is for. It's telling Tim to be prepared. Be prepared for what?
Those are the
Go to
exact
jail?
words.
We're done today? What do we
It says,
what is he preparing himself
it
for?
actually says you are expected to appear fully prepared. And then it doesn't tell me the nature of the hearing, what the hearing is for, and what I am supposed to prepare for.
So you have to help
You have
me
to
out.
tell me.
You have to put it on the record. You can't just make a phone call. People don't know. The average person would not know what this is. So if Judge Rasmussen is drafting these documents and telling somebody to do it, you have to put it in the record what it's for. The record is what the documents say. Right now, this is appearing as a summons.
would you want to discuss that with the judge on your jury trial?
Put her on the phone. I'll talk
I
to her.
have no. I can you put her on the phone? Because really,
She's not a judge
this looks
anyway.
like a summons.
I don't have the ability to transfer you to her phone.
Well, who's her clerk?
I am.
You are, and you can't tell me by putting it on the record. You need to put that in the
You
record.
might be talking. You got to make sure that.
It's tracking the one that I just sent. It's
Okay.
tracking with another file which is set for jury trial.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to tell me, but tracking is an internal thing.
Ask for the head clerk of court.
Do you understand that? That tracking thing is an internal thing, not an external communication to Tim. It's an internal thing, so it has no notice. There's no reason for Tim to get a notice and come there half hour early. If it's an internal thing, it makes no sense. Does it to you? Does that make sense to you? If you're the judge's clerk, does this make sense to you?
You can't even explain it.
Bob?
I'm not judge's clerk. I am the court clerk.
Okay, who's the judge's clerk? Is that Connor?
No.
Okay. Does the judge have a clerk?
Yes, she does.
Okay. Who's the judge's clerk? And is that person, is that person the one who created this notice?
No.
Okay.
It's created by the court clerks.
Okay.
It's created.
All right. Obviously, we're not going to.
When we generate it, we can't make the software do what we want it to do. That's just the way it generates a notice.
Okay. So who is the judge's clerk that I can speak to?
She uses the same software. If she generates one, it's going to be the same way.
going to be the same way. It's not going to show what the whole.
She can't change anything on it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to make any headway here, so I'm not here to cause a problem. I'm just trying to understand why.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Bye.
Have a good day.
And what's the date? Time? It should be. It's August 19, 2019, 11:14 a.m.
Yeah, I heard this all before. They're not going to beat anybody. This is a misdemeanor case. It was a very, very minor thing. If he had showed up, he probably would have been done in 30 days and been out again. You know, he's making a big deal out of a misdemeanor. I mean, for crying out loud. Now, what the call was about, Chad, was they were going to have a 30-minute hearing. It may not even last that long, to go over exhibits that were going to be used by the defense and the prosecution in the trial. That's all it was about. It was no big deal. It's done all the time. You know, and Timothy decided to be stupid and not show up. He was given bad advice, and now he's going to pay for it. Well, you know, I don't know. I just know what I've been told. I wasn't there, so I can't, you know, I'm not going to get involved in trying to figure this out. But, you know, my opinion is that Tim made a big deal about nothing. He should have showed up at 8:30, found out what it was about, and gone to trial. He could have appealed, got the thing expunged if they didn't do the thing right in court. But you just don't say, well, I'm not going to show up. I don't feel like it. Because it's a misdemeanor. Now he's got a contempt of court charge. And every day he's sitting down in the basement of that house, he's just making things worse. Because eventually he's going to have to face the music. Well, that's fine, Tom. I understand that you and Chad were there. But my opinion is, you know, I've heard directly from Kim about this, so there's a disagreement there. So, but the point is, Tim should have shown up. He made a big deal about something that was a big nothing, and you know, showed up at the hearing. If it was an improper procedure, he could have taken it to the appellate courts and had the whole thing thrown out. But he decided to play Mr. Big Shot and not show up to court. And now we're in the situation we're in. Or he is, anyway. I'm sitting here nice and relaxed in my house. And he's sitting nice and relaxed in a basement. And it's advisable he not show up in Minnesota anytime soon. May not have a choice pretty soon, but that's something else. No, Marcia, he did not. He left the jurisdiction the night either the night before or just before trial. Levi, that's a good question, because I don't know if that car he's been driving around is his or if he borrowed it from somebody. Because when he was delivering pizza, he had a small car, and I wouldn't want to be living in something that small. What the hell is that? Got a noise at my end. Did a drone fly over the Route 91 Harvest Festival? Oh, all right. All right, well, X out of that. Okay, guys, let's try and calm down a little bit, you know. I'm basically letting you guys swing it out, but, try not to kill each other on the chat. Twitter. Well, he didn't show up for the pre-hearing and the main court, so that would be like 2 hearings, I guess if you want to call it that, because one was a hearing, the other was a trial, jury trial. Well, Chad, according to Kim, nobody, let me start this over again. According to Kim Pacasio, Chad Cater did not tell anyone where Tim was at. He did not tell Kim Pacasio where Tim was at, and that came straight from Kim Pacasio. So I can vouch for that. She personally told me that Chad Cater had no idea where Tim was. If I recall correctly, I don't think she even asked him where he was. She just simply talked to him. Because I can't remember now the exact conversation. Chad, you would have to tell everybody that. But in no way, shape, or form did she try and find out where Tim was. And actually, Kim and I discussed that that night when she found out that Tim was gone. What in the heck is this about? Somebody sending pictures. Whoever God's princess is. Let's see who she's affiliated with. Team Pelosi. Okay, well, that's fine. I have no idea what she's talking about. It must be. I got tagged in the conversation again. Okay, Leanne put up a video, and I'm going to play it into the room. Okay, well that's going to have to be between you and Levi. It's up to him what he wants to do about that. This is Leanne.
Hi, this is Leanne Kruger coming to you. I started watching Mark's live channel, and people were asking questions regarding me coming forward and speaking publicly about what was going on. I'm going to put this out there to clear a few things up. Number one, as you know, I'm not well. I still have really bad, digestive problems, and it's causing major complications with my esophagus, my stomach, my medication, and when your intestines aren't working right and your stomach isn't working right and you have esophagus problems like I do, you got to think about yourself first, and that's number one. So you got to realize that there's a lot of things that I don't do and I'm not doing because my health is number one, and I'm not going to be able to get into UCSF until February. I have doctors here that are taking care of me until I get there. Regarding Timothy Homeseth and what took place, and people had questions, I'm not going to answer that because I believe that everything should be addressed in court. Timothy had definitely altered the tapes. I do want to make a very, this is really hard for me because I just learned about this today. I do want to let everybody know that I had no idea the child was in the room while I was speaking with Tim regarding abduction, rape, molestation, and whatsoever in I thought he was in the back room, even though I heard him in the back room. And yes, he did answer the phone, as did his daughter. But I had no idea. I mean, I just ran across that today, so that really disturbed me. And seeing his pictures out there is another thing. I'd really like to express my feelings about that as an advocate. I do not believe that the child's face should be exposed. I think he's gone through enough trauma at this point in his life, and he really needs to worry about himself and getting better and focusing on counseling and, you know, being with his peers and and having fun and being able to move on with his life and get the education that he needs in school and not have problems at school being harassed or taunted. And I do think that the video out of him that has his pictures on there is inappropriate. As far as the rest of the story, yeah, there were things said regarding the case with Kim Bocasio and other people that kind of pitched us against each other because we all had different agendas. And it came from specific people that wanted to do their own agenda. And I'm not going to name names at this point, but it was very difficult because number one, Kim Bocasio, Cobra, Marie, and them can verify that I had a stalker for 12 years. Her name online was BB12, BB14, BB this, BB that, and I had to get her MySpace removed. She kept faxing the family and Kim Bocasio during the time I was advocating out there and making false allegations against me, calling the police, telling them I wasn't who I wasn't Desiree's mother, all kinds of stuff. So yes, it was very difficult for me. I'm processing a lot right now. So for those of you who want me to speak out and talk my side of the story and say and correct things, I can't do that right now. I gotta focus on what's going on with my health and getting through each day. And then also I'm learning more and more about this case with Tim and what's going on, and it's something I didn't want to get into. Like I said before, I stayed away from the case for a long time, and then suddenly I uploaded a video regarding it, and Kim Bocasio and Tim and my work in Ukraine, and it was cutting out Tim, and yes, I got hacked. The weirdest thing is they can't even find my email address or my phone number. So, and I'm on excuse me, I'm on a mobile phone, so I don't have access to a computer. I do have somebody helping me out, but you know, I don't know how long it's going to take me to regain my Facebook account. So for now, I'm on Twitter. Excuse me. So, I'm going to sign off because I don't want to, like, start choking here, and wishing everybody, you know, thank you for sending out good vibes for me, and thank you for updating the information on that, and allow me to ask some questions. I would like to know, I heard that they used part of my stuff in court against Tim to gain custody of the child because it proved that the child was in the room during the conversations, and I would like to find out if that's accurate or not. If so, I guess like Mark said, you know, it's time to lawyer up, and that's what I'm doing. So I'm taking one step at a time. And, again, like, number one is, focusing on my health and my life and, moving forward with the good medical care that I'm going to be receiving at UCSF. and also addressing what's going on in this case. It's not about money or fame or anything else like that. It's about finally putting an end to this and exposing the truth and helping this child who now is all over the internet with his face and I don't even know this person that's helping him out or how he has access to computers. I don't know why they're not in jail. I don't know why anybody would even hide them, especially with the fact that everybody knows that Tim has splice tapes. He's edited them out. He hasn't told the full story, or he's pitched people against each other. Also, somebody had made a comment regarding blackmail. Me not being able to do something for him regarding the blackmail. Yes, he did blackmail me. He sent me an email, and he had made a statement regarding if I didn't tell him certain stuff, blah 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 blah. I'm not going to go into it, but it also involved Kim Pacasio as well, and so I'm going to end it off with that. So have a peaceful night, everybody, and a restful day tomorrow, and look forward to Christmas. Signing off. Bye.
That was a wee ad, folks. That was the lady that Kim was accused of by Timothy Holmseth. He altered the telephone call. I've heard the original call, and Tim went through there and completely altered it. I couldn't believe it. I don't know how those pictures came out. I think that it was multiple people that had them because let me go over and get her out of the picture. This image here was on the internet before I found out the other photos existed. And Levi, you and I have had the same experience with Tim. He accused you of all kinds of weird things. He's accused me of all kinds of weird things. And of course, he's accused Kim Pacasio, the former state attorney of Florida, the former governor of the state of Florida. I mean, he's accused everybody at one time or another of being part of all this pedophilia crap. He's obsessed with it. And, yeah, the stuff that he's put out there today even is way off the deep end. I mean, he keeps just expanding this stuff. And people are sucking it up like a sponge. I don't understand why people can't see that this is all pure, unmitigated nonsense. I for the life of me, don't understand what is wrong with people. I mean, it's obvious the stuff he is putting out there are lies. But he keeps coming up with this stuff. And he's got all these people now. Yeah, Pam Bondi. She was the state attorney during the Haley Cummings case. She's now on the defense team of the Trump impeachment. And she's a very capable woman. And the only reason why Tim Holmseth went after Pam Bondi is because he was under the impression that her and Kim Pacasio were very good friends. And they know each other. Not intimately, but they know each other. They know of each other, but you know, they're not close, and they're certainly not involved in this conspiracy crap. Nobody is. It's all in Tim Holmes's head. He has taken the John Benet Ramsey case, and anybody that crosses his path is involved in it in one way or another. Recently, he accused me of being involved in it. He's going after Monograph as being involved in it. This is what he does. You know, and he even sued me because I'm trying to defend my reputation. You know, I've got all this crap out there for the last 11 years on the internet by this clown. And so have other people, including Levi Page. There are people that tried to call HLN and anyone they suspected of employing Levi Page to get him fired. I mean, who the hell does something like that? All because Levi Page is defending his reputation. He's got a career in the media, and he can't have people going around putting this kind of crap on the internet. You know, that'll take a career in a second. And, you know, this is what the guy does. Yeah, you're right, Levi. I mean, this guy is a moron. And, you know, people suck up to him. And it's just... Yes, he smeared a Vietnam veteran while he was dying of cancer. And it's just unbelievable what these people are doing, because it's not only Tim Holmseth, it's this David Lee character up in Texas, Field McConnell, who is now sitting in jail for the crap he pulled. Kirk Pendergrass is going to find himself in jail before long. And probably Dr. Feelgood and this clown down here in Florida by the name of whatever the hell his name is. I'm having a senior moment at the moment. But he's going to wind up in jail because of all this fraud. You know, these people are pure mitigated idiots. And the only reason they've gotten away with this is because they were small enough to avoid the radar. But now they got big enough to grab the attention of the United States government, as well as the state of Florida, the state of Minnesota, the state of Wisconsin, and the state of Idaho. And maybe even the state of Colorado. And possibly the state of Texas. I mean, they've gotten themselves in trouble in a lot of places because they're breaking the law. And the law is slow to catch up, but when it catches up, you don't want to be there because they'll run you over like a giant snowball. So it's, you know, like I said, Kirk Pendergrass, you know, with this E-clause crap. But what's going to happen is 2020 is going to be the year of the truth. It's going to be the year that Chris Hallett, he is, anyone that is part of E-clause is subject to federal prosecution. First crime is wire fraud. Second crime is practicing law without a license. And there's, you know, a bunch of other stuff in there. But they're looking at having quite a number of Maalox moments in the next year. Going to be definitely constipated quite often for a while. And then they're going to be in a situation where they don't want to pick up the soap. Yuck! That's the first I heard of that one. Damn, there's some real weird people out there. Yeah, Tim has this thing about feces. He even talks about it in his book. Be right back. Yeah, Levi, and he accused me of killing Trenton Duckett, uh, having something to do with the death of Haley Cummings, and I think he even he's accused me of being a media consultant or spokesperson for the satanic ritual and pedophile ring. And now a supporter of Timothy Homseth over on Twitter is accusing me of talking about Diana Annapolis, and I haven't talked about Diana Annapolis at all in over a decade, and even then it wasn't that much. She sent me some weird crap in the mail at one time, and because she was being targeted by a woman by the name of Shadow Wraith, who is actually out in California. She was running a forum here in Florida as an administrator. Yeah, I remember Mark Redwine, but jeez. The excerpts that I posted was Hell, which was the prelude to the book, and he basically told a story of how he was abused. He was abusing drugs and all this stuff and all that. And if you guys want to get sick to your stomach, I'll be glad to reread it, because it is really gross. I'll have to go get the book. Hold on. something and you can't find it. Alright, well. Okay, I have 2 copies of that book and I can't find either one of them. Isn't that something? Ugh. Okay, I'm going to have to... What I'll do is I'll locate the book by tomorrow, and if anybody's interested in hearing the introduction to that piece of crap, I'll do it. But I'll tell you right now, the book is pretty damn gross. But he basically described himself as being inside his, or a devil is inside his intestine, and he's eating a baby and all kinds of, it was yuck. Yeah, I was disgusted just reading the damn thing. But I did a video of it, and it's out there somewhere. Let me see what's... See what some of this crap is. What's interesting is I've got court papers. Let's see what case this is. Okay, that's Casey Anthony. I think this is all Casey Anthony. I've got 1,000 pieces of paper that belong to the Casey Anthony case, and that's what all this is, though. I don't know what I'm going to do with all that. Eventually, I'm going to have to throw all this out. All right. Yeah, the children are still alive. The daughter recently changed her profile page. She used to have a picture of her in an embrace with her father, and she changed it. Now it's just her in a doorway or something. I was just in there today. But yeah, the book is absolutely disgusting. I just, yeah, I didn't like reading it. But I have 2 copies of the book, and I have a bad habit of losing stuff, and I have no idea where either one of them is. One of them is supposed to be, I've preserved one in the packet I got when I got the book from Amazon. I bought the only copy of the book. No, it wasn't Amazon. I had to find it through a rare book deal. I paid $20 for it. And then the other, I went up to Atlanta because I was flying up there frequently, and I got the book from up there. That's kind of a weird story. And so, but for whatever reason, I can't find the books. I usually keep them in a one location. Trying to think, because when did I... Yeah, I had that book out recently, and for the life of me, I'm surprised that I can't find it, because there's a bookcase behind me that I keep all that stuff in. And somehow both copies have gotten moved. Yeah, I was going to give you guys the power of decision as to whether or not you wanted to hear it, because it's pretty disgusting. But I have a video on my YouTube page, so that if you wanted to listen to it, you could. And see if I can remember where I did that, because it was a while back. No, they don't. When you say, "Oh, I'm Donald Trump is going to nominate JFK Jr. to be a vice president candidate," when the guy's been dead for decades, and he's a liberal, it's like, give me a break. I mean, if you're going to have somebody as vice president, why have... Okay, 3 months ago, I read the introduction. Let me see. See if this is it. It says, then in an instant, I am inside. Yeah. If you go to my page on September 6th of this year, I did a video. It's Timothy Charles Holmseth in his own words, and I read Hell, which is the introduction to the book. So you guys are free to listen to it. It'll give you an idea of the kind of person he is. Because this is written... Yeah, let me... I'm going to share the link to the room. Yeah, I'll put it down in chat, and you guys can go ahead and... I was going to read excerpts from the book, go through some of the things. I think I did. I went through it one time in a live stream, the only time you see me on camera, except for the Goodwin interview, and discussed portions of the book, because I was trying to point out things like he admitted to being a firebug. He went into detail about he had been playing with fire with a friend, and you're welcome, and they had set a pile of something on fire, and the next door neighbor came out, put out the fire, and he was scared to death that his parents were going to find out about it and all that. And his claim from that is he learned not to lie. But the problem is he's lying like a rug. I mean, I think he outdoes Donald Trump in these alleged lies. No, I'm not going to read it because I still can't find the book. And I put up, the video is there in the link, and it's up to you guys if you want to, go listen to me mangle the book. Because I'm not a good narrator, reading from copy. I try to do this stuff off the fly. I didn't realize there was a free one out there. He had no organizations at all. He had a real interesting way of writing. He would write a story or a chapter, and then he would do a summary at the end. That was an interesting technique. It actually, it's a good technique, but it's crap. Nothing is the truth in that book. And he ruined Kim's reputation in the book, and that's why she filed the injunction. I mean, the woman's got a law practice, and he's sitting there making her out like she's a murderer, and she's involved in this crap. That book's not supposed to be on Kindle. So I'm going to have to go and look and see what's going on. Yes, somebody told me that he wanted to go see his daughter. He may not have a choice. But the problem is it's down in Tennessee. And I don't know if he's got a car capable of going down there. Now, he had some kind of small SUV that he was supposed to be going to go out and do these tours where he interviewed people, and that fell apart. So I'm not sure if he even has a car. Now, the car he does own, it's a little Ford Focus or something like that, and that car is in really bad shape. It took me a little longer than that because I parsed the book. I cross-checked it with what I already knew about the case and with research that I'd been doing, and he was totally off. I mean, nothing in that book was right. He has an awful way of writing, and it's hard to comprehend the book. And he was basically saying the same thing over and over again, that Kim Picasio was responsible for everything that happened to that child. And that's not the case. The family was heavily involved in drugs. the... Bye, Chad. I didn't see you were leaving. All right, lost my train of thought. Anyway, the Nissan Rogue, I was tempted to burn it, Fake Reality, but I had money tied up in both of these books. And I went through a hell of a lot of trouble to get the one in Atlanta. That was a weird one. You'd think I was buying drugs or something the way that went down. Mighty may have thought it was Timmy's. I did check with car dealers in the state, and I know who owns the car, and it's not Tim. It's a borrowed car. A 2012 Nissan Rogue goes for about $8,000 to $10,000 cash. If you wholesale, that's if you finance the car through a buy here, pay here, you're going to be paying around $10,000 for it, because you can buy a car even with no job for about a couple $100 a month. You're paying $50 a week, maybe every 2 weeks, you can buy a car. But he has not been in the car because he doesn't own it. Somebody let him borrow it, which is not a smart thing to do. And I was, when I get around to doing the eye in the sky that I keep putting off, because I got about 2 or 3 series that I was going to do, and I keep putting them off because of breaking news. But eventually I'm going to get around to why it's easy to figure out where he's at. It's so obvious, and anybody that's been in the automobile business can figure it out. And, we were able to track the car. Tim, since he went with Field McConnell, with the exception of one time they tried to go to the Trump rally, has not been more than 60 miles away from Plum City, Minnesota, or Wisconsin. For 95% of the time, and even currently, he's been in Plum City. He was in Plum City almost immediately after leaving court. The only reason he didn't go directly there is because they had to make arrangements. So he did a sleepover for a while until they could get things arranged, and then he got to Plum City, and he hasn't budged from there since. Apparently Field McConnell doesn't know there's people in Plum City that own drones, and that you can be from Florida to Plum City in about 4 hours. Well, it's a 2.5-hour flight to Minneapolis, and then about an hour and a half drive to Plum City from Minneapolis, depending on the traffic. Plum City is in a really interesting section of the state. So, thank you, B. I'm not good at it. I mean, you really ought to check out Levi Page if you're into true crime. He does an excellent job. He's well organized. He's a guy, he went to school for media. And so he does a good job. He's well worth listening to. He has some good guests. And, I've been beat over the head by Tim for so long. Yeah, Timmy is at Field McConnell's house. He's been there since a few days after he left court. We're not exactly sure when he got there, but he's been there ever since. And he's never gone more than 60 miles from Fields, except for when they tried to go to the Trump rally. And they didn't make it. They didn't even get into Minneapolis. They got as far as just before you cross the river between St. Paul and Minneapolis. The picture he took of him supposedly being in Minneapolis was not in Minneapolis at all. And I actually proved it. I just haven't published. I'm going to do a video. I'm going to show everybody where he was. That's correct, Ellen. The Senate will try Trump. All the House can do is vote for the article of impeachment. It goes to the Senate. The Senate determines guilt or innocence, and that's where it ends up. That's what happened to Clinton. The House voted to impeach. It went to the Senate, and they acquitted him, basically. But the impeachment stays on record. You are impeached. That never goes away. So Trump is now the third president of the United States to have been impeached. But it was basically along party lines. I mean, it was basically a guarantee that they were going to impeach him. It's just a matter of, what they were going to do to get there. Because, impeachment's a political process. It's not a judicial one. So, but it's up to the people determined by what came out in those hearings where they fall on the whole situation. It's ultimately, unless the Senate votes to convict him and remove him from office, it's going to be up to the voters to decide his fate. Hey, Marty, welcome to the chat. This is turning into a marathon. I feel like I'm in a layover at a truck stop and we're all sitting around bullshitting each other. Sorry about the language. I should put up that there's coarse language in the room. Adults only and that sort of thing. Okay. Not much going on. And I don't see Free Field 1. That's a troll that's been scrolling down through, scrolling. E-Clause can be charged for practicing law without a license, and he can also be charged with wire fraud because he's collecting money on the internet under a fraudulent basis. So it's wire fraud and falsely presenting themselves as a employee, officer, or representative at any level of the United States government. Both Timothy Charles Holmseth, it's Field McConnell, Timothy Charles Holmseth, Kirk Pendergrass, Chris Elliott, or Everett, whatever the hell you pronounce his name, that Dr. Feelgood fella, whoever is registered as being part of these organizations can be charged with multiple felonies and will be charged with multiple felonies, I believe, after the first of the year. What in the hell? Field, the more I smash my face with this cast iron pan, the worse it feels. Why, Kirk? Kirk, well, we sent a letter to Lindsey Graham for some reason. It is what it is. Are you not hearing my subliminal rage? As a fellow narcissist, you should know I am barely listening. What the heck was that all about? Yeah, not really going to get into politics. We're politically opposites, most of us. Well, we have a Republican majority, so I don't think, unless a lot of minds are changed, the impeachment's going to go any farther than it did with Bill Clinton. Well, you're welcome, Marty. I'm just out for the truth here and trying to get across exactly what's going on with Timothy Holmseth, now with Field McConnell and these other clowns that are going around screwing people out of their money. I mean, at the very least, we can, if we can't stop them, we can let people know they're out there and to be careful. and people are going to have to make up their own mind. You know, you can lead a horse to water, as they say. And all I'm doing is I'm leading the horses to the water. If they want to drink it, fine. If they don't want to drink it, they can starve to death. Yeah, he's probably had a lot on his plate. You know, he's out there trying to earn a living, and then he does these shows. I understand that he's going to be leaving the internet this spring, which is kind of sad. I was just getting to know him, but, you know, he's got a life of his own to live. He's going to try something new, and I wish him the best of luck. You know, it's an honor to have known him for as briefly as it's going to be, I guess. Marcia, I don't think they believe they're in trouble. If they were to use their head, they'd realize that they've stepped in quicksand and there's no way out. The problem with people like this is the longer they do these things, the more they think they're getting away with it. And as far as if there's anybody at Field Report, that's a good question. I think it's like I said a while back when Field was arrested. As time goes on, people are going to understand that Field is no longer capable of doing anything. You know, it'll come out that he's retired. Maybe he's gone dark or some nonsense. And unless anybody pays attention to the legal situation, they're just going to believe that Field retired and is living in England and happy as a clam. And there'll be somebody else running the ship, you know, raking in all that money. That's the way these things go. You knock one mole down and another one pops up. You know, I could make a career chasing these people down for the rest of my life. There's so many of them out there. It's the same damn pattern. Because there are people out there that are willing to believe just about anything. You know, if you can get people to believe that somebody who used to be a pizza delivery driver is a spokesperson for some super secret task force on behalf of the President of the United States, then it's a lost cause right off the start. Because, you know, Kirk Pendergrass does not have a conscience. He's a grifter. He's looking to make the most amount of money for the least amount of work, and if he can get a $500,000 mansion free of charge, he's going to do it. You know, he's living rent-free in a very fancy house. I mean, that's no shanty they're living in. I would love to have that property. It's a 2.5-story house up on top of a hill and over 100 acres of land. The guy's got 18 cars, and it's just amazing what that guy is giving up for these whack-out conspiracy theories. You know, it's really sad in a way. I mean, Field McConnell has been to England. And I've never been, other than parts of Canada, I have not been out of the United States. Yeah, he's an incredible mooch. And, you know, there are people like that out there. I've had stuff stolen off of me by mooches. You know, they come to my place and I'm not around and they steal things. I lost a lot of stuff. Wow, when I was out of town. Yeah, because I didn't have any security, and people came and they took a lot of expensive stuff from that I had on the outside of my house. Yeah, you know what's Ellen? You know something I noticed funny when that call that he made with Field, where Field was asking all those questions about what he's doing. The eyes looked weird. There's kind of like shadows in the guy in his eyes, almost like he'd been in a fist fight, and he was on the later stages of healing up from a fist fight. He looked really, really strange. Now, I don't think Field has a clue what's going on because, number one, he got himself thrown in solitary for almost a month, and so he was completely in the dark. He wasn't given good information at the onset, and so I think it was deliberate. Because I would watch the video clips that people were making of the show, and it's like, they were keeping him out of the loop. He'd go in there and talk about Zim bonds and all this other stuff, and Kirk would say, well, we're handling, we got somebody coming in and doing all the secret shit and sending all these letters. And, they were giving Field false hope. And if anybody truly cared about Field McConnell, they would have gotten him a lawyer on day one. The minute he got that injunction telling him not to discuss Kim Picasio, he should have gone to a lawyer and found out what the ramifications are. And a competent lawyer would have told him to keep your damn mouth shut. Pretend you don't know the woman. Leave her alone. It's not doing you any good, because if you keep it up, you're going to jail. Instead, he goes to Kurt Pendergrass and all these other morons who egged him on, and Timothy was right in there with him, egging him on, because Timothy knew better. Timothy, hello, Levi again. Timothy knew that if he opened his mouth, it'd be charge number 5, and he could be arrested wherever he's at. If he's in the state of Wisconsin and he violates the court order that's still in effect because it's permanent, he could be arrested in the state of Wisconsin, and the thing will start all over again. So Timothy has kept his mouth shut. He's let Field McConnell do all the talking, and Field McConnell paid the price for it. And Timothy does this. There's other people that do it. There's people out there that do it for him. There's this mysterious Free Field One that pops up every once in a while and goes after me, calling me a pedophile and everything. I strongly believe that's a woman out of Virginia that has been close to Tim since the beginning. She followed the Hallie Cummings case. She does not like Kim. She does not like Levi, and she has done everything in her power to destroy the both of them. And and when I wouldn't help her out, she's been doing everything she can to destroy me. The woman is crazy, and I think she's manic depressive because of her mood swings. One minute she'll be in a nice mood, and the next minute she has a temper that she would kill. I don't know where Denise is. I've only got 43 people on here. A lot of people went over to Fields. A lot of people aren't here that normally show up. People, this is Christmas. I mean, people got better things to do than listen to an old buzzard ramble on a chat. So, and I'm not really doing much with the chat. I don't have my camera hooked up, so you can't look at my ugly mug. And I've got to work out the software so I can do presentations and stuff. And the problem is I've got so much going on. Chad, that's the woman I'm talking about. This woman has helped Timothy Holmseth out for as long as I can remember. She owns a business in Virginia, so she's got money. And she's also drives Volvos. At one time, somebody said that they saw a Volvo in court, and this woman owns Volvos. She's one of these people who'll go out and buy the same car. I'm 69 years old, Richie. My hair is white, and I'm starting to get one of those things that, you kind of grow down your neck where you could lay an egg under your cheek or be a squirrel and have peanuts in your throat or something. And people have told me that thank you. People have told me that I sound like Kermit the Frog. So, That's her name, Levi. You know, it's Astro. And what's funny, Levi, about Astro is you could tell it's her because she keeps the same account, but she changes the header. She'll go from Field is not a fraud, Timothy Holmseth is a hero was one of them, and now it's leave Diane Napoles alone. I mean, that's her MO. She does that all the time. She used to do it with a Twitter account that's still up. She would just change your bio around. Now she's got up there the truth is something or other. But Chad, Susan is probably about 60 years old now. She runs a Domino's Pizza, it's Domino's Pizza down in, I'm 69. I am now I'm the same age as the year that I graduated from high school, so figure that one out. 1969, I graduated high school. But I'm drinking Pepsi. That's what all that sound is. I'm known for drinking Pepsi when I'm on the air. Goes in one end, goes out the other. Denise is in England. Yeah. Now, if I could sing as good as Kermit the Frog, I'd be good. I'd be better off. Oh my God. That's a trip. Anything's possible, Chad. You know, a successful pizza franchise like that, you can knock down about $300,000-400,000 a year. So she'd have the money to, you know, spit out for Timmy. Yeah. Okay. Just happened 2 minutes ago. Our friend came up. Still has the leave Diana Napoles alone. Stand down, old man. Yeah, that's the same thing she's using. Let's see. Let me check and see if she's. Wow, she's built up quite a following. Freefield McConnell. Okay. Let's see. She says, is Kirk doing enough? I like Kirk, but feel he may be in over his head. I am very concerned. I don't know everything that is going on. I think Timmy has assured us that Trump is involved. God, if she drank the Kool-Aid. Let's see. Well, somebody's getting attacked besides me. Okay, here we go. She mentioned me again. She tweeted this on the 19th. Everyone that is on Timothy Holmseth's team, please tweet this evil man and tell him to leave Tim's kids alone. QAnon, Mega, KAG, whatever the hell that is, and Pedogate. And then this says a comment I made about the photos. Okay, and this is another one she's wrote. Mert has been incredibly rude to Diana Napoles, Timothy, Field, Trenton Duckett's family, and was banned from attending the Caylee Anthony Memorial in Orlando. He is very mean. Levi, you know the story behind that, because the Ducketts, number one, me and the Ducketts never got along because they didn't like my followers, but the Ducketts banned Nancy Grace from the ceremony. It was a private ceremony, so they had the right to do that. And they banned a local reporter from Orlando, at least one of them. and they made a DVD and sold it to everybody. So it's really weird. And I wasn't even there for the ceremony. There was supposed to be some wacky group that was going to protest the thing, and they never showed up. Let's see what else she's doing. Okay, just... That mother should be ashamed of herself. I am crying for what she has done to Timothy and that little girl with these false accusations. Dear God, please heal that woman's evil heart. Now, I'm not going to say who she's talking about, but that's somebody that is part of the anti-field group. And another one. Please retweet if you think real Donald Trump will get our hero and Children's Crusade founder Field McConnell out of jail. Flag, flag, pray, pray. Christian Warriors Unite. Mega, CAG, Petergate, QAnon, Free Field McConnell. And there's a Facebook page that she's put up. Okay, here we go again. Replying to someone and me. He is helping victims, Tim. He and people like Diana Annapolis are out to expose the child sex cults. Please do your research. Well, if people would do research on Diana Annapolis, they'd be in for a rude awakening. That woman and Timothy Holmseth should get married because they did exactly the same thing. Diana Annapolis is a woman who back in the 90s got real wound up with this satanic ritual abuse thing. And she stalked Steven Spielberg and a woman that used to play medium on television on the TV series. Jennifer Love Hewitt, I believe her name was. And Diana Annapolis has been out of the loop since 2005, I believe, is when she got convicted, was told to stay off the internet, all this stuff. And she, you know, if she's back on the internet, she's going to be back in jail again because she was a real bad person. And again, she writes, Diana Annapolis is aware of what you freaks are doing. Replying to, what the F are you talking about? I love this one. Timothy is with the high command, Jesus and Trump, my savior and my hero. That is good enough for this Southern gal. Well, this Southern gal apparently doesn't know the 10 Commandments. And this was one directed at me. If love permits perverts, I would love you. Hence, I cannot stand you. Timothy Holmseth fights perverts. Accusing me of a pervert. She's done it before. And she says, I will stand by Timothy Holmseth no matter what. And she sent me a GIF. Just listen, you big bully, just leave him alone. I guess poor little Tim can't defend himself. And she sent another one with Donald A. Trump with these weird glasses. Just deal with it. Another one, you are a fraud. McConnell is a hero. Oh, I haven't seen this one. Star Trek thing. Please delete your account. So I guess that she believes in censorship. You are mean. Well, of course I'm mean. I got, Tim Holmseth made me mean. Yes, it is on Twitter. I'm reading her tweets. I don't know how long this will be up because she keeps taking it down. But I'll put the link to this account in the room, and you guys can keep an eye out for it because the account goes up and down. Once she's aware that I've read some of her tweets, she takes it down. It was down for most of today. But this, if anything, it's entertaining, and it shows you just how off the deep end these people are. Because they put up there about Diana Annapolis, so naturally people are going to go and see who Diana Annapolis. This is a woman that is a very, very adamant supporter of Timothy Homseth. I would suspect that her name is Susan Ehrman, and she lives just west of Virginia Beach. She has a Domino's Pizza franchise, and Levi can tell you all about her because he's had to put up with this woman. The woman's goal in life is to make sure that Levi Page does not have a career in broadcasting. She wants him off the air. And she wants me off the internet. And I think she's got a dossier on me. Okay, 3 minutes. Just came up. Witness 1, Levi Page. You too, stop, in all caps. So she may be here. If you're here, Susan, hi. Welcome to the club. Let everybody know you're here. But this woman, she's so obvious. She did the same thing with her primary account. The exact same thing. She keeps the same @name, which is Free Field 1, but she keeps changing the title of the page. Yeah, she is I can't think of the word, but she is a mega fan, which is appropriate, I think. Yeah, Timothy, I can do no wrong in this woman's eyes. And the thing of it is, the part of the reason is that she hates Kim Picazio as much as Tim Homseth does. And she doesn't like, that's Levi Page. That was the same person. She's been after his butt since the beginning because he doesn't like, well, a lot of people have been rude to me. It's the nature of the internet. I mean, one woman that was rude to me for years, we're now good friends because we found out we were being played against each other by someone just like this woman here. Well, she is. Because if you had seen some of the stuff this woman's done over there, Levi, it boils down that you're a friend of Kim's. That's all it took. Once you became friend of Kim's, that's all she wrote. That's why Tim is after me. And it's why this woman's after me, because I'm friends with the both of you. I mean, she came after me and begged me over and over and over again to join her in getting you off the air. She wanted you away from AHL land. She did not want you in a broadcast career. She called, I don't know how many times that woman has called HLN to get you screwed up and careerless. I mean, this woman is obsessed to the nth degree with the three of us. And it's just, it's mind-boggling. I've never met the woman. I think I talked to her on the phone twice, and I could tell from talking to her that she was off the deep end. And it was funny. There was a blogger in Atlanta. She hired a private detective here in Orlando to try and find out who this woman was, and then she wouldn't pay the guy. And the guy says, I don't work for free. So, it's weird. Well, she is delusional. She thought that she could call up HLN and anyone else that she could think of and destroy your career. And, media are used to this sort of thing. They know they're going to get these trolls that call in, no matter who it is. I mean, Nancy. How many people have called in on Nancy? Ruby, the reason why she was after Levi is because Levi called out Tim on some of the crap that he was doing back in the Haley Cummings case. And also, when Tim started attacking Kim Pacazio, he came to Kim's defense. Levi Page and Kim, I believe, you could clarify that, Levi, have appeared together on at least one segment of HLN, and probably more than that. But Levi Page and Kim Pacazio have been close friends for years. Well, back then, Levi, Susan really wasn't that bad to talk to. It was very brief because we had to come up with a way to make sure it was her when, she put up something online. We had a little code that she would send me through direct message to let me know that it was really her. And she dropped doing that. And, that's, it was like a 10 or 15 minute phone call. Nothing ever became of it, but, she kept making it clear that she wanted to do everything she could to destroy Levi. And when I wouldn't go along with it, she turned on me. And she basically told me she was going to destroy me. Well, whatever it is, it's crazy, Lux, because this woman is something else. Well, it's been 6 minutes since she did anything. See, as long as I don't reply to her, she won't take down her Twitter account. The minute I reply to her, she gives it about an hour and then she takes it down. She's like me. She's on late. Fake reality, you're correct. Tim has gone nowhere. And Levi is shot like a rocket in the media. He does an excellent job. He's got his own show. He does podcasts. Very professional at what he does. He has a lot of very good connections. Like I said earlier, he's had Teresa Griffith with him since the beginning, and she is the owner of one of the largest true crime social media websites on the internet right now. He's very good friends with Nancy Grace. He's very good friends with Kim Pacazio. He has a lot of connections, and he's very well worth listening to. Oh, yeah. And, remember Levi, she had this thing with the underwear. She kept saying, there are pictures of you in your underwear. And I said, what the hell do I care about that? I'm in my underwear. All right, well, I'm in fully clothed, but, I go to bed. I don't wear my clothes to bed. I sleep in my underwear. I mean, good grief. But she used to have tidy whities, is what she called them. She would say, Levi Page and his tidy whities. And I went, man, woman, I mean, you get some freaking help. My God, I couldn't believe some of the stuff that she would put up. And it's always the tidy whities. And Tim is just as bad. And what's funny is Tim is actually worse than Susan. I mean, his stuff is really out there. I mean, when you stop and think, here is a guy that is a unemployed pizza delivery driver. And this guy is a media spokesman for the President of the United States in this super, really, really secret task force. Used to be the Pentagon Pedophile Task Force. Now it's just Task Force. I mean, really? God. Yeah, I just, and the fact that people who are supposedly intelligent, like a real estate professional, believe this crap. I mean, you go over to Randy Erickson's Facebook page and read some of the crap that she posts over there. She's just as bad as Tim is. Yeah, that video with him and his ulcer is kind of... Oh, here we go. 29 seconds. Mert, Levi Page TV. You two have joined forces. Noted. So, she found out about this chat and she is in here. But she does not have the courage to come in. Isn't that interesting? So, she just admitted that she's in my room. Or at least is watching the webcast. That is rich. It's called freedom of speech, you dumb woman. Yeah, I don't know if you got this one blocked, Levi, but it's going to be on your Twitter because she put your Twitter page up there. Kazik. Okay, she's not on her phone. Okay. Yeah, this woman is batshit, quite literally. Alright, it's going to take a minute. Boy, this thing is not acting right. Alright, now give this a minute. This was just put up 29 seconds ago. This girl is an absolute trip. Yeah, you don't have to log into the YouTube to watch the videos. You can lurk. And she follows my Twitter page. She doesn't follow it. She basically lurks. I tried blocking every time I block her, she comes up with a new one, so I gave up trying to block her. I said, screw this, I'll just let her rumble. Yeah, I'd say, she's the biggest chicken in the world. She doesn't use her own name, refuses to identify herself, and she keeps doing it. I've told her, I said, go to the damn cops. I even gave their number to the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Said, give them a call. Send them what you got. I told Timothy, I said, Timothy, call the FBI. And he blocked me from Facebook. I don't have access to his Facebook. I have to have people go in there and read it for me. Ooh, I set a record, 4 hours. Oh boy. She's welcome to watch us. I don't care. I mean, it drives my numbers up. I got 42 people watching this thing, so she's 41 of 42 people. If she disappeared from the room, I'd have 41 people. So, what are you going to do? It doesn't matter if it's young or old. I mean, God. I mean, what's the big deal? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, number one, I don't know how the hell did she get her hands on that picture in the first place? Well, Marty, after a while, you get used to it. It's just like you're in a war, you're getting bombed. At first, you're scared witlessness, and then after a while, it's like, well, another day, another bomb. What are you gonna do? Just hope the damn thing doesn't hit me. I've been bombarded with this crap for 12 years. I even got, back in the days of Trenton Duckett, which was 2006. When I started following that case, there were flakes over in that one that were bombarding me, but I wasn't on live chat back then. It was, on topics. On topics, it was a lady by the name of Ruby. And Ruby was something else. And then I had somebody actually tried to collect insurance pretending to be my daughter. I don't have a daughter. I don't have any children anymore. And that was weird. The insurance company called me up and they said, your daughter wants to know something about you so she can put you on her insurance. And I said, what daughter? And they said, well, and she came up with a name, and I said, no, I don't have a daughter. So they said, well, we'll investigate this one for fraud. And I never heard anything about it. But this Ruby would challenge me on things. It's really weird. Yeah, as long as she keeps it up, if you go through her Twitter log, because she, once she knows I'm reading her Twitter feed, it eventually goes down. Okay, that's 2 minutes, so she didn't, what she's doing is she's dropping me off the tag. So I've had to bring up, unless she blocks me, I can keep reading this thing. Yeah. I will be composing an email in support of both Phil McConnell and Tim Homseth. Thank you. Oh, that ought to be interesting. I missed that one. Because if she doesn't tag me, I don't find out about her tweets unless I go into her log, which I'm doing right now. That's an absolute trip. Oh yeah, mine'd have a field day with this woman. Could call her and order a pizza. Come on, Free Phil, you got to come up with something better than this. I mean, you got 40, right now you got, well, we lost one, that might be her. You got 41 people wanting to read your tweets. Now's a chance for you to, well, we lost another one. I'm starting to bore people to death. Because, boy, I hadn't realized how long I'd been doing this. Yeah, crazy sure loves crazy. See, what time is it? Yeah, 1:51 in the morning. I don't have anything much going on. Oh, I gained 2, lost 1. I'm bouncing around between 41 and 42. I appreciate the patience of some of you guys. This takes me back to the good old days, and I used to run for 20 hours at a time. I would just leave this thing open, and it would go on and on and on. I just learned to control my temper, and anymore it's just, as the truth comes out, people are beginning to realize it, and I don't have to worry so much anymore. Plus, the damage is done. You search Mert Witness 1, Mert Witness 1 Live, William K. Murtaugh on the internet. I have got a bad reputation on the internet. I mean, there is so much bad stuff about me out there. It would scare you guys into pieces. I mean, that's what happens when you get people after you. They just tear you into a million pieces. They don't care. I lost my business because of these people, but they don't care. They keep on doing it. you're kidding, because I was seeing something. I've lost track of it. It said something wrong. Where'd it go? I don't know. Screw it. You must be in the same time zone, Ellen. I'm in Florida. That's Eastern time. 6:52. Damn, you're over on the other side of the pond. Lux, where the heck are you from? Good God, I got pee. I've gone global. Of course, I used to do it too. There's a very good friend of mine. Yeah, STI Auto Sales. I had three business plans. I was retail, wholesale, car dealer. I dealt in antique and collector cars, and I also leased news vans, media vehicles. I had a fabricator over on the West Coast. They would call me up. The person who wanted to lease a car, and it's usually a second or third tier media outlet. They would build the van, and I would lease it to them. Yeah, it's a tax thing for the, if you don't own the vehicle, you don't have to compute. Scottish. Well, I have Irish heritage. But, it was a tax thing. If the TV station doesn't own the van, they don't have to do depreciation, count it as, the tax burden falls on me. And then I do the same thing. It's just shifting the tax obligation from one party to another. And plus, they don't have to worry about trading the vehicle in and getting a new one. They just call me up. See, we need another van. Every 4 years, I'd lease out another van. And that all went up in smoke for a couple reasons. 2 degrees. That's why I moved down here. I was born and raised in Elmira, New York, which is on the southern tier below the Finger Lakes. 60 miles west of Binghamton, New York on Route 17. It dropped down to, what I understand, it dropped down to like 45 degrees in Orlando yesterday, and now it's back up again. Ugh. What do we got? Okay, here we go. President Trump and Melania are behind the task force. Are you scared? Nope. Because you've been into the cooking sherry again, Susan. This is... I get the biggest kick out of these people. It's funny. Back in 2010, 2011, President Trump wasn't even heard of. And there was no task force. There was none of the stuff. There was back then, Tim was a witness for the Justice Department. He was a witness for the FBI. And all that stuff. Yeah, I had a woman send me a picture of a noose, told me to try it on. I had a woman say that if I died, she'd come and pee in my grave. It's actually the same woman. I've been swatted twice. And I talked about that in a recent video. That's the funniest story. Somebody accused me of staging a fake suicide. There's the infamous chats where they said I was talking about raping children and looking for children in malls and stuff like that. I mean, God, some of the stuff that's out there, I'm surprised you guys would even be on here if you saw that. But that's the purpose of it. You see, they want, every time, you'll notice the pattern that every time that I confront Timothy Homseth with something, he writes an article about me. And he brings up all this old crap from 10, 12 years ago. And now this Free Field 1 is doing the same thing. And I don't know what this thing is with Diana Naples. I don't care about Diana Naples. I mean, the woman, I didn't know the woman was still alive. Because the last I heard, Diana Naples was in bad health. So it's good to know she's still alive. She's nuttier than a fruitcake, but she's still alive, apparently. But this business with the Trumps, I mean, and give me a flocking break. I mean, that just really, it really is interesting that she would think that the President of the United States and the First Lady have anything to do with Timothy Charles Holmes. You know, because if that was the case, all President Trump would have to do is call up the governor of the state of Florida and say, leave Phil McConnell alone. Tear up that extradition order. Ain't gonna happen. So, you know, what the hey? But people believe in this stuff. Yeah, it's really sad. You know, you go over to Randy Erickson's page, and the stuff they write over there is, I mean, we'll leave Susan alone for a while. Let's go over and see what's going on over there. All right, Timmy, what are you up to? All right, what the hell is this? Timothy Holmes says 7 hours ago has put up, which one do you represent? A natural person or an artificial person? What in the hell is this? Damn the stuff he comes up with. Oh, that's his War Castle thing. Evil plans for our enslavement. Must see. He put this up 7 hours ago. November 10th, 2019. History of our country was hijacked. Our birth certificates makes us slaves. How our straw man declares us dead and makes us possession of the Vatican. It's got a picture of the flag of Israel with a no sign in it. So these are anti-Semitic people. And it's up on BitChute. I'm not even going to play this. This thing is 1 hour and 20 minutes long. Who the hell did this one? It took Tim this long to find it? Shit, I don't care. It's, you know, I believe in the Free Amendment. He doesn't. Yeah, he filed a slap lawsuit against me. And all I had, you know, it's funny at the time. I don't know who War Castle is. I've heard about it. And then he writes, this was yesterday, or let's see, it was the day before because now it's the 21st. Republican Ron DeSantis hasn't signed a governor's warrant to extradite U.S. Marine and 9/11 Boeing whistleblower Phil McConnell, who was kidnapped off the street in Plum City, Wisconsin. No, he was not kidnapped off the street. They came to his house, politely read him that he was under arrest. He did not resist. He turned around. They cuffed him, put him in the car, and off they went. And again, he's saying that President Trump and Governor DeSantis are good friends. I heard they talk privately. I don't believe President Trump or Pentagon investigators of international crimes are against humanity like scumbag kidnappers and effing with a hero 70-year-old Marine. You get the feeling the good guys are getting ready to ship the pedo monsters to Guantanamo. Ah, love it. And people, you read the comments and people actually believe this. Wish they didn't Sam. And, this is where it gets dangerous. Wish they'd just send troops to free field. He should have been released today. Actually, never should have been in jail. Blah, 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 blah. This is the kind of people that just love this. And this is a YouTube video. Huh. Well, but, that's crazy world out there. Oh, this must be... Oh, I can't get on Facebook with my account. That's right. Monty's back on at 2 o'clock in the morning? Ew. Boy, Monty, you're as obsessed with this as I am. Boy, poor YouTube. They're going to be wondering what the hell to do with this one. Okay, we've been on the air 12, 13. We've been on the air 4 hours and 58 minutes. And, well, another one bites the dust. I've lost a couple. Thank you for that, Ruby. Yeah, Crowdsource has actually done me a big favor. I gotta see what my latest subscriber account is. Let me go up there. Yeah, good night to all that are dropping out. Okay, I'm up to 606. I appreciate each and every one of those people that have subscribed. That's, it's amazing that I've got that many people that want to pay attention to what I do. But the record for webcast, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. The record for webcast, when I was interviewed by Channel 6, I had 4,000 subscribers. And that's, it would be interesting to get back up there again. Of course, then you go over to Phil McConnell, and he's got 44,000. You go over to Monty, and he's got thousands of people. I mean, Judas Priest. And the thing I like about it with Monty is all he has is a camera facing the wall. It's nothing fancy. He just sits there and does his piece. And he's got all these damn people. It's amazing. And I'm glad that, because, you get some of these YouTubers, especially like Crowdsource, they got professional grade graphics, they got top of the line equipment, they're just like a commercial station and all that. And yet guys like Monty, they can get on there, state their piece, and they get 40-some thousand people on their list. I'm trying to find him. I don't see him up on YouTube as a current webcaster. Let me see. Oh yeah, there he is. Huh. He's at 48. That's it. All right, I gotta see what's going on over here. Alright. Right, Monty's like me. He's a night owl. Wrapping up my stream. As long as I'm just sitting here having a fun all the time. This takes me back to the days when I've done 10, 15-hour streaks where all I do is just sit here and screw around. Well, B, you have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. I don't Marty, I've been thinking about that. I do have a PayPal account that I use for, I buy stuff on Amazon and eBay all the time, and I've never really set the thing up yet. I've been told by a number of people to do it. And what's funny is way back when I had my live stream and people offered to send me money and stuff, I actually set up PayPal, and I was crucified to the end of the earth for doing it. They said, you're making money off the death of a child, and blah, 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 blah. And it's one of the things that destroyed my channel, because I wasn't, people just offered, and they kept begging me to set it up. And I said, well, finally, I said, all right, it's there. And, I didn't actively solicit donations or anything, and the haters went ballistic. They called up the state of Florida, reported me for being a fake charity. I mean, they did all kinds of crap. And so for years, I do everything for free, and I really haven't thought about doing it again. But if I'm going to be going around the country covering all these trials, I'm going to have to do it. Because it's, I've been doing stuff and putting my own money out there, and it's getting pretty expensive. I just spent $3,000 on this new computer setup, and this stuff gets expensive. So I may do it. I mean, if somebody wants to send me $1 or $2, I don't care. I mean, so I'll figure it out here. I got kind of a full plate, so it may take me a while, but yeah, I do have a PayPal. I just haven't set it up for, you're a bit of a night owl tonight, Levi. I haven't gone through the mechanism of setting it up, and I have no idea how to do Patreon. I'm going to have to go talk to those people. Because what I want to be able to do is go to trials and events throughout the country. If I had a mechanism in place, I would fly up and be in Plum City the 23rd to cover that trial. I would have been up in East Grand Forks to cover Tim Holmseth. Because that's what I do. I live stream directly from the scene. Levi could tell you, when Derek Lassiter had his trial, I went to Kentucky, I think, 2 or 3 times. I went to Columbus, Ohio, and I interviewed Alexander Goddard. First time we ever met. I interviewed her. I never did, because of equipment problems I had at the time. I never put up her interview. I might do that, because Alexander Goddard has come a long way. I would highly recommend, if you people can find it, Roll Red Roll. Alex Goddard got into exposing probably one of the biggest date rape cases in the history of the country. Anonymous got involved with that. It was an amazing time, and Alex Goddard was there in the middle of all of it, and a documentary company did a documentary on her efforts, and I believe that the producer of that film is up for an award, maybe even an Oscar, an Emmy. No, an Oscar. This is in the movie industry. It's going to be in the documentary category. Alex said something about it recently, so that's pretty neat. And that would be funny as hell to see Alexander Goddard be out in California and they bring her up on stage if they win that. Well, I'll probably do that. Because what the heck, I'm not gonna beg people to send me money. If they want to send me money, it's what did Monty just put up? They're more than welcome to. But it would help, get the funds that I'm going to need to do the traveling, because that's all it would be for. I would tuck it away and use it for these trips that I'm going to be going on. Fort Lauderdale's not going to be a big deal because it's a 4-hour drive from my house, and I can just get in my little Honda Fit and be down there in 4 hours. or less, depending on where the cops are on the turnpike. And the thing gets 30 miles to the gallon, so I just run down there, do my coverage, come back. And you people that get to go on a road trip with me, because I'd live stream all the way down. I've done it before. I used to drive all over Orlando, stuck a webcam up, well, I had my van back then, and so I drive my news van all over Florida, or all over Orlando. And then once I went up to my dealership, so I stuck the thing in my pickup truck, and I went up there, because I was towing a car up to my dealership, so I went up to Apalaka. One time I took the van up, and briefly covered the search for Haley Cummings when Texas EquiSearch came to town. And the people in my room had given $400 or $500 to donate to the cause of searching for Haley Cummings, and that was given directly to Texas EquiSearch. So that's the kind of thing I like to do. And Levi actually had an idea of doing something like that with Tricia Griffith, and those two would be a hell of a team. They'd concentrate on a case, and they'd go to the scene of the case, and that'd be a sight if they ever get that going. That'd be really interesting. Yeah, Levi, you would do good on YouTube because you got a big following. The only thing you want to watch is this COPA business is really screwed up YouTube. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen after the first of the year. I may have to shift to a different service. I may multicast anyway from some of the other services. You can stream on Facebook, as you know. You may want to get into streaming on multiple platforms, because that way you get different people from different areas. Boy. What? Okay, somebody tell me what Phil is talking about. He's really going off. I love watching him. He's going, rada, 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 rada. Definitely have to get my camera set up. Because I misplaced my webcam, and I've got to get one of my other cameras out there. Scottish rock candy. That's interesting. $110 people are watching Monty at 3 o'clock in the morning. Holy mackerel. I thought I was the only one that wasn't late. Well, let's see. Where am I at? 5 hours and 10 minutes. I have a feeling this one ain't going to get recorded, which is fine. Because I think I would have got a copyright strike for playing that song in here. Even though somebody had it on their channel. Yeah, you're getting people from the other side of the pond coming into Monty's chat. Police are so sovereign. Somebody doesn't like the police. Talking about Dr. Goodvibes kicking Kirk out. Well, no shit. You know, Dr. Goodvibes, he's really betraying his friend by allowing Kirk to be in the house. Yeah, welcome to the bouncing. Be back in a second. I gotta do an errand here. Won't take long. Pepsi time along with other things. Alright, loaded up on the Pepsi, so we're set for a little bit here. Whew, 123 people. And it's the shadow. He's leaning forward and you see this big ass shadow on the wall. Yeah, somebody just commented about it too. Slick. He is most likely estranged from his children. Actually, I don't think so. The daughter and son support him, if he's talking about Timmy. Okay, what have I missed here? Well, I'm back, so you can say goodbye, B. I appreciate you being here. You're welcome back anytime. I might do another chat tomorrow night and do this whole thing. Another 3 hours or so. Because I really don't care if this gets recorded or not. You know, if it does, it does. Back in the day, unless I hit the recorder on my software, it didn't get recorded. I was over on Pal Talk. Thank you, B. I'm going to try and improve this to where I do a better job of putting content in here. Right now, it's just kind of, I'm on a learning curve. I've got to play around. I've got 3 different pieces of software that I use when I'm live streaming, and I'm going to go through each one of them to see which is the best one. OBS is a nice piece of software, but the setting up of the scenes is kind of weird. Eager Beaver. Uh-huh. I'm going to ask him for permission to send his audio in here, because I can't do video yet. And tell him that I don't have audio on. Then Marty, the name doesn't ring a bell. My dealership, I had 2 offices, one in Palatka and the other down north, in North Ocala. It was on Highway 301 next to a Caterpillar dealership. They did a lot of overhauls and stuff like that. My company was STI Auto Sales. And it stood for Satellite Truck Innovations. What's this link he's putting up? Yeah, oh, that's Agent 19 apparently. Oh, really? Yeah, I haven't been up to Ocala in years. I closed I had to close that particular office down because it was costing too much to run it. There's like 100 small dealerships up and down 301, and it wasn't viable. So we basically concentrated up in Palatka because we were doing pretty good up there. So we stayed in Palatka, and then it was a combination of the economy and the haters on the internet and my wife dying. I just had to close the dealership down, and I hated to do it, but I ran out of money, quite literally. Yeah, really interesting. Yeah, the names doesn't ring a bell. I might have run into them. I used to buy cars from the one Ocala auction that was just east of 75, or just what? Yeah, see, that would be west of 75. There, can't remember. Yeah, there's some really nice places. Ocala is a horse country. A lot of racehorses up there. So if you drive like up Highway 27 and like that, there's all these horses out there, and you'll see horses that are worth anywhere from $1 million to $10 million out there, because there's a lot of Triple Crown winners are boarded up there. I was thinking of doing some road trips where I would drive around and show people Florida. All you people that are in 6 feet of snow can see what it's like in Florida in the middle of February. See all the snow we got down here in February. Yeah, it was one of those things that happens. In 2001, I lost my son to diabetes, and he was our only child. Kathy got adult onset diabetes, and so she passed away. Her birthday had been on December 31st, and she died she died the next year on January 11th. So, she was a good woman. Had a lot of fun with her, but she had stents put in her carotid artery, and the other one basically let loose, and she was gone instantly. It was, she was on my shoulder, and I thought she fell asleep, and it turned out she wasn't. And so that was kind of a rough patch I went through for a couple of years. And, you just never really get over something like that. So, basically I'm a widower now. But, life goes on. Think about them every once in a while. Because you never really, with a child, the sting of losing a child really never goes away. It's always there. John was 25 years old when he passed. And it was one of those rough things, and what's odd about it is he died on August 24th, and that's, and 6 years later, on August 24th, Trenton Duckett went missing. That's why I got into this. It's because I know what it's like to outlive a child. And I don't like to see parents do that. And it's also why I don't understand why people like Casey Anthony would do something to her child. Because she's outlived her child, and I just don't understand that. And it's the same with Haley Cummings. I'm pretty sure it's a family member that had something to do with that. Somebody in her family network that caused that child to pass on. And so you've got a father and a mother that have outlived their daughter. And I don't know how they can survive that, especially under those circumstances. And that's, you had this happen all over the country where parents outlive their child for whatever reason, and then somebody like Timothy Charles Holmseth comes along and takes advantage of that. And that's what makes me angry. You know, to take advantage of families because they've lost their child and go and make her read a book and go on the internet and say that child was eaten in a satanic ritual. That's what he does. You know, and this stuff gets back to the family. You know, that Tim Holmseth is making these claims and just, you know, just stabbing him in the heart, and then you just take and you twist the knife. And it makes the hurt that much greater. And I don't understand it. I don't understand how somebody could be that cruel. You know, I would think, you know, if Timothy Charles Holmseth were to think, what if somebody said that about his child? You know, something happened to his child, maybe he wandered off, fate is unknown, and the next thing some people are saying that somebody kidnapped Timothy Charles Holmseth's child, sold him to a satanic cult ritual, and they ate his blood, or ate him, and sucked on his blood. And, you know, I think Tim Holmseth would have been real mad if somebody had done that. And yet, that's what he does. You know, it infuriates me. I can't understand the heartlessness of Tim Holmseth. And I can't understand the heartlessness of Field McConnell, because he encourages it. He doesn't take the time to think about what Timmy is doing to the families of these people, of these children. To come out with these outrageous theories about what happens to these children. And, you know, every once in a while, the families are going to hear about it. They're going to say, who is this guy? Why is he doing this with our child? It's hard enough that we have to live with the fact that our child is gone, and this guy from out of nowhere makes these sick accusations on the internet. Now, he's gotten involved with the Waterlings, and the Waterlings can't stand him because of the child. He probably had. I don't know what he's saying about his daughter. That's the first I've heard of that one, but it doesn't surprise me. As far as I know, she supports him. You know, she did a complaint here a while back about people going after her with death threats and stuff, and after her children because of her father. And it's like, she doesn't step in to do anything about it. She still follows him. So, you know, what are you going to do? If she's going to enable him, just like everybody else, he's not going to stop. Somebody's got to intervene that can get, you know, that can get him some help. You know, so, I don't know. You know, all I can do is get out there. My word, 49,700 subscribers on that channel. That is absolutely amazing. I got to put it to Monograph. He knows what he's doing to get that many people on that channel. That is absolutely amazing. Man, I would love to have that many people. You know, I'm content with what I have, but boy, you got to give the guy a lot of respect for having those numbers. That's simply amazing. He's got 147, well, he lost one, 146 people. Age at 19's in there. That's interesting. Yeah, Tim, I don't believe it. Tim lies. He just you can't believe anything the guy says. He lies. Yeah. Just, he was a liar from the get-go. I mean, he made unbelievable statements way back, this protected witness stuff that he came up with. It was weird back then. And then once he started expanding his suspect base to governors, attorney generals, police chiefs, sheriffs, anybody you could imagine. And, then of course he went after everybody. I mean, it's just, after a while, people have got to start saying, this guy is, there's something empty in that man's head and in his heart. He has no heart. He's just an empty person. I don't know. He's a shell of a person. And I don't think somebody like that, you can't get through to him. You really can't. You can, well, let me know. I'll listen to your podcast like I always do, Levi, because you do a good job putting things together. And I encourage anybody out there, spread the word about Levi. He's a good man. He's a good man to listen to. He's very professional, and he has a lot of insight into the world of true crime. And you'll learn a lot about Tim Homseth by listening to Levi, because Liam and I both have had to put up with Tim Homseth for years. Speaking of which, I'm going to go over to Twitter and see what our resident idiot is saying. Oh, I got 6. Let's see who this is. Yeah, I would love to see Diana Annapolis in Broward County. That would be fun. Oh, here we go. Mert Witness 1. How often are you in Palatka? Are you confessing live? Drinking more Pepsi, old man? Boy, she's keeping some long hours tonight. And Susan, I drink a lot of Pepsi. I've drank it for years. Got a gif of Donald Trump and Melania walking. Again, neither one of these people have even heard of Tim Homseth. Let's see. 21 minutes ago, Diana Annapolis will be in Broward County to audit the injustice if Phil has to go down there. Well, she better start making plane reservations, because he'll be down there, more than likely in February, possibly March. Why do you attack Timothy's children? Is nothing off limits to you? Who pays you? Susan, I am not attacking Timothy's children. I am not the one who took the pictures. I'm surprised you don't understand that. Timothy Homseth either took those pictures or had someone take those pictures of a child that was probably 7 or 8 years old in a woman's dress wearing high heels. And according to the court papers, Timothy Charles Homseth allowed his son to dress in a thong. And he told his mother that Timothy Charles Homseth had told him that his mother hates him. And you don't care? Do you not have children of your own? I don't know. I can't figure out people like this Freefield 1, if it's who I think it is. Why support someone that would allow her children, or his children, to have pictures like that? And this is the thing that nobody is thinking about here. This is the thing that Freefield 1 isn't thinking about. The pictures were distributed. They weren't private. Nobody broke into Tim Homseth's house and stole those pictures. Somebody put them out there. Somebody shared them. Whoever took the pictures may have shared them. How did these pictures get on the internet? Answer that one, Freefield 1. How did they get on the internet? Why are hundreds, if not thousands of people seeing the pictures that I have not put on the internet. Why? I'm not the one putting his face out there. I'm not the one showing Tim in a weird position with his son, with men's clothing all over the floor, and Tim Homseth in pajamas. And there's a woman in the background peeking at all this, out of sight. And either a timer on the camera or someone behind that camera taking pictures. Answer those questions. Freefield 1. Answer them. You're here in the room. Get on your little keyboard. Start typing away. Let everybody... I got 33 people in this room. Let these 33 people... You don't care about Levi's tidy whities. Well, you did for years. That's all I got out of you. Kept wanting to send me pictures. You said you had 2 pictures of them. You had all this dirt on Levi page that you wanted to send me. Never did. But you said you had it. You called HLN, tried to get Levi fired. You called every TV station in the state of Tennessee, every single solitary one of them, trying to make sure that Levi didn't get a job. So you certainly did care. You were obsessed with him. You hated him. You still do. You mentioned him tonight. And why? Why care so much about Levi? One reason. Because of your obsession with Timothy Charles Homseth and his false accusations against the mother of 3 children. That's all it is. Now, Timothy Charles Homseth could have easily have moved on, done all these conspiracy theories without mentioning that woman's name, and everything would have been honky-dory. But he insisted on getting her involved in something that she was not guilty of. And he paid the price. And now Field McConnell is paying the price because your hero, put it in his head that this woman was guilty. Field McConnell never met the woman. Field McConnell didn't fly down to Florida and investigate the case. Neither have you, by the way. Field McConnell did no research. All he did was read that weird book of yours and decide, hey, I can make some money off of this. In a way, he went on a show. Me, I don't care. The funniest thing is, Freefield 1, if Timothy Homseth had let me alone in the beginning and ignored me, just let me do my thing, I wouldn't be here tonight talking about him. I'd be talking about something else. But no, you had to get involved. Tim had to get involved because of whatever beef you had with the people involved with the Haley Cummings case. The 2 of you have got a colossal burr up your ass over Kim, Levi, me, and these 100 other suspects you've got in your twisted, depraved minds. And that's it. Levi has been ruthlessly... No, he hasn't. He's been defending himself. Levi has been ruthlessly attacked by Tim for years. Levi has been ruthlessly attacked by you. He has been ruthlessly attacked because he wants the truth. He wants to be left alone. He doesn't like having his reputation smeared throughout the country. Field is no hero. Field may have served our country, but Field McConnell is a traitor. Field McConnell is supporting a sick, depraved man who goes around falsely accusing people. Field McConnell has accused a woman of things that she's not guilty of. He has put the safety and security of the mother of 3 children at risk because of your hero, Timothy Charles Homseth. So it's on you, and it's on Tim Homseth if some act of violence happens because of the depraved rantings of you in Timothy Charles Homeseth. That's what we all have to remember here. Anything that happens to Kim or me or Levi or anyone else that you've attacked, blood will be on your hands. People will they'll read your posts, and they will say, Susan and Tim were solely responsible for the death of these people, or for attacks on these people, physically. That'll be on your shoulders. I can't stand these horny people. In case you didn't know, Susan, I'm 70 years old. I'm not capable of being horny anymore. You know, if I was told to produce, I can't produce. You know, the engine died on this car a long time ago. So, yeah. So much for that one. And, you know, I would say that, you know, if anybody's horny, it's Timmy. You know, he was bouncing around on that one video like he was playing basketball, and we know what game he was playing that night, so, you know, what can I say? But, you know, that's all right. You know, the ABC people are keeping an eye on this particular account. So somebody might be coming into your place of business and they won't be ordering people, or won't be ordering pizza. They're going to want to ask you a couple questions, and they're going to be under oath. So that's going to be an interesting day. Because you are getting yourself deeper and deeper into a legal quicksand. You know, so you can keep making your little posts. And you can keep deleting your account and bringing it back. Because every time you put up a post, it automatically gets a screenshot. There's a dozen people taking screenshots of this account of yours. Just like you take screenshots of mine. Which is fine. I have nothing to be guilty about. You're the one that put up. So, what the heck? You just keep twiddling away at these little typing fingers of yours. You know, keep sending the evidence my way. And evidence to all the other people you have accused. We got an ever-growing file. And one of these days, your words are going to come back to bite you. Freefield one. Yeah. We are at 5 hours and 41 minutes. This is Marcia. I've done this for years. Timothy Homeseth is with the High Command. Oh, really? I got a message for you. Okay, let's go up here. Read that little notification there, young lady. That's a felony. Because Tim Homeseth is with the High Command, which means that Tim Homeseth is claiming to be an employee, officer, representative of the United States government. That's a felony. Every time he makes a statement, that's a count. Right now, your High Command is going to get Timothy Charles Homeseth in prison. That's a federal crime. It's reported every time he makes that statement, it gets reported. And they're building up a nice big file. And your little file here, as of 30 seconds ago, has just been screen capped. And that's going to be sent right along back up there. And one of these days, your impact is going to get big enough. Some people with a golden badge are going to come down to your pizza parlor, and they're going to have a nice long talk with you. So you better lawyer up. Maybe I don't know if Gilstead does criminal law or not, you might want to call them up. Because you may need a lawyer. Because this is not fantasy land. This is the real world. You know, Timothy Charles Holmseth does not have any connection whatsoever with the President of the United States. The Vice President of the United States has not put out any attempt to kill Timothy Charles Holmseth. If the Vice President of the United States wanted Tim Holmseth dead, he would be dead. He wouldn't be sitting in the living room or the basement of a $500,000 mansion watching TV and putting this nonsense out there on the internet. Who's that? Oh, I know who this is. Yeah, that's, you know, I'm surprised you picked, Susan, have you read the book? That woman there is a friend of Timothy Charles Holmseth, unless that's you, Lee. You know, Lee is a good woman. So if it's Lee, I don't know why you're going down this path, but if it's not Lee, I kind of be curious as to why you got her picture up there. You know, you remember Radio? Radio went after Emily. Tore her to pieces. Because all Emily did was help Tim with what he was doing. Emily got thanked in Tim Holmseth's book. So if you put that picture up there to attack her, that's pretty mean of you. I have a lot of respect for Emily. I may not agree with her actions, but I consider her a good woman. Now remember what Radio did to Emily? Remember that? And yet, you decided that you wanted to become friends. Rather curious about it. What is this infiltrate stuff? So now you're calling the woman who is probably the biggest help that Timothy Holmseth had a traitor. Kind of interesting, isn't it? This is another example of people that helped Timothy Holmseth and people turned their back on him. You know, Emily took a lot of grief from Radio. Took a lot of grief from a lot of people, just like I did. You forget that. You forget that me, Emily, and a lot of people suffered because of Timothy Charles Holmseth. And that person that made that suffering was Radio News. Forget that, don't you? You even came out on your other Twitter account and said that Radio was a good person. But guess what? I have over 4,000 pages of files by Radio. I know everything she did. And what she did was try to destroy Tim, tried to destroy you, destroyed me, tried to destroy Kim, and that didn't work. Got her taken off the air. So fine. You make me realize that I made a horrific mistake when I tried to defend Tim all those years back. Remember that? It's on my blog. It's on my Twitter account. I tried to defend Tim. That's what got me in trouble with Radio in the first place, is because I tried to defend Tim. I didn't know about Tim back then. I didn't know what kind of a sick, twisted individual Tim was. It took me a while to find out, and boy, when I did, I realized I had made a serious mistake. And I made a mistake of trusting you, too. You want to talk about somebody that's a traitor? You are. Yes, you are. Because you're the only one that knew information. Because I trusted you. And you knew all about this Dianapolis as a dead giveaway. Because nobody, and I mean nobody, knew about Diana Annapolis. Because that happened back before I had a blog. Happened back before I had a website. Happened back when all I did was go on topics, discussion sites, uSleuth, WebSleuth, the Lake County Crew, all those little forums and blogs that were out there in 2006, 2007. Diana Annapolis was never, ever mentioned on any of my blogs. Never, ever mentioned on any of my streams. Not once. And so, you brought her up, not me. I told you to talk to Diana Annapolis. Ask her about the conversation that we had. Ask her about what she sent me in the mail. And you have not done that. Why haven't you talked to Diana Annapolis personally? Diana Annapolis has my telephone number. And I know what Diana Annapolis sounds like on the phones. Diana can call me anytime, and I'll talk to her. What about Arizona? That's where radio used to have her townhouse. Remember? So I don't know what's in Arizona. Except that's where radio had her townhouse. Remember, she had that problem with her asthma or something like that, so she couldn't stay in Atlanta. She'd go out to this place, I believe it was Flagstaff, Arizona. She'd be out there till the pylon count went down in Georgia, and then she'd come back, and she bragged about that. You know, radio used to brag about how wealthy she was. Radio claimed that she was an electrical engineer, worked for AT&T. She also had a degree in mechanical engineering, which I found for a while there. I had to wonder about that, and it's for a reason you know. But then I found out she was lying, because I personally went to AT&T in Atlanta, and I talked to people up there about what this woman claimed and found out that no. Number one, the woman, we don't know anybody like that. And number two, we would never hire anybody under the circumstances she dictated because of competition. We don't want her going from AT&T to another telephone company and giving away our trade secrets. We have non-compete clauses with our contractors. So that went out the window. Atlanta's a cesspool. Well, why? I gather you've been there. I've been to Atlanta. I'm there constantly. I don't care what people think of Atlanta. But your worst enemy lived in Atlanta. Guys, by the way, our friend is in here. She's listening to me right now. So that's why I'm doing this. Yeah, you can, if you want to believe Atlanta's cesspool, knock yourself out. I don't care. Personally, I think that Timothy Charles Holmes says this is a cesspool. I think he's discharged from a toilet. And he's an untreatable discharge. Because he's too much of it. He's clogging the pipes. He's so full of it. So yeah, Timothy Charles Holmes says this is a cesspool. He's a bigger cesspool than Atlanta, Georgia. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm 69 years old, you know. When you get 69, your memory goes to shit. I'm kind of aging myself. So thanks for correcting me. I stand corrected. Yeah, I probably should be paying more attention to my chat. Every once in a while, she pops up with something, so she must be in the she's watching the show. Fort Lauderdale's a cesspool. Oh. Yeah, well. Well, I guess Field McConnell's going to be where he belongs, because shit belongs in a cesspool. Hey, Marty, your city is a cesspool. My goodness. Well, we know where Freefield 1 is. Freefield is in a cesspool. This is neat. This notification, I got two chats going at the same time here. I got my chat, and I've got Freefield 1 over here, just trolling away. This is amazing. And the second she trolls, the screenshot comes up. This hard drive's getting full of shit tonight with all these set pools. Nancy Grace selling Atlanta home, building new home, a whimsical treehouse and playroom are reminders in the monotony. Huh. Interesting. Actually, I thought she had sold that house. She had talked about selling that house before. Zillow.com. Let me go check this one out. That is a nice house. After 18 years and several remodels, $1.599 million. That's really not a lot of money. She could afford a hell of a lot more than that. I like the style of this house. It's a stone front. If any of you can, it's Freefield 1. But this is a nice house. Ooh, look at that. I love that fireplace. Sorry I can't get the video in here. You'd love the fireplace of this house. You could probably look it up on... What the hell? I'll share this on my Twitter, so if anybody has my Twitter, they can see this. This is a nice house. Let me get this out of here. All right, I'm going to share this over on my... see, how do I share this? I want to share this on here. Well, I don't know if I can share that or not. It's on her page, so maybe I can share it from there. I'll just retweet her. What the hell? Do it that way. Yeah, thanks. I'm going to retweet this puppy. Retweet. Anybody that wants to see the story of Nancy Grace's house, I just retweeted it on my Twitter account. So until she takes this down, it'll be up there. But Brookhaven, that's actually a nice part of Atlanta. I've been up in Brookhaven. I love that house. Wow. Oh well. Whimsical tree house and playroom. I wonder what she's doing. Oh, she's building a new house. When was this? Oh, hell, this is 2014. She sold this house a long time ago. I was wondering what was going on. Yeah. This is typical of Astro. She goes back. This is 10 years ago. Sheesh. Oh, my head's going to slush. 5 years ago. But I remember hearing about this, that she sold that house. But the hell, the woman's worth about $10 million. The hell is it? Who gives a shit that she sold the damn house? I swear. But I'm glad she did that. I like that house. Wow. I happen to like that style. I like Fields' house too. Actually, no. I like Nancy herself, but I don't like her style. You know, if anybody is like Hillary Clinton, it's Nancy Grace. The woman is, it's, I guess it's her style. But her style of commentary is never really, who is this? Oh, this is somebody else. Somebody with the good side. Oh, somebody retweeted one of my videos. Thank you. Wanda did that. Nancy Grace gives the Daily Mail a tour of her home. Exclusive tour of her home. Huh. Let's see. This is neat. I gotta see this. Woo! I love those doors. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That's weird. I wonder why I did that. Well, let me go back off. Well, I'll share this one. What the hell? But this must be the new house, because I don't think her old house had this style. Let me see what happens here. Oh, this is a video. Yeah, I can't put that on because it's a copyright, but it's going to be on it'll be on my Twitter. So if you want to see that, oh boy, she's got good taste in houses. You know, getting back to her though, I did not, number one, I didn't like the way she treated Melinda Duckett. She got Melinda Duckett on an interview about Trenton, and she lit into Melinda like she was a prosecutor, and Melinda blew her head off with a shotgun the same day. Wow, she's nothing like promoting her. Yep, let's put her up there. Retweet. I mean, I've got 4,000 people on my Twitter accounts. 4,000 people just found out that Nancy Grace. When was this article? Oh, November 26th. This is current. All right, let's put this out there. Boom. Everybody can read about Nancy Grace. She's going to Fox of all things. But this is Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Now, there's a possibility that Levi Page might be on this. Because I remember Levi was mentioning this. This is how famous Levi is, because he knows people like Nancy Grace. Which Timothy Charles Homestead is jealous as hell that Levi is where he's at. He makes him madder than a wet hen that he's able to be this far. This is one of the things about about Timothy. Very, very jealous man. I should say very, very jealous puppy, since he's the puppy of all these handlers out there. You know, it's like, go fetch, play dead, roll over, do what you're told, Timmy, and we'll feed you your treat. We'll give you a nice little fluffy bed to sleep in. You can watch a little TV. So, but, you know, looks like Nancy's putting a little bit on there. Nancy, you need to go on a diet. You're getting just a little bit enlarged. Maybe it's the camera. But she's very entertaining. I used to talk to Leonard Padilla about her, and he said, oh, that's just her shtick. Yeah, that's just a gimmick she uses. And I said, it might be, but God, I think she could tone it down just a little bit, especially with a mother that just lost her child. Yeah, that's the one thing that made me mad about her is when she did that. And the adoptive parents of Melinda Duckett tried to sue Nancy Grace, and they threw it out of court, I believe. Yeah, Timothy is jealous of everybody. I don't know why he's jealous of me. I'm nothing. I mean, yeah, I got, 32 people in here. My blog, I was lucky if 4 people read that at any one time. I haven't written on that blog in a little bit of a while. I poke over there every once in a while, but, I'm surprised as hell I got 600 people in my room, or in my Twitter page, or YouTube page. I do a little bit better on Twitter. Let's see how many I've got over there right now. Go down here. Let's see. I've got 3,490 followers, which is easy to do. But I'm following more people than that. I'm following 4,900 people. But, I do that. I follow people, they follow back. It's just a thing we do. It's mostly political. But the more people that follow me, the more people that are going to find out about the... let's go back over to notifications. 4 minutes. 3:11 in the morning. And they must have... She usually gets on about this time of night. It's a pattern she's done for years. Oh, no, I'm not criticizing her. I'm just saying that, she... Nancy, when she was on the air, was a very petite woman. She's not very tall to begin with, from what I understand. But, no, she's still attractive. I mean, she's a nice-looking woman. I'm not going to take that away from her. I just don't like her attitude. But personally, she's a smart woman. She's taken her law career and turned it into an asset, even though she's retired. More power to her. Give her a lot of credit. She's a woman in a highly competitive business that for a long time was dominated by the males. And she survived, and she's come out on top. So... I don't dislike her. I just don't like her style. I haven't seen her lately to see how she's been doing on the air, but Nancy is Nancy. I mean, she's got a style. Well, Freefield, you answer that. Because why is Timothy Homseth obsessed with Levi Page? What has he done to be obsessed? This is the funny part. Tim Homseth, for a long time, had walked away from the Cummings case. He didn't care anymore. He was doing his own thing. And yet you and Timothy Homseth kept dragging him back. You did the same thing to me. I went off the air. I was too busy fighting Radio News and a couple of other people to even be bothered with Timothy Homseth, to be bothered with this burr up his ass that he had about Levi Page and all the accusations. I had problems of my own. I didn't care. And yet, out of the blue, Tim starts this all over again. So don't come to me with your complaints. You're the one that's obsessed with Levi Page. You're the one that's obsessed with me. Timothy Charles Homseth, obsessed with Levi Page. Timothy Charles Homseth, obsessed with me. Why? I'm nothing. I'm a retired truck driver that does an occasional blog. Now I'm doing a little bit of live streaming, and you people won't leave me alone. The onus is on you, not me. I don't give a flying fork. I don't care if Tim Homseth has 50,000 people following him around listening to his crap. That's up to, that's 50,000 stupid people. I don't care. But you start accusing me of being a pedophile and driving around in a pedophile van and being the spokesman for an organization that Timothy is saying is eating babies, and I'm going to fight back. That's just the way this dog hunts. So, yeah, it's like Levi. Levi doesn't care about Tim. If you were to quit pestering Levi Page, he'd go on and do his thing, and he wouldn't give a flying flock. Leave Kim alone. What's this thing with Kim? She's not guilty of anything, but yet you have to keep after this stuff, day after day after day after day. Doesn't make any sense. It's crazy. You got a business to run. What are you doing up at 3:15 in the morning? What time do you people open? I mean, God, I'm retired. What in the hell is this? Sometimes I wish you'd explain these pictures. Let's see, this makes absolutely no sense. It's two women standing in a lobby, and the faces are blacked out. What the hell's this? Astro, you mind explaining this picture? Because I don't get it. Who's this supposed to be? You got a blind woman on the left, and a woman of color on the right, and whoever that shadow is up in the upper left-hand corner. I don't get it. I mean, you could come up with a clear... This must have been taken at an airport or something. I don't know. Weird. I mean, you're a weird puppy. Yeah, let's see. Nope. I don't know. I like the girly pictures you put up, this having some attractive women in bathing suits, this old guy, it's kind of like having a nice eye candy. Nancy Grace was HLN. She did a lot of commentary. She was a prosecuting attorney at one time in Atlanta. And when Court TV started up, she would do commentary. She even came down to Orlando when they were doing the coverage of Casey Anthony, and I never got to meet her. That was just wrong place, wrong time. Because what they did is we had the courthouse, and across the street was a construction site, and they set up this big media campus. And they had all the networks, including CNN and HLN down there, and Court TV, and she was up there doing her thing. I think and now that I think it, I think she became famous during the OJ trial. And interesting woman. But, Astro, could you please explain this picture? I don't get it. Number one, it's poor quality. And, it's a picture. If you don't want to explain it, fine. Don't care. Yeah, it's just one of those. That's one of these weird things that you do. So. Oh, I see what's happening. I couldn't figure out why that that tweet keeps coming up. It's because I haven't. Huh. Spies in disguise. I'll wait until it comes on up there. Not much going on. Huh. Boy, I'll tell you, if YouTube records this, I'll be surprised. We're at 6 hours and 12 minutes and counting. Well, Marty, that was the thing about Nancy is she just acted like she had a burr up her ass all the time. And she just sounded mean, and I don't like the style. I understand the style because she got, here we go. You want to be Rocket Man. Boy, if you only knew. You don't have very good detective skills. Freefield 1. You have no idea. Absolutely no idea. I love it. Actually, where that comes from is there was a guy who used to call himself Rocket Man. He was a Puerto Rican. He was in his 20s, maybe 30s. He was a heck of a nice guy. I became friends with him after a while. And that was kind of a weird time. But, you know, what the hell. But he was, boy, you talk about a guy that had abs. Man, if I was built like him, I'd have a harem. He was a surfer dude. And that's why I know this is Astro to know all this stuff, because this is stuff only Astro would know about. There's nobody else that would know about all this stuff and be this obsessed. So Astro, you might as well just change your username because you've outed yourself a dozen times now. You know, it's pathetic. And how many, you know, it's funny, I've lost track of how many Twitter accounts you opened up. Man, you had a shitload of them going there for a while. Yeah, I'll do the shit thing. The F-bomb I'll try and avoid because I know I don't want to offend the ladies in here. You gotta remember. And would you please explain that picture? I cannot figure out what in the hell that's all about. Be nice. Because we got a picture here of two people in an airport or something. And hell, I'm going to download this because I know who I can ask about it. Ought to be interesting. Maybe I'll get the original. You do know I can do a reverse search on this photograph and find out who took it. I've already done it in a couple cases. So, what the hell? This way I can test out my software. One by one, you people are going to sleep, which I don't mind. Well, Lux, actually, you know what this comes from is I drove truck for 20 years, and I would usually not go to bed until 5 in the morning, and I would sleep until about 1 in the afternoon and wake up. And so that's where this comes from. I've always been a night owl. I'll sleep until noon, 1 o'clock, wake up, do my thing. Then about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I go to bed. So I'm going to keep this up for a while. Because it looks like my friend here is a night owl. I just want to see how far she's going to go. Because she's too much of a chicken shit to come into this room. She's watching my chat, and then she goes over into Twitter and puts this up. This is funny. It gave me, without this free field idiot, I wouldn't know what to do. I probably would have shut down 2 hours ago. Because, yeah, well, I'm the same way. I'll sit there and, I'll keep going. And then, if you start hearing me snoring, I kind of burned out. So far, and I guarantee you, if YouTube records this thing after 6 hours, I'll be surprised. So this is going to be one that probably won't get recorded, which I don't care if it does or not. Yep, Timmy has a mugshot. You have any idea how many mugshots Tim Homestead has? I've lost count. I think he's got about 8. And those are the only ones that I know of. I mean, he's got he's got 1 or 2 black and white ones, and then they started to come out with color. So he's got all kinds of mugshots out there. And he's just racking them up. Yeah, you'd think he was a big gangster in town with all these mugshots. And he's got a rap sheet. You wouldn't believe. I mean, he's like a career criminal. Now we are at T plus 36 seconds, so I think she might be burning out. Oop. I think she quit. Let me go back to the beginning here. Yep, she's gone. All the tweets that I put up from about an hour ago are gone. That's what she does. She'll put this stuff up, and then she deletes it all. It just goes poof. even though I've got screenshots of all of it. I mean, it's like, so. But that's funny. I've never understood why she does that. She'll sit there and she'll make all these tweets, and then she deletes them all. So we go over to her Twitter account. The account's still up. Usually she shuts the account down. 5 hours. Yeah, everything from an hour ago is gone. Now, I wonder why she did that. Funny as shit. Let's see who. Oh, here she is. Did I meet Casey Anthony? Actually, no. You got to remember, Astro, I covered the court case. Now, the closest I ever got to Casey Anthony was in court. I sat in the court one time and wanted to watch the testimony. It was a day that I did not webcast. And so I never met her. Never talked to her. Never had anything to do with her. Now, I've met George, and I've talked to George. I've met Cindy. Didn't talk to Cindy, but I have never met Casey. Not once. You know, what can I say? Because my interest back then was simply to live stream the court case. That was it. I didn't do interviews. I offered to do George once and he turned me down, which is fine. Now, I interviewed Leonard Padilla and I interviewed the Sharpie lady. And that was it. Because basically I was a set of eyes for 4,000 people. Oh. All right. Well, you know, you've called Levi worse. But I'm going to save this. Just keep the picture short. Would you please explain that one picture? I don't get it. Levi's got a pretty nice house. He's also got good taste in dogs. But I'm gonna upload in the room and show you what she just left me. Give this a minute to load. Okay, for those of you who don't know Levi Page, this is him. I don't know when this photograph was taken. And apparently, Astro's been over lurking in his account and stole this picture. Which is stalking, but she doesn't seem to mind that. I mean, she's probably raided my entire live stream, or my entire library. This woman is obsessed, as I said. You know, she's got all kinds of pictures of Levi. And so I don't know. Replying to Mert Witness 1 and USA Today. What the hell's this? What is... I don't know. I don't get that tweet. Somebody filmed a kind of silence 10 days in solitary. He was in there longer than that, in solitary. There's a new troll that came up. You know, maybe Astro created this one. Somebody once said, I think it was Astro, that I was jealous of Levi. And actually I was, because this guy, his career has come off like a rocket. Who the fuck is this guy? This woman is nuts. William Pacamurta, 25 years old, died September 29th with family at a hospital in the area. Was born in Bronxville, New York. where he graduated from. Is this supposed to be my son? You got the wrong Murtaugh. I have no idea who this is. I have no relatives in Norwalk, Connecticut. Man, what a stupid woman. I mean, you gonna go around and bring up every Murtaugh on the internet? You're gonna be busy. Why don't you go to Murtaugh, Idaho? I mean, I got a whole town named after me. And guess what? I'm famous. I'm in the movies. Remember Lethal Weapon 1, Lethal Weapon 2, Lethal Weapon 3, Lethal Weapon 4, and the TV show? Roger Murtaugh. Who knows? Maybe I know somebody in the movie industry and they named Roger Murtaugh after me. Guess what? There's a Pat Murtaugh in those series. And guess who Pat Murtaugh is? Pat Murtaugh is my sister. So, you want to bring up the Murtaugh name? Go ahead, man. There's Murtaughs. There's thousands of us. Because she's an idiot. I mean, Marty Astro is one of these people. She just has to keep this up. And it's funny as shit. I've got, this used to bother me years ago, but I don't care. She's making herself looking like an idiot. Because she's got an obituary up here of somebody I don't even know. William Murtaugh is, if you were to Google William Murtaugh, you'd be spending a week going through Google. There's tens of thousands of William Murtaughs out there. There's tens of thousands of Kevin Murtaugh out there. And every time you put up that thing about, type my name, you're going to get Roger Murtaugh, Lethal Weapon 1, 2, 3, 4, Lethal Weapon, the TV series. Yeah. I have movies named. Oh, another movie that uses the Murtaugh surname is that one with, what the hell's the name of that? It's American Family or something. They had all these kids. It was a whole family named Murtaugh. And it was a comedy they made a movie of. And they had something they did. It was like Team Murtaugh. And let's see. My name has been used on a soap opera. It's been used in, like I said, the DNA. And there's actually an actor by the name of Michael Murtaugh. No relation. So it's weird. And, that's where somebody claimed that I was impersonating a police officer, a U.S. Marshal actually, and that came from Lethal Weapon because somebody found my name in Lethal Weapon and they thought that, and somehow they connected that to where I was impersonating a police officer. I thought that was the dumbest thing, but that's what trolls do. Just like this one here. They come up with this dumb crap. And the only thing, the only reason I think that Astro did this is because she knows my son was 25 years old. Oh, she put up the thing about, remember I was talking about this. Nancy Grace settles lawsuit. Oh, well, I was wrong about that. I thought they dropped that lawsuit. Let me look at that. 1910. Oh. The family and estate of Melinda Duckett, the young mother of a missing child who fatally shot herself after being battered by Tough Questions from talk show host Nancy Grace, have dismissed a lawsuit against Nancy Grace and CNN. They settled the case out of court. And a $200,000 trust dedicated to funding Duckett's missing son, Trenton Duckett, who was 2 years old when he disappeared. If Trenton is not found alive by his 13th birthday, money in that trust will be transferred to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Okay, so that's been done because this was in 2010. Well, actually, maybe not. Let me do the math. 2010, 6 years old. 2016, yeah, it's been done. This is 2019. So the money has gone to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which is nice. That's a good turnout, actually. I support that organization. Kind of glad the troll put that up. Let's see. Well, it's an old article. There's no share. But yeah, that was. See, I always complained about Nancy Grace doing that. It was the very day Melinda was getting raked over the coals by people, just like she did with Casey Anthony. And that's the one thing I didn't like about Nancy Grace, that she did that. But, I don't know. She's doing me favors, because she's actually, here's Levi Page again. I remember this picture. Ha, this is what Timothy Holmes Seth is jealous of. Wait till I get this. I love it. I'll be right back. I got a 10-100 again. Finish up my Pepsi. I've been drinking a 2-liter of Pepsi, and I'm going to get my last glass. Oh. Yeah, too old for this shit. Well, that's good. I'm glad you stuck around as long as you did. I didn't think I'd be drawing people's attention. All right, let me get Levi's latest picture up here. This damn headphone. It's got a mute switch, and if you put the headphone on wrong, you hit the mute switch, which I just did. So I'm back on the air. All right, let's see. I don't know why this. Okay, I'll just add an image. Pass. I hope Levi doesn't mind me doing this. But this is, when it pops up, this is Levi Page and Nancy Grace. And it's at CNN headquarters. He was on CNN quite a number of times. So it's like I said, this, and he was very, very young. So that was, it's quite a, it's, I really admire Levi. He did a lot. And, why, this is why Tim is so angry. Tim Homseth called CNN constantly trying to get their attention, and they ignored him. Here we go. HLN, CNN, and Nancy Grace get implicated in child sex trade. And I guess who? Let's see. In November 22nd, 2016, Timothy Charles Homseth implicated Nancy Grace in the child sex trade. See, once again, here is Timothy Homseth accusing somebody of something that they didn't do. He puts this up here, and he gets these people to call in and make them say this crap. And the guy's an idiot. The thing of it is, the guy hasn't got 2 cents to his name, or Nancy Grace would have sued his ass. And let's see, we've got Haley charity organizers refuse donation from. Who put this up? He put up Pendergrass's crap. Let's see, who's... Well, of course they're not going to take a donation from a accused sex criminal. What the hell's the matter with her? This just shows this guy here, if it's who I think it is the 26th Amendment. This guy actually called Tim Homseth because he gave his name on Homseth's webcast, and I checked the guy out, and it's this guy. This is how much that Tim Homseth doesn't do his homework. There's Cobra. That's funny. Astro, you're just making yourself look like an ass putting this stuff up there. Because it's hurting Homseth's case. But, what the hell. That'll be... Goes my little screenshot. And I've saved a link to that. Let me go. Who the hell is this? 19 whole subscribers, whoever this is. Let's see, we got Mystery Man Behind Michael Jackson, Miss California, Dog Poops Out Money, and helicopter. This is 10 years ago. This is a dead account. How does Astro find these things? Let's see. I'm going to bookmark this puppy. I'm going to do some research. This is what's funny is this shows that this is Astro because she did this. Done. Just more data for my files. Thanks, Astro. Astro's doing me a lot of favors because I a lot of this stuff I didn't know about. And, this is 10-year-old stuff from someone that had a YouTube channel with 19 people on it. I mean, this shows you how obsessed that Astro is to be digging all this crap up. This is amazing. Good night. See, Jesus, I still got 29 people in here. Where the hell are you people coming from? Yeah, I was like, man, I thought I was the night owl. But we got that time zone thing. What can I say? It's like about every 20 seconds she comes in here with something. See, 3 minutes, 26 seconds. I guess she's got to roam through her files and see what else she's got. Yep, here we go. Haley Cummings, Crystal, and Attorney Picasio on Nancy Grace. This is why Tim Holmseth is jealous of Kim Picasio.
Special guest joining us tonight on these allegations.
Okay, here we go. This is 8 minutes long. You're going to get the... This is why Timothy Charles Holmseth is jealous of Kim Picasio.
I want to go to two very special guests joining us tonight on these allegations. Haley's mother, Crystal Sheffield, is with us live there in Satsuma, along with her attorney, a very experienced attorney who graduated summa cum laude from Florida University. Kim Picasio is her attorney. Straight to Miss Sheffield. Miss Sheffield, thank you for being with us. Where were you the night that Haley went missing?
I was in Baker County at my home.
How far away is that from Haley?
From Haley's house, hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours.
2 hours. Why did you choose to live 2 hours away from your daughter?
Because when I left Ronald, I got as far away from him as I can.
Now, I know that you said you were unemployed at that time, so you didn't move away for a job. Did you not feel it incumbent or necessary to stay close to your children if you thought your children were in danger?
At the time, I didn't know they was in danger.
How long did you live in the home with Ronald Cummings and the children?
Haley was born in 03. Junior was born in 05. I was 19 when I left, so 3 years.
So in
3 or 4 years.
In 4 years, you did not observe any physical.
Now, the reason for the background noise, they actually rented a house. Kim arranged it. And it was the headquarters for the search. And this interview was done on the outside of the building. There's a very busy highway that runs by the house. So that's why you're getting all the traffic noise. So, just to give you a little background, I'm going to put this was made on March 19, 2009, which is this was around a month or so after the child had been missing. The child went missing in the first week or so of February, and then this is 1 month later. And shortly after this interview was made, Kim dropped this woman as a client because of a situation that it was one of these clients from hell situations. But I'm gonna share this with the room so that you guys can watch this at your leisure. And then you can, but this is one of the reasons that Tim Holmseth got upset. So, in goes the link. And I'm going to go ahead and put this over on my YouTube, or on my Twitter, so people can understand this obsession that Astro has. Whoops, I screwed up. I screwed up. I got to try, here we go. Nope. Let me go back there and get that. She put up another one. Oh no, here we go, same one. Gonna start this over.
To two very special guests joining us tonight on these allegations. Haley's mother, Crystal Sheffield, is with us.
I have to start this over again because I messed up on the link.
Us live there in Satsuma, along with her attorney, a very experienced attorney who graduated summa cum laude from Florida University. Kim Pacazio is her attorney. Straight to Miss Sheffield. Miss Sheffield, thank you for being with us. Where were you the night that Haley went missing?
I was in Baker County at my home.
How far away is that from Haley?
From Haley's house, hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours.
2 hours. Why did you choose to live 2 hours away from your daughter?
Because when I left Ronald, I got as far away from him as I can.
Now, I know that you said you were unemployed at that time, so you didn't move away for a job. Did you not feel it incumbent or necessary to stay close to your children if you thought your children were in danger?
At the time, I didn't know they was in danger.
How long did you live in the home with Ronald Cummings and the children?
Haley was born in 03. Junior was born in 05. I was 19 when I left, so 3 years.
So in
3 or 4 years.
In 4 years, you did not observe any physical abuse on the children?
No, ma'am, because when me and Ronald was together, he had nothing to do with the children. I took care of them. I did everything. He had nothing to do with them. And then when I left, he decided he wanted to take them from me.
So in 4 years, there was no physical abuse. And what year did you leave?
05.
You left in 05. That was the year that Ronald Jr. was born?
Yes, he was 6 months old when Ronald took the kids from me.
When you left the home, did you take the children with you?
Yes, I did.
And when did Ronald get them back?
I had the children with me, and I'm a really kind-hearted person, and I didn't have the heart to keep them from him. And I let him come pick them up, and he didn't bring them back to me.
To Kim Pacazio, the attorney for the mother, Crystal Sheffield. Ms. Pacazio, thank you for being with us. What exactly are the nature of the charges your client is leveling against the child's father?
That would be physical abuse of both children, as well as an unfit home. We have also gone to DCF and explained all of the facts that we've gotten from the community members who've come to us. We have checked and double-checked these facts. We felt that it has risen to the level where we needed to go to the Department of Children and Families because we felt that the welfare of the child, Junior, who remains in the Cummings household, is in danger.
Ms. Pacazio, what exactly is the nature of the alleged abuse you are claiming against Ronald Cummings on Haley and Ronald Jr.?
Physical abuse, child abuse.
Spanking, slapping, beating, locking in a closet, burning with cigarettes, what? What are you alleging? What is the specific act that Ronald Cummings allegedly did?
We have again gone to DCF and given the specific incidents of abuse. It would be hitting in the face until bloodied, hitting with sticks, hitting with belts. I could go on and on, throwing down stairs, living in tents.
Okay, hold on. Your client has not had custody and has had very little dealings with children ever since about 2005. 2 judges on 3 occasions heard your client's allegations. Never once during those times did she, in a court of law, when she had the chance, tell a judge about physical abuse on the children. Why?
Well, as you just heard from my client, there was not physical abuse witnessed by her during their relationship. And at the time of the hearing, she was a very young girl. She had been living in a household with Mr. Cummings, who regularly beat her. She had been abused by Mr.
Sorry about that.
Since she was a very little girl. She was alienated the entire relationship from her family. This person had turned her into someone who was controlled. And at the court hearing, I've gone over it again and again with Miss Sheffield. She was sitting there with her attorney and facing Ronald Cummings, who would be gleaming at her. She felt scared. She was intimidated. And that's essentially why she felt unable to defend herself.
Okay.
Out of fear.
All right. I get it. I just find it very unusual that at this juncture, when we're in a search for little Haley, after all these years of living in the home, she tells me on TV tonight that she never observed any abuse on the children. She's waited until this time when she has a framework in place to accept donations, that she's now claiming abuse against the father. She had 3 opportunities to tell a judge, never told him. And Mr. Picasio, is it true that DFACS was at the home in the last month and found no substantiation to these claims? They have not moved forward on these claims.
Well, first of all, I don't know why this is so confusing. We just said.
Well, because she's just coming up with this now, and she's the one that lost custody.
If you want to let me finish. She's just coming up with it now because she has just stated that it had never happened to her knowledge before now.
Because
and when
I took care of the children.
She took care of the children in the household.
He had nothing to do with them.
Hang on. And after little Haley went missing, people came out of the woodwork to call me in my law office and to talk to people that were here with me in this town.
Okay.
And I've been here since Thursday
to
give us
Ms.
renditions
we
and
only
personal
have
eyewitnesses.
a brief window for you to state your case. So, if you could get to the point, I would appreciate that. Isn't it true that your client has a record for filing false reports to police? Didn't she accuse a co-worker once of stealing her car and then admit it was just a big fat lie?
No, I don't think she admitted it was a big fat lie. I think that was a situation that has nothing to do with this case.
Well, the fact that she's already lied to police on one occasion, and if you read the police report and the supplemental report, it states that police said, look, did they really steal your car? And she said, no. That's charging somebody with a felony.
No.
I mean, that's very disturbing.
And that was a crime that has already been disposed of. It has nothing to do with her household or how she treated the children. And it also, I think that you're giving a different rendition of events that actually occurred.
Well, you know what, Ms. Picasio, you may be right.
All right, now let's go. There's actually more. Now, Astro put up another one, which is this one. And again, this is Nancy Grace.
Straight out to the
Now I'm going to put this link in here. I'll put this on Twitter so people can see what Astro's babbling about, because she'll eventually take this account down. And then I bring the link over into my room so you guys can look through it at your convenience. I don't know how long this chat's going to stay up. And boom, over we go. Oh, I'm growing again. I gotta thank Astro. She's actually boosting my chat, whether she wants to or not. Let's go over to notification. Alright, what's this one? Oh, this is the alleged child abuse that I just put in. Alright. So let's...
Straight out to the attorney for Haley's mother, joining us live tonight. A respected lawyer in the Satsuma,
This is 3 minutes,
Kim
so this is
Picasio
short.
is joining us. Kim, last night you alluded to photos of a big black eye, photos that I believe you said made you shudder. Well, Art Harris, investigative journalist at artharris.com, has obtained those photos. Let's take a look. There's the one with the black eye that you were telling us about. Is this the correct photo, Ms. Bacasio?
I don't have the photos here with me, so whatever Mr.
is-
Harris
it
was
is,
given by me.
It is little Haley in a pink top with a bruise to the chin and the nose. It looks like a laceration on the chin and nose.
That sounds like the photo I gave to Mr. Harris.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that on or about November the 6th, 2008?
The photo actually was taken, I believe, on November 16th.
16th, yes, 10 days later. But the incident. Okay, I've got in my hand, Ms. Bacasio, a school report written by apparently objective school professionals that state Haley Cummings, 1:50 p.m., cut nose at playground, apparently falling off the monkey bars. This is November 6, 2008. Yet you represented to me last night that this was the result of physical abuse by the natural father, Ronald Cummings. Isn't that true, Ms. Bacasio?
Well, I believe we also have the documentation that was posted on the website with regard to the incident occurring on the playground at 11/6, which is what you have. But then, 6 days later, the child is in the emergency room, also claiming stomach virus, and the same injuries are seen, except they've gotten worse.
Well, it
So
turns
6
out
days
that
later, I doubt that
the stomach virus turned out to be E. coli. I hardly believe that's a result of abuse. And the injury, which resulted in a CAT scan, obviously you're saying that this laceration was caused by the father. It came from a fall from the monkey bars, according to this school report. Is it some big conspiracy? Are the school teachers in on it too?
No, if you look at the documentation and the timeline, 11/6 was the playground incident. 6 days later, the child appears at the ER with greater injuries than had occurred on the playground.
With me right now is Mother Crystal Sheffield's lawyer. She's a well-respected lawyer in the Florida area, graduating summa cum laude from University of Florida. But Ms. Bacasio, I'm very disturbed. Her allegations last night of physical abuse by the father on little Haley were grounded in, to my understanding, these horrible photos. I see the photos, and they go with a school report that we dug up, claiming she fell off the monkey bars. Now, you say days later, she goes to the hospital and the injuries had worsened and she had a CAT scan. What does a CAT scan reveal?
And I just received those documents. I just want to go through the timeline again.
Okay.
On November 6th, the school nurse says that she fell down on the playground and had a scratch to the nose. 6 days later, the child is in the emergency room, now with black eyes, a laceration to the nose, and a scrape on the cheek. The medical reports that we just obtained from the hospital also say that whoever took her to the hospital on the 12th, 6 days later from the small scratch on the nose incident, stated that the injury occurred while she was playing on the playground 3 days ago. So there are inconsistent versions of the event, and I really doubt, I can't imagine, although I'm not, a medical doctor, but the injuries that I see in that picture did not arise from a fall on a playground 6 days ago.
Ms. Bacasio, a careful look at this photo reveals she's already getting a black eye from the fall on the monkey bars. So you want me to believe she got another black eye? Also, when the doctors performed the CAT scan, did either the school teachers or the doctors report this incident to Family and Children's Services?
I don't know. I understand that they usually will report E. coli and salmonella. However, the fact remains that the picture was actually taken on the 16th, 10 days after a school nurse reported that she had a small fall on the playground.
Now, excuse me. Yeah, it's, let's say 19 minutes. All right. this kind of funny that Astro's putting all these up, because he's actually shows that all Kim was doing is being an advocate for her client. This is what a lawyer does. Now, what had happened is eventually Kim came to the realization she had a client from hell, and she backed off. And another thing that Astro doesn't bother to tell people is Kim was doing this pro bono. And pro bono means that she was representing Crystal free of charge. Lawyers do this sometimes. They'll work with someone too poor to hire an attorney, and they'll go out and do this pro bono. Kim actually dropped a very busy docket schedule, had to rework her schedule in order to do this. And, who the hell would turn down a fee of $400 an hour to defend this client from hell? I mean, nobody seems to understand that. I certainly wouldn't go out and drop it to help somebody out. I can't afford to. But, this is what Kim did. She offered to help. She helped. When she found that it wasn't in her best interest to help, she backed out of the case. She told Crystal, said, Crystal, I can't do this. You're very inconsistent, and, it's just the way it is. And then Crystal actually filed a...
Astounding new developments in a story that is...
excuse me. It got to the point where the girl, the mother, was just all over the map on her accusations. And Kim had enough and dropped her. Now, I remember this interview. This is, I can't remember this woman. She's Jane something or other. Let me go over to YouTube. This came off the HLN website. And this is another one that Astro put up. I'm going to put this link up. I'm going to put this over on Twitter. I hope Kim doesn't mind me doing this. And I'll copy the link. But what this shows you is Kim does not put up with any nonsense. She gets right in there and she'll fight. And, she came right back at Nancy and anybody that fought her. And she did this on the air, which is hard to do. And okay, let me get out of this, and I'll start the video.
Astounding new developments in a story that has captivated the nation. Good evening, I'm Jane Velez Mitchell.
Oh,
Little
Jane.
missing Haley Cummings vanished in the dead of night from her father's Florida trailer. And now, Haley's father is making headlines for going to a new secret child custody hearing. Yeah, yanked out of jail to go to this hearing. Tonight, we're re-examining everything about this confounding case. And also tonight, police are telling us this is not a cold case, that they investigate Haley's disappearance constantly.
Gone. I need somebody to be here now.
Listen to me. We got two options.
If I find whoever has my daughter before y'all do, I'm killing them. I don't care. I'll spend the rest of my life in prison.
That's the frantic 911 call over 3 years ago that launched a massive search for 5-year-old Haley Cummings. Her dad's 17-year-old girlfriend, Misty Crosland, was supposed to be babysitting little Haley. She claimed initially that she woke up around 3 in the morning, the back door was wide open, and Haley had vanished. Thousands of volunteers, countless hours of investigation later, cops still have not uncovered what happened to this child. Was she murdered? Misty's own grandmother, Flo.
I did it again.
Thought so. Listen to this.
Tied Haley up with a yellow rope and tied a broken block to the rope and dropped her into the St. Johns River. She was crying, and I told her, I said, baby, don't cry. This is something you should have said a long time ago. She says, but Nanny, I was scared.
Tragically, Grandma Flo has now died. Meantime, both Haley's dad, Ron, and his now ex-wife, Misty, are serving very long prison sentences on drug charges. Our cops just waiting for them to crack and tell them what really happened that night. Straight out to Kim Pacasio, the former attorney for Haley's biological mother, Crystal Sheffield. Thank you for joining us tonight, Kim. We've been hearing this news that Ron Cummings left jail just the other day to attend a child custody hearing that was shrouded in secrecy. We do not know the name of the child or children or the mother involved. Now, we reached out to Ron's last attorney on record, but we haven't heard anything back. What do you know, Kim?
The only thing I could find out, I called the prison and they had stated that he had been transported from the prison itself to a local jail and had been transported to Brevard County, Florida, which it's around the Titusville area. And apparently there is a court proceeding that has been confirmed. It's in relation to a child and the mother. And I guess Ronald would be the putative father. We do not know whose child it is or the mother's name. However, the court dockets do not reflect any case wherein you could see Ronald as a party. We also called and we found out that that would mean most likely that this is a proceeding wherein Ronald is a parent with regard to a Department of Children and Families proceeding. And we all know that Ronald is very used to being in department involvement, as he had lost custody of Junior, his son with Crystal Sheffield. So this could be a second case where the Department of Children and Families is seeking to take away this man's parental rights.
Now, let's see what else. Yeah, I think Astro quit finally. Let me cycle this. Okay, all of a sudden, she did it again. So she does this. She'll do all these tweets, and then she deletes them all. She deleted every darn tweet. I love it. Because she left the William Murtaugh obituary from 42 minutes ago, and all the videos are gone. Every single solitary one of them. This is what she does. It's weird. And she left the William Murtaugh obituary up there, so I guess I'm dead. And she left the thing about Lee Pie Page. She wants me to stand down. So a good 20 videos are gone. Her tweets are gone. But this is what Astro does. It's one amazing thing. And this is all for Tim Homeseth. Oh, here we go. She put up another one. Maybe this is what Nancy Grace's future career will be. What the hell is... Oh, WWE. Sable Unforgiven. This is... Yeah, I'm going to share this just for the hell of it. It's 40 seconds. This is the kind of shit that Astro does. I mean, she's done this for years. This is funny as hell. Let's just say, this is a professional wrestler. I'd like to see Tim Homeseth go up against this one. I'll play the audio.
Can you think Ric Flair, somebody walked out here? Look at, whoa, Daddy! And Mark Merrill calls Sable that ball. Wait a minute. A Sable ball, is that what we're going to see? Away! And Braun panties, good. Yeah! Oh my, maybe to a birthday suit. How's she going to get out? So I think that means that Luna has earned the rights to the match, but she don't look like no loser to me. Oh, that's over. Speaking of that, I'm ready for some replays. How about you?
That is the funniest shit that I've ever seen. My God. Astro, you're about the most entertaining person I've had tonight. You really made this chat. Yeah, it's whatever Astro's trying to do is backfired. This is funny as hell. Man, I'm glad I don't have a flight tonight. I'd really be in a mess. And 7 hours and 7 minutes, guys. Somebody's got an iron distribution here. This is funny. Well, let's see what Astro does next. Because I'm pretty quick. I got to stand down because I got a scheduled meeting today that I'm going to have to go to, and I need to get ready for my webcast tonight. Maybe Astro will come back and entertain us again. What about it, Astro? You want to come back in and put up some more of these videos? Be funny as shit. Yeah. You made my chat. I would have shut down 5 hours ago, but, Astro's kept me going. But it's funny because this is the kind of thing that's been going on for 11 years. Yeah, it's funny. It really is. She comes up with this ludicrous stuff thinking, what? I don't know. And she's just killing herself. This woman has the brains of a peanut. I love it, though. Yeah, I feel sorry for you guys having to put up with this for 7 hours. I wonder how many of you stayed for the full rocket. I figure people are coming and going. Yeah, Marshall, I think that pretty soon now, Timmy's in for a rude awakening. It's like I said, we have a federal investigation going on. The bank is going to foreclose on the house, and these people are going to have to leave. I don't know how Tim is going to get out of there. It's an extremely small town. The people that are there have said that they have not seen the car that I told them Tim drives anywhere. I mean, people are flying drones around that house like bees on honey, and nobody has seen Timmy's car. Now, they've seen the white SUV, they've seen the limousine, they've seen the hearse, and they've seen an unidentified pickup truck, but they have not seen Timmy's car. It's kind of a bluish-green Ford. It's like a Ford Focus or something. The car's got extremely high mileage. It's mechanically in bad shape. And by now, I would think the plates have expired. And he can't renew the plate because he's not in Minnesota. So I don't know how he's going to get around. Unless he drives, he's a sovereign citizen. He has the right to travel. So I guess he'll do it that way. But, it's... All right, let's see. Levi, I think it's time for you to go to bed. See what else. Timmy. Come on, Timmy. Come in. Whoop, whoop. Peekaboo. Boo. Ooh. Oh, God, he's still there. Oh, peekaboo. Hi, Timmy. I see you. I love it. Well, he's borrowing a car. Nobody's going to give that idiot a $12,000 car. I mean, gapers, creepers. Man, I got some serious lag time on these videos. Because that, it's like I said, this is a 2012. Oh, she's back. That's the only one person I can think of that be tweeting me at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yep, here she is. Heavy security at Polk County Courthouse. Oh, this is when these idiots showed up and bugged the people. Yeah.
The trial/hearing for Timothy Holmseth and...
This is old stuff. But, it's funny. This is a routine hearing for a misdemeanor, and these people were screaming at the deputies, accusing them of protecting pedophiles. It's the stupidest thing ever. I can't play this because it's a copyright. And hundreds of people have seen this already, but what a moronic bunch of people. And the parents were there. Yeah, but the thing of it is, Marcia, they're going to let him use a car, but if he has to leave, they're going to want their car back, and they're not going to let this guy run off with an $8,000 to $10,000 car. They're going to say, hey, I want the keys. And remember, he hasn't driven that car in quite a while. So I have a feeling whoever owns that car is controlling when and how he can use it. He has not done a video in that car since the lizard people. So, this nonsense of him, yes it is. Yeah, FTA is a felony. And let's see. Doop. Eventually, they're going to get caught. Yeah, you can run, but you can't hide. The law's going to catch up to him. Now, last thing he put up was 9 hours ago. So. Okay. Let's go back over to Twitter. See if Astro shows up again. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to get on here. Well, he will have a felony because these crimes. It's like I've said in my videos. We're looking at wire fraud. We're looking at impersonating a representative of the federal government. So, you know, he's got multiple felonies staring him in the face right now. Just so I can get clear, what is FTA? It's not what I thought it was. Just so I'm cleared on what that acronym is. Right now, he has not been charged with a felony. He's committing felonies, but he has not been charged. And what they'll do is they won't extradite him, but if he's committing a felony, FTA is a misdemeanor contempt of court. Because he is it's a misdemeanor. So that's why he's outside the state of Minnesota. As long as he stays out of Minnesota, they can't touch him. The minute he goes into Minnesota, he's dead meat. Okay, subscribed. I'm picking up subscribers. I appreciate people subscribing. Subscribed. I might hit my 1,000th. I would love to do it by the first of the year. That would be great. In the hands of oh, that's me. Cirrus. That's a reply. I think I saw that already. Okay, I gotta keep that. And okay. Okay, we'll close that out because nothing's going on. Oh, we got two notifications. Astro's pulling a lot of... Boy, Astro, you're staying up late tonight. Don't you have a business to get ready for? Oh, you got to be kidding me. I am urging Timothy to run for Congress. He's a fugitive from justice, Astro. He can't run for Congress. Southwest Florida is evil. Many evil people there. Astro, you might want to learn geography. Fort Lauderdale is on the east coast of Florida, not on the west coast. Gotta love. I don't think Astro's ever been to Florida. Unless there's somebody in Southwest Florida that she's having a burr up her ass about. I don't know. I'm in Central Florida, so I guess there's evil people here, too. But Timothy Charles Holmes said, running for Congress, this would be a... What the hell's he going to run on? Yeah, that has got to be the most idiotic thing that Astro has said tonight. On flocking real. Astro, you must be getting into the cookie sherry big time tonight. To come up with that one. This damn utility drives me crazy. Huh, weird. Whew. That was weird. Well, the thing of it is in order to run for Congress, you have residency requirements you have to make. You have to have an address. And so if he's going to run for Congress, say in Wisconsin, he's got to register an address, and then he's got to be there for enough time in order to run for Congress. And this is December of 2019, and I don't know who he'd be running against in Wisconsin. So he would have to, Mark. Okay, let me, oh, you mean your chat here? True Lux, Agree Lux. All right, I've been busy reading this idiot. Yes, law enforcement does have an open investigation. I cannot talk about the details other than he's staring at, I believe, 5 felonies so far, if everything goes. You know, and some of it has to do with the Children's Crusade, the Pentagon Pedophile Task Force, and a couple other things. Yeah, Marcia. Sorry about that, guys. I've been running over here reading what this idiot's putting on Twitter. But it is my opinion that sometime after the first of the year, Homestead is going to be charged with multiple felonies. And they're going to be serious felonies that carry 3 to 5 years each. As far as information, law enforcement generally does not comment on ongoing investigations. So it's unlikely you're going to get any information until the paperwork is started. Once they start issuing warrants and that sort of thing, then it'll come out. And it depends on whether it's an open warrant or a sealed warrant. If it's a sealed warrant, there's a procedure they go through, so you won't hear about that. Now, there may need to be a grand jury first in order to determine if the grand jury feels that there's probable cause to go ahead with the charges, or they could arrest him first and so forth. I would have to, Agent 19 would probably be a better one to answer those questions, because he knows a hell of a lot more about the law. Well, Mark, what you do is you contact the FBI, and the FBI and United States Department of Commerce. You can also contact law enforcement in the state of Wisconsin and in the state of Minnesota, since Homestead is a resident of the state of California. If it has anything to do with E-Clause, then you would contact the state attorney in Florida. Yeah, that's tampering with a witness. When the hell did this happen? Because if you start screwing around with federal witnesses, that's getting into tampering with a witness. And you're looking at some serious time for that puppy. When the hell did this happen? I didn't think it was capable of doxing anyway, but, you know, you don't do that. Because if it's documented that that person is a federal witness and he's running around, that's imitating, that's witness tampering. They're not gonna. The Justice Department is gonna be thorough, and they're gonna dot every I, cross every T before they go arresting somebody. But I guarantee you, when the bracelet comes out and they start reading the Miranda warnings, they've done their homework. So, the only thing Tim can do is plead the fifth and get himself a public defender and pray. Because, that's what's going to happen. Yeah, it's witness intimidation and obstruction of justice is not something to fool around with. These are federal crimes. And they go to the nearest federal district court, and depending on where the case originated, then you would be extradited. And it would be a federal judge, not a state judge, that would decide your fate. If you get extradited out of the state of Wisconsin, it's a federal judge that'll hear it because it's federal court. Right now, Field is in state court. Big difference. Yeah, if you have solid information on something like that, you need to contact the FBI and let them handle it. Because that is serious business. They'll investigate it thoroughly, find out what's going on, and then it goes from there. You don't, if he did that, he's in big, big trouble. So, that's something you've got to, that's not blog material. You need to get on the phone with the FBI. They're on 24 hours a day. You can submit a written report, and they'll follow up. And then, you call. Usually what I do, if I file a written report, I'll call the nearest field office during business hours. And if we have one here in Orlando, and I'll drive over there and talk to an agent. I've done it twice. And it goes from there. So that's my advice is to get this to a federal agent right away. It depends on the criminal. It depends on the act, because if this involves a federal case, the federal government's going to look on it. It would have to be a local case for local PD to open an investigation. This goes back to jurisdiction. Okay. Well, the thing we had to figure out, was this a state investigation, federal investigation, county investigation? Did the investigation involve a kidnapping that went over state lines? That falls to the FBI. If it's within the state, it falls to the state. Doesn't matter the age of the victim. If you're kidnapping people and taking them over the state line, it turns federal. And if it's a child, it's even worse. It's not where he was, it's where the victim was. If the victim, wherever the victim resided, is where the crime took place. This is why Field McConnell is coming to Florida, because Kim Pascasio is a resident of the state of Florida. The crime occurred here. It's applicable to the state statute of Florida. The crime did not occur in Wisconsin. It originated in Wisconsin, but by contacting Kim Pascasio or saying these things about Kim Pascasio, the jurisdiction came out of Florida, because that's where the restraining order came from. State of Florida is the enforcing body for that for that particular situation. And this is why Field, the minute he got that thing, should have gotten his ass over to a bar attorney that day, and they would have explained that to him. By listening to by listening to Kirk Pendergrass, he sealed his fate. That was a very stupid thing to do. But stupid is, Yeah, he could have gotten her killed, and it could still. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, the state of Indiana would be the one that has jurisdiction. It doesn't matter where he is. She is a resident of the state of Indiana. He did the same thing to her that was done to Kim Pascasio. The crime took place in Indiana. And the private reason she didn't report it is she's either too scared to report it or she doesn't know. He said the problem with witness intimidation, if you sound official enough, she may fear reporting it. I would report it if I were you to the Indiana FBI closest field office, explain why she's not reporting it, and then contact her and tell her to report it, both where she is now and to the FBI closest to where she lived. And she can do that remotely. Who is Iham Omar? I've never heard of the person. Astro, would you please explain when you're doing things? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know this person. It's a nice house, by the way. This is a typical old-time Georgian mansion, Spanish moss, so it's somewhere in the south. I'll have to give Iham Omar. Let me go to her. Oops. Let me go over here. Who the hell is Iham Omar? You really ought to clean up your language. You sit there and, hi, adorable, welcome. We are on hour 7.5 of my stream marathon. I've got my resident troll on here sending me all kinds of weird shit. Alright, let's see who this person is. Woman spurned in alleged Omar affair cut off by... This is... Well, this is... This is Astro coming out with their bigotry again. Federal judge and... Not sure what this has to do with anything. She's a very attractive woman. But this is the bigotry that is in this Field McConnell troll is a bigot. She's put up 3 posts that she doesn't realize that I've took screenshots of, where she uses a racial epithet to describe a black child, the black child who is either a slave or the child of a slave. And the term is so vile, I will not put it on the internet. It's been handed over to investigators, but it's hate speech. But what she does is she takes it down before I can report it. So. Yep, she did it again. Down it went. God, Astro, you got a pattern going here. I'll say that. Yep, it's gone. She took it down. But I can see, the woman's a bigot. I mean, she is a white supremacist from the word go. It's amazing. That means that Timothy Holmseth is a white supremacist. Field McConnell is a white supremacist. And Kirk Pendergrass is a white supremacist. That's, based on, let's see, I do not live in Virginia. I live in Caddo Lake, Texas. Well, you're still a bigot no matter where you live. What'd you do, move? Beautiful. Yeah, I like these photographs. I'm going to have to see. Probably getting these off the internet. You can download pictures off the internet. What you do is you go out with a camera that has a date stamp on it. You take a picture of downtown Cattle Lake, Texas. You know, easy enough to do. But that means that you either moved or you're lying because nobody knows who you are. You're free field one. Period. You hide. I don't. So, you know, whatever. You know. All I know is you're a bigot, you're a racist, and you're a white supremacist. I know that, and your actions have proven it. I mean, the woman's getting a divorce. So what? Yeah. Well, she claims she's not Astro. I didn't think there were two people as stupid as Astro out there, but maybe there is. Because whoever this is a moron. She's basically helped my case all night. And it's amazing. But I don't understand why she keeps deleting her tweets. She'll sit there and she'll delete like 10 or 20 tweets, and then she starts all over again. This is the pattern. What she doesn't understand is this is what Astro does. She'll put up all these tweets, and then she deletes them all. This is before she completely closed her account. So, yeah. It's called modus operandi, Astro. Look it up. But, let's see. Just for the hell of it. Doesn't exist. She took it down. Nope, there we go. Yep, she took it down. The reason the tweet exists after she takes it down is because I got the time loaded on. When I shut this timeline down, it'll go away. But that's what she does. When she gets done with her stuff, she deletes the account. She shuts it down. It'll be back. She'll probably be back tomorrow when I start up again. My screen cap's acting weird. Nope. Let me try it again. Get over here. Go to selected area. I've never had this utility do this. We go zip. Oops, that's true. T-E-X-A-S. One of these days, Astro's going to figure out how the internet works. And maybe she won't do stupid things. Mark, thank you for coming in. And I'll try to pay more attention the next time. Because it's running back. Astro, every time Astro pulls these stunts, I like to play with her. Because she's so stupid. She does not understand. She just keeps digging herself a wall. Oh, she's back. That didn't last long. Baby sacrificed during telephone call to Timothy Charles Homestead. Now, the funny thing about this is where Tim will make stuff up. Yes, loony is an understatement. Timothy Homestead likes to make prank calls to himself. And what he did is he had a phone call, and in the background you'll hear a sound. And somebody listening to the call told me what it was. It's a movie. And I can't remember the name of the movie, but it was a movie. And just for the hell of it, let me go over there before she deletes it. Nope, she didn't delete it. Good girl. What you do, listen to this, and there's a, I'm not going to play this. It's 41 seconds long, but this is the link before she shuts down her Twitter account again. I'm going to play the video.
Hello?
Now, what somebody did when he played that is they went through and did research, and they found that it was a movie. So all Tim did, he recorded it and called himself on Skype and recorded the call. He does this all the time. And, you know, he's stupid. He's just like this Astro person. He's stupid because he gets caught. And, you know, I love it because Astro has done more to support my case tonight than anybody could have. Let's see, Caddo, C-A-D-D-O, like T-X. Somebody's... Cheryl's out here probably wondering when the hell I'm going to come to bed. Hi, Cheryl. She's tolerant of what I do here. I'm just curious. I've never heard of this town. Yep, that's what she did. She went to the Caddo Lake State Park, Texas Parks of Wildlife Management, and took a picture and downloaded a picture. Because I just found the same damn picture. What a freaking moron. Let's see, let me go over the images. Because they have Caddo Lake, it looks like they have swamps just like they do in southern Louisiana and the panhandle of Florida. And she took a screen grab of a white heron in the state park. Now why the hell is she? Maybe she lives in Caddo Lake. I don't know. Damn. Let's go to maps. See where the hell this is. It's got to be in the southern part of. Wow. Damn. Well, it's off I-49. Oh, God. Oh, I see. She lives in a lake? Because Fairy Lake is in Louisiana. Let's zoom in. Caddo Lake State Park. Keep zooming in. There's no Caddo Lake there. It's a lake. I'll zoom in some more. Zoom in a little more. It's a frickin' lake. Because Fairy Lake is in Louisiana. This is the lake where the borders come together. And I've zoomed in. Okay, we got Swanson's Landing. That's the easternmost city in Texas. God, that's got to be a town of like 5 people. Zoom in some more. I got to stay close to the lake. Okay, we got Gray Community College, Potters Point Marina, Millers Point, Big Sandy Island, Tar Island, Big Cypress Bayou, which is probably where she took that picture, or stole that picture from. We got Swanson's Landing, Tucker's Camp. Awesome. They got awesome something lodge because they used a weird color. You got Goose Island, Rag Island, Pine Island, a lot of islands. No Cato Lake, Texas. It's a lake. It's not a city, it's a lake. It's probably vacation there. And this is at the Texas-Louisiana border. Interstate 78, which is, I believe it's North Texas. But it's near, the closest big city is, it's near Marshall, Texas. I know where that's at. And it's not far. Oh, they got an Atlanta in Texas? Because you got, to the north, you have Texarkana. This is way over on the eastern border. Yeah, I've been to Texarkana. So it's kind of halfway up the east side of the state. No, I just, when she throws crap like this at me, I like to find out, But what I'm going to do a reverse image on that thing. All she did was she downloaded a thing. So let's go back over to she probably deleted her account by now. She keeps doing this. Okay. I live in Cato Lake in Texas. I would never live in Virginia with the damn Yankees. Are you freaking kidding me, lady? Virginia is about as southern as they come. Man. Oh, you live on the lake. What do you got, a houseboat? She lives on the lake that goes between Louisiana and Texas. Well, this proves why she's a bigot. She's in one of the most bigoted part of Texas there is. They're extremely racist people down there. And so when she's talking about having child slaves, why is she a member of the Children's Crusade if she proclaims that she has a child slave? That makes absolutely no sense. And don't tell me I'm lying, because I do have the pictures. I did a screen grab the 3 times you put that up there. I've got them. So, just for the hell of it, since basically this is probably not going to be recorded. Boy, it's funny, is she's been on here for about 5 hours now. So she's kind of been here for quite a while. She doesn't sleep any more than I do. Let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I got 10 hours, so I gotta leave for someplace at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Let me see. All right, let's go down here. All right, let's do. All right, let's go to my utilities over here. Google Images. Upload the photograph. Gotta find it first. Come on. Upload an image. Browse. Well, there it is. No, no, it isn't. For whatever reason, it's not. I'm going to have to use a different utility. This is not showing up. See what Tin Eye will do. Sometimes I have good luck with Tin Eye, sometimes I don't. So let's see what we do here. Oh, no results on Tin Eye. I wonder where she found this. Let's go back. Sometimes I have to go into multiple utilities to find these things. This is why I hate that. I'm going to have to redo it. Because you get these websites that have ads. But this is what I do. Somebody does something like this, I actually search the image to find out. Because I don't know if I bookmarked this utility. Let me see. No, that's not. No, we're not. I'm going to have to do something different with this. Kitty, 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 kitty. Actually, I see somebody's comment about buying Field's house. I have a very good friend of mine in California that I've talked about this. That guy could buy the entire town. He's got so damn much money. Damn, let me... Found this damn thing on a different... Well, let's see if this one will work. There was one. So you gotta watch some of these utilities. They want you to download these dumb crap. And there they go, they did it. I hate that because it wastes my time. Because what they do is some of these search utilities, they want you to download these weird software and it screws up your computer, and I won't do that. Let's try it again. Because Google, what I found is Google will not find a lot of images. You have to go through a number of different. Okay. Now that's a damn app for a phone. That's not going to do me any good. Yeah, we'll try this one. See what kind of crap they're trying to sell. I'm gonna have to start bookmarking some of these places. The one I normally use is on a different computer. Okay, Yanodex is where I found the other one. Alright, I don't know where she found this image. It's not coming up on Yandex, and that's the one I usually use. So let me try. Alright, let's try Bing. I don't like this server, but. Similar images. Badeo, whatever the hell that is. The appraisal on Fields House varies from $200,000 to $500,000. Right now, he's got a lot of equity in that house. He only owes a couple $100,000 on it, so someone's going to steal that house. The only problem is the IRS is going to lien on it. Okay, let's go here. Well, I don't know where the hell she found that picture. I can't find it. So, it's got a very low resolution. So, I forgot to put the link up to that audio call. Sorry about that. But that's that one where he says there's a baby in the background. Well, let's see. Usually Astro goes to bed by now, so. Oh, there we are. Okay, let's go back to Twitter, see if she's babbling anymore. And nope. 6 minutes. When the hell did they put that up? I just got to check and see. Okay, this one, I found this image. Well, that's fine, you know. Let's see, I want to double check before I, yeah, this one came up. This actually, this latest image she put up, I came across this while searching for the bird. So she downloaded this off the internet. But, see what I'm going to see something in a minute. Somebody needs to be taught a history lesson, I think. Yeah, I don't understand people when they make these stupid claims. But, you know, I'm looking at some history. I see, I'm a history buff, and I've studied a lot on the Civil War. And Virginia was and is a very conservative state. I was a little surprised that a Democrat won the governorship in Virginia. But it was a fairly close election to begin with. And Virginia is about as south as where she claims to live. Virginia was part of the Confederate States of America. There's a lot of Ku Klux Klan up there. You know, this woman really needs to follow her history, or whoever this idiot is. But that pretty well, you know, I was trying to come across something. Because I'm pulling up Wikipedia. See, April 15th, 1861, when Lincoln called for troops from all states still in the Union to put down the rebellion, that's when the Virginia Convention voted to declare secession from the Union. A Unionist government was established in Wheeling, West Virginia, and the new state of West Virginia was created by an act of Congress from 59 counties of West Virginia, making it the only state to lose territory as a consequence of the war. It was decided to move the Confederate capital from Montgomery, Alabama to Richmond, Virginia. This is what I was trying to get across. Hey, Marcia. Sorry, I was doing research. What you need, Marcia? But this points out how dumb this woman is. You know, she doesn't do her homework. You know, because Texas may be southern, but Virginia was the capital of the Confederacy. You know, JHC, for crying out loud. Yeah, sorry I get distracted. It's, you know, what, you know, am I still on? Yeah, I'm here if you need me. I'm going to start looking at my chat more often. I used to get chewed out for that. All right. Well, fine. You know, you're a racist and you're a bigot. So if you want to be proud of being a racist and a bigot, be my guest. You know, you've already proven you're a racist and a bigot, so. Still don't understand what this USA Today thing is about, but that's somebody else, and that was an hour ago. The house is appraised anywhere from a couple $100,000 to just under $5,000, depending on the scale they use. And generally what happens in a foreclosure is the only thing the bank wants is the equity from the house. And so what they'll do is the house will go up for auction people that flip houses will bid on it, and they will either get the house for the equity or they will get the house at fair market value. So what the bank does is they wind up getting their equity back, or the remaining balance back, which is all they really want. But then the IRS is going to come in. They're going to want their piece of the pie. So if the house goes for its full value, the IRS is going to come in and they're going to take the rest of it. So there's not going to be, what winds up happening is by the time the process is ended, nobody gets the house. It's part of the family. I mean, Field won't get any money from it. None of his heirs will. It basically goes to the government because he owes the IRS, he owes the bank, and he owes the state, or he owes either the state or the local municipality for the amount on the house. So he'll lose that. If he had sought the advice of a lawyer in the beginning, he would have probably be in his house today. But he chose to get involved in the sovereign citizen crap, and he lost his house as a result. It's, a guy that used to be a pilot. I don't know why he did something so damn stupid. But stupid is. All I was trying to point out is the person says that Texas is a bigoted state. The person has made extremely bigoted, racist tweets using a word that's highly offensive to African Americans. It is a epithet that is given to the child of a slave or a child slave. And this person has put this up 3 different times, which means that Field McConnell is supporting child slavery because this account has the Children's Crusade trademark on their account. So that by proxy makes Field McConnell and everybody, including Timothy Holmseth, white supremacists, bigots, and racist. $200,000 is too low. Now, it could be because of the area. Now, what you're probably doing is you're getting the appraised value from the county, and they always underappraise a house. What you have to do is find out what the fair market value of the house is. I'll be right back. It's probably be having on. I'm going to wind up here in short order. Yeah. The Queen of the Castle will ask me if I'm about done. This is way past my bedtime. Let's see. So, okay, I had to do my 10-100. Okay. The mortgage on the house is for 3 acres of land. It's not the entire 100 acres. The Why the hell are they putting that up there? I don't know. I'm going to ignore her for a minute. She's getting into this Jodi Arias thing. I don't really care about that one. When a municipality puts up a valuation on a residence, it is done according to millage. In other words, the taxable value of the house. So if the house is appraised by the county, it's $400,000. That's the tax that's paid on the house. Now, in Florida, this is how it works. If you build a house, say in 2000, and for tax purposes they appraise the house at $100,000. At the moment, I do not have a link to the house. I would have to find it, and I've been on the air for 8 hours, and I'm going to have to shut it down here pretty quick because I got to get some sleep. I got a busy day today. I will be back online tonight, and maybe I'll find that because I had that information. And it's public information. You can actually go to the county tax assessor's office and find that out. But let me explain how this works. So anyway, I don't have any money. I don't have $1 to bid on a house. I'd love to have it. I happen to like that style. It's a beautiful house from what I understand, but I can't afford it. And it's too damn cold up there. It's freezing up there right now. But anyway, what they do, you have a house in 2000, cost you $100,000 to put up the house. So they come in and they say, okay, the house is worth X number of dollars. Florida, we have a thing called a homestead, which means the first $25,000 of the house goes away. You know, it's exempt from tax. So you pay taxes based on the millage, is what it's called. And it's always less than the house is worth at fair market value. Now what's going to happen, you hold on to the house for 10 years, 20 years. All of a sudden the value of the house goes up. And when the value of the house goes up, you resell it. The new buyer pays the property tax on the new value because he was willing to pay that amount of money for the house. So they're going to come in and they're going to hit you with an appraisal at that amount. Because, you know, if the house was bought for $300,000, now the house is worth $300,000. And what Zillow and other companies do is they'll take the address of the house and they'll look up and they'll tell you the appraised value of the house going from the day the house was built right on up through to the current market value. And so that's where that figure comes from. The house was built in 2000, and I've got the name of the contractor. Now this is the second half of the situation. The mortgage is on the house and 3.5 acres of 100,000, It's on the house and 3.5 acres. The rest of the property is not mortgaged. It's agricultural land. It's approximately 100 acres minus the 3.5 acres. So what's going to happen is the bank is going to foreclose on the house. It's going to be put up for sale as a foreclosure. They're going to work an agreement out with the state and the federal government for the taxes and the bank for what they owe. And that's that. Now, whoever buys the house is going to be responsible to pay the liens on the house. So there's a tax lien for $14,000 from the IRS. There's another tax lien for I don't know how much. So you got $20,000 to $25,000 in liens that have to be paid off. Yeah, that's the correct address for the house. So what you do is you take, let me do this real quick. Astro, I don't know why you put up Arius. I really don't give a flying fuck about her. I mean, Jodi Arias case that's old news. Okay. Cause I'm gonna call the bank Monday. See what I come up with here. Okay, I don't want to buy the damn house. I just want to. All right, for some reason, because there's a way to find out, but homes in the area are averaging about $300,000. Actually, they're kind of all over the place. Okay, let's go back. All right, let me get out of this. Crud. Well, you'd probably get the house for that, because it's worth. And it's like I said, the appraised value swings widely. Now I got to figure out where the hell I found that. So let me do it this way. Okay, this is how I found it. Okay, the house, oh, it's 32 acres. All right. Let's see, what the hell? Estimated value of the house, according to Realtor.com, is $275,800. And on 32 acres of land, that is a steal. I don't know what. What I'm going to do is let me do this so you know what I'm talking about here. I don't want to sign in. I want to take a screen grab of the damn thing. But I love this house. This is a beautiful house. It's on the top of a hill. It's remote. I would love to own this place. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this. I'm going to put this, okay, I went and covered the damn chat. Where are you guys? Oh, there you are. Damn it. Hey, you guys, somebody must have found it because I heard someone come. This is a beautiful, beautiful house. I love this house. Well, when do I get my commission? I charge 10%. If I sell cars, I get 20%. But this is the house. And where Timmy would be is if you go over to the right house. You see that dormer window that sticks out to the right? And there's a porch with a lot. The Fields media room is down in the cellar, right under that dormer window. And the reason you know that is there's a chimney where the fireplace is. That goes right up that wall. So that's, but that's where Timmy's at right now. And let me see. Click to expand photos. Ooh, baby. What this is a... if I were Phil McConnell, I would be killing myself to keep this house. I would not be trusting somebody like Kirk Pendergrass to try and save this. The guy's a moron. Okay, let me bring this in the room. But North Star Realty, I think, sold this house by $275,000. Jesus Christ. This house in Florida would cost twice that. Well, the cars, you're going to have to talk to the IRS. They have a lien on the cars. All right, let me go over here. I'm going to put this puppy in the room. All right, where's my cursor? Gosh. Got a 46-inch computer monitor in this thing. I have to go all over the place. But this is only this partial. Like I said, the rest of it is not under mortgage. It's just under, they're going to have to sell the whole damn thing to pay all its bills. So the IRS is going after the rest of it. But considering the fact that I'm living in a 30-year-old mobile home, I'd say that's why I call that a mansion. You could put my mobile home in the living room of that thing. And I love that style. That's one of my favorite styles. I like modern, but I like this one too. And it's a shame that Field's going to lose that house because of the idiots that are there. It's unbelievable. And Truth to Power did a tour of that house because he actually visited Field, and he sent pictures of the interior of that house, and that's how I found out that Tim Homeseth is there, because he's by one of those. Remember what I said about the big windows? Those windows, like in this solarium up here on the right-hand side, those windows are 8 feet tall. And so, you could fly a drone up there and see you see halfway across the house, depending on where the walls are. Oh, I just fumigate the place. I would kill to have that house. I love it. I saw that house and my jaw dropped. I'd hate to have to clean it, And look at that lawn. Can you imagine mowing that damn lawn? Holy crap. But this is, and Field's going to lose this because of the moron. And wait until his family finds out that house is sold. They're going to have a fit because, the children would be the heirs to this estate, and it's going to be gone because of Timothy Homeseth. So, this is why, this is how I lost my business, because Tim comes in, people like him come in, crucify my reputation, and there goes my business. We got a dancing girl. This troll's got good taste in women, I say that. Weird. It looks like Nancy Grace dancing, actually. I'm going to put this in the room. You guys can look at this. Yeah, it's sad, really. This is what this yo-yo just sent me. But she's been up. This is the latest I've ever seen her up. She's usually in bed by now. Yeah, I'm usually in bed by now. Let's see, it's 5:29 in the morning in Florida. I'm probably going to close it down here in a little bit. I just want to wrap things up. Well, you can ask the person on that account. That free field one is the one that sends me all that crap. But I'd say it crashed me, Mark, but I don't want to get in trouble with the ladies in here. But it, but this is the kind of stuff. I'm not sure what the law is on pensions. I mean, the IRS has got a lot of power. They could probably do whatever they damn well please. So, but she put up this thing about Jodi Arias. I don't understand why, because I don't care about Jodi Arias. I mean, the woman is a murderer. She's in jail. She belongs in jail. So why? But I guess it's because, I don't know if it was, Donald Trump. Of course. But she's guilty. I mean, yeah, I agree with Donald Trump for one. My problem is, well, I'd love to go to the auction, but I don't have any money, and I have to get my dealer's license renewed in order to do anything. I lost my dealership. So, I don't know. But I'm on Social Security. I'm sitting here talking to a bunch of complete strangers on a YouTube. And it's a lot of fun. I like it. I've done this for years. And this troll is helping me out with my network. I don't know what's going to happen to this video when I shut down. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to close out. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. I will be back up online probably around 9 o'clock. Oh, she put up this other one. This is what I don't understand is why she's putting this stuff up. But this is what she sent me this one before. Now, remember, this is somebody that is supposed to be trying to help out missing children. And this is the kind of stuff she puts up. But hey, I'm a 70-year-old guy. Something to look at. I mean, sure, it'd probably hit me over the head with a damn battering ram or something for looking at these pictures, but, this is what I'm being sent. Weird. But, yeah, I'm going to shut down for now. You guys have a good day. Sometime between 9 and 10 o'clock, I don't know why. But I'm showing volume here. Sometimes you gotta refresh, because it'll knock you down. I'm still streaming. But as far as YouTube concerned, this is a record. And so I appreciate everybody tuning in. We'll see you in a few hours. This is William K. Murtaugh, Mert Witness 1. Have a good one. Bye-bye.